Brocat. Experience precision.
Hello and welcome to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2. It is a fantastic evening here across OCE, no matter which time zone you sit in. And a man that I know that sits in one of the furthest time zones is Mitch Conky Concannon. Mitch, you're joining me this evening. It's your first evening of LPL action. Are you looking forward to it?
No, absolutely, yeah, mate. It's been an absolute whirlwind of Counter-Strike for myself over the last couple of weeks. I have barely been in my own area, but I'm finally here, jet-lagged as anything because of the... I think I'm 5 hours behind New Zealand at the moment, so we'll make it work as best we can.
Yeah, and if you need a little bit of help, catching up with what's happened so far in the LPL season, we've got a little explainer for you to see where we're at in terms of this season. Now, we've already gone through the 12-team stage. We've sorted the wheat from the chaff, and we've now getting to the gritty end of Stage 2, where we've already had some teams qualify for Stage 3, and these teams that we're seeing tonight, they're still fighting for their life in Stage 2 to make it through to Stage 3. They're taking some pretty big, gasps of air here, Conky. It's a pretty big deal for some of these teams to make it through to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really where obviously the kind of elite level comes through. And, as we know, we're really trying to weed out who really sort of sits towards the tail end of that top 8 at the moment. So there's been a lot of kind of discussion. CS is a hot topic right now in Australia with so many teams really, really fighting for it. We've had international opportunities be given away recently. So for these teams that are competing right now, it's kind of just showing who's the next jump into the Pro League and who's going to be stepping up and taking those spots as the years go on.
Well, it's not just spots that are being taken here. It's also a fairly healthy prize pool too, so let's just see where that lands. It is a $10,050 prize pool, the lion's share of which going to first. Now, it's a pretty steep fall off there if you do happen to finish second, though. You don't want to be sharing the rest of that prize pool, do you?
No, exactly right. And I guess that sort of sweetens the deal for, really giving that incentive to hustle as hard as possible for the first spot. Very much obviously the teams that are competing right now do deserve it if they do manage to find their way there. We do kind of have our favourites here and there, but also there's a couple of teams that really might kind of swing a curveball in towards the end, which obviously we did see some victories from two of those favourites yesterday night. So very much looking forward to seeing who will actually take away with that $6.5 grand.
Well, let's just see how the chips have fallen for some of these teams with the bracket so far. As we said, we've already had some teams that are going through to Stage 3, but the teams now, they've dropped into the lower bracket here. Of course, we've got Team Yellow coming up against Antic, and now Vodafone Warriors coming up against Nutty. They're actually our two matches tonight. So this is, these teams still fighting for their life in the competition. Obviously, in this lower bracket, you lose, you're out.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing that we were talking about, obviously, is both these games can effectively be coin flips to a degree as well. Yellow and Antic, maybe a little bit more black and white in the sense that, Antic is a team that has a lot of firepower behind them. Yellow can be a little bit inconsistent, but also can show form from time to time. The big question mark is in that second game, obviously, later between Nutty and the Warriors, because both, again, we joked about it. You never know which version of each team you're going to get on the night. So both games could lean up to really be, 3 mappers. I would sort of run along, and keen to see who really can step up to the plate at this point in time, because consistency is very much key in the region, and we need to sort of see that from some of these teams.
Absolutely, consistency is everything. But let's just not dilly-dally too much. Let's jump into our first match. Let's take a look at how these teams are lining up. We'll take a look at, I believe, Team Yellow first. So this, of course, is a bit of a roster that has mixed and matched some players throughout. We've seen a few different versions of these guys throughout the season. They're just trying to, put together the remnants of what was, that 16-20 Kings roster we saw last season. Of course, Cheeseball, Cookie, and even Sunshine's coming through. And even tonight, we're seeing Forvent in as well. So, I don't know, I actually think bringing Forvent into the mix bolsters them somewhat, because he's quite a dynamic player.
Oh, Forvent was the man to watch effectively for myself in the previous season. You know, he was putting in awesome numbers. But there's a name there that I've actually not seen before, if that's throwing me off to the side. J-Rai, so
Jerry.
that'll be cool to see. Jerry, yeah, to see who, you know, what that sort of brings forward to us. But, you know, Cheeseball, household name, Cookie, the exact same. Sunshines was kind of the question mark in the previous season where he really did sort of show up and then, you know, kind of fell by the wayside a little bit. So overall, there's a lot of talent in this roster. And I definitely think, you know, yeah, really sort of more towards that Sunshines and Forvent. We can hope to see them step up with some good leadership from Cheeseball and experience from Cookie as well.
Yeah, it just seems as though, you know, the core three of Cheeseball, Cookie and Sunshines have been together throughout this entire season so far. And even last week, we saw Jerry alongside Viridian as a substitute as well.
I see.
So,
yeah, right.
Yeah, these guys, obviously last week, you know, they did enough to get themselves across the line and qualify for this stage. But yeah, as to which version, you know, we're going to see of them tonight. Forvent, if he, you know, fits back into this mix like he did with the 16-20 Kings roster, that'll actually be quite a potent combination. But let's not, you know, I guess, drag our feet too much. Let's take a look at their opposition tonight, Antic. These guys are a roster that, again, they made some changes in between seasons. I actually do believe that they have even had Mizzy substituting in for them for a bit. But now with, you know, Jinx in the mix here, I think these guys are back in probably one of their stronger forms. That being said, though, yeah, I was still quite impressed with Mizzy in that roster too.
Yeah, well, Mizzy's been doing some fantastic things. I almost feel like since he took a bit of a step away from Counter-Strike full time, I guess he's come in with some fresh legs, you know, from here and there. It's kind of like, you know, you don't have as much time sort of sweating it out. So whenever you come back, you can feel a little bit more loosey-goosey. So slotting into a roster like this, I think with already some good fundamentals behind him, it can always be easy. But yeah, Jinx, he's that guy that's sort of come back to the competitive esports fray. You know, he took a little bit of time off to finish off his doctorate, as far as I'm aware, and he's got that all sorted now. So he's very much back, and I'm hoping to see some, you know, regularity from him on this Antic roster. And alongside him, you know, Night Raid, someone who I've been watching, you know, on the AWP, looking really strong. So yeah, again, you know, Antic, I think a team who we don't always get to see the true power, but as time goes on, they are certainly starting to show off a little bit more when they do have that full five, that they can really fight up to the plate with some of the region's best.
Absolutely. No, they've even had, you know, Skull Hunter calling there, which was, you know, something that I wasn't familiar with for this roster for a while. But we've already picked out some key players tonight, and then we're going to be looking at them head-to-head. This, of course, is the Biocode Lab player head-to-head. Let's take a look at the two players that we've selected for tonight. Very similar roles here for these two players, of course, picking up the big green.
Yeah, exactly right. Cookie has been doing it for the longest time. Now it sort of feels like one of New Zealand's finest. I feel like it is always the Kiwis that really step up to the plate on the AWP. But Night Raid has been, you know, I guess one of more of those newer players who do believe was kind of hanging around that Dynasty roster for a little while, you know, has now sort of fallen his way into this Antic lineup with this core. And he's been looking really good. I think he's definitely had some moments where he's really sort of carried the team along. Will he improve? I definitely think he can. He's got the ceiling to do so. But Cookie has also kind of been that player when, you know, people aren't able to kind of step up. He really kind of drags the team along and can, you know, carry when it's required. Absolutely.
Even last week we were watching him play, and he was picking up frags left, right and centre, and also having, you know, maybe a second AWP as well in their mix with Viridian as well, was giving him a lot of freedom to do what he wanted as that primary AWP, and he was so instrumental for them. So I do agree with you there. Both these two players, I mean, depending on, you know, where that veto goes as well, are going to have a world of influence as well. But if you too would like to get your hands on some Biocode Lab, as Conky does, I believe you've got some right there. Make sure.
Don't mind me just having a little sippy sip, you know.
Of course, take your leave as needed, but if you want to get your hands on sub, make sure you just use the code LPL20 at the checkout for Biocode Lab. And I know a few of the other casters here have also been using their shakers. That's probably why they've been a little bit sharper this week. I don't know whether it's...
Yeah.
You know, they've been in
My
a
eyes
good mood.
are feeling real good right now as well, I'm pretty sure, you know, nice and clear.
Now, obviously, before we look at the veto here, head-to-head, where are you sort of sitting in this one in terms of where you feel this could go? Like, are you leaning more towards... Antic, or are you looking more towards this Team Yellow roster?
Yeah, Australian Counter-Strike has very much been the on paper versus what actually might happen on the evening statement as of late. So Antic, I think, realistically should be taking this one 2-0 if they want to kind of be taken a little bit more seriously as a team in that sense. Yellow is, kind of on the way out, I would say, from that actual roster remaining. I think they're just sort of playing out the season, then maybe looking to kind of shuffle their way around going forward and, looking for a fifth, looking for a fourth, whatever it might be. I've seen a few things sort of floating around on Twitter, but look, they'll obviously take this as seriously as possible. So I think in that opportunity, it's kind of a real statement match for Antic. If they roll out 2-0, they look nice and strong, because if they do look a little bit weaker, I kind of worry about how they'll look, if they, kind of only limp their way through and then move into the playoffs, where obviously Vertex and DGG have already qualified. So nothing against Yellow. I think they're a fantastic team and bunch of individuals, but Antic, given that they're, org back roster, they put in the time, lots of prac, and the new addition of Jinx, I really think they should be getting nice and strong to go at 2-0, but it'll all depend on those maps, which,
look at that.
Okay. Yeah, something fresh.
Yeah, look, obviously, like Vertigo coming in as the second map. A lot of teams have either, they've either picked it or they've banned it. That's it. Like they don't even float it, a lot of them. They're either, for it or against it, but they've bucked the trend of having overpasses like that third and final map, which is news to me. But I mean, obviously Dust 2, I feel as though always in these vetoes, someone is going to the middle of the map pool.
Yeah, for sure. But I think Yellow, it's very much it's a cheese ball thing, no matter what team he's on. Mirage, gone immediately. And understanding, Antic getting rid of Nuke. I'm sure they can actually play it, but it's always a kind of scary prospect, against some of those teams. Very, very, one-sided, obviously, if you don't have too many T-sided strats there. So I'm pretty happy with this overall. I definitely think, seeing the overpass bans have been interesting. Maybe they think, Antic's a little bit more comfortable on that one, so they've sort of moved around there. But overall, I think a decent veto and should be a bit of fun. I think we should get 3 maps. Ancient very much raises the question mark. If we end up there, surely Antic will be taking it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them play Ancient a few times before, and they're a roster that, have shown that they do like a bit of structure in the way they play. Obviously, as well, they floated overpass, but Yellow were all over that and, pretty much put that to rest. But it also bucks another trend as well, it's either Overpass or Inferno as that third map decider. So I think that's a really strong statement from the gates. But yeah, look, Team Yellow, I actually think the best chance in this series is on Dust 2. Obviously allowing, a player like Cookie with that AWP to really open things up. We saw some of their players really getting quite aggressive as well. The question is, for me, always has been around on that CT side for Yellow. Who is that B side anchor? Because Forvent was really strong in that position. But they've been playing Sunshines there recently, and that's probably where they've been a little bit more open. He never really looked comfortable in that position.
Yeah, because I was actually trying to think back. I've seen Forvent, when he sort of first came onto the radar for me a little bit. He had some really, really solid ones. Pretty sure there was a couple of high 30s to low 40 frag games. Pretty sure one of them was actually on that Dust 2 position. But playing the B-side anchor can be really, really challenging. Obviously, sort of, trying to be that solo hold, because if you get overwhelmed and, the Ts actually do make their way onto the site, they get that pick early. Say, for example, it's a one and done, and it gets traded out quickly. The rotation up from mid and A is so hard to break through the walls. B-side of Dust 2, very similar to B-side of Inferno, I reckon, can just be so hard to get back into it on a retake situation. So, that position has a whole lot of pressure, and I've got a lot of respect for the players who do play it. Think sort of back to Hats, obviously formerly from Greyhound. He would really try lock that one down, and either he looked red hot, or it would look like there's just a hole on the map. And I feel a lot of players don't want that pressure to kind of be thrown onto themselves. So I think for Sunshines, it's kind of a big statement if he will be taking that one up, because if he can hold on to that, I think it has a lot more weight in being able to feel the comfort there to what the viewer may regularly see.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I just want to gauge your thoughts on how much of Antic have you seen in terms of this season? Have you seen quite a lot of them? Because I certainly have across a couple different competitions.
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of them recently, and obviously, you know, I've been around the block with these guys for quite some time too. So I think Antic is really, really solid. And I think the real turn for me was kind of around that edition of Night Raid, because I believe it was Obzen, right, that got stepped down from that roster, and then they brought in Night Raid to replace him. So that was kind of a consistency thing. I always thought Obzen was really, really good, but maybe kind of didn't fit the team dynamic or the mold, because ever since, you know, they have really started to look a little bit more comfortable. And then now with Jinx, you know, kind of that experience, that level head, a little bit of overseas experience, I definitely think that kind of leans it up. But the question is, you know, with Jinx kind of stepping in and out of some of these games, you know, subbing in and out, is he really ready to come back full time? And that's a decision they've got to make. If he can't be there around for prac, if he can't be there to make all the official sort of thing, is the team going to, you know, really, really line up as that solid 5? So overall, definitely a team that is, you know, worthy of kind of like a, you know, I guess they'd sort of be sitting teetering around maybe the top 8 to top 6 at the region at the moment, maybe like almost lining up sort of around like your Rooster kind of thing. But with teams like Vertex and DGG really, really sort of soaring high lately, I think they just need to find a little bit more consistency and really put down the pressure on them.
Yeah, I'd put them in like the scope of one of those bubble teams that are sort of, you know, gatekeeping the rest of the rosters, because those 3 rosters you named, Rooster are always a roster that is contending and almost in some instances gatekeeping the rest of the teams from like the top 3 and 4 positions. But I actually feel as though right down to about, you know, the top 6 or 7 rosters, there's actually some really solid performers, and I'd put Antic as one of those teams that actually gatekeeping the rest of the other teams from getting in towards that top 7. So yeah, I think as far as, you know, what we've seen, they haven't had consistency as to which 5th they're using in the competition, whether it be Jinx, whether it be Mizzy. Both of those 2 players are either, you know, formerly you know, full-time CS players or not currently, depending on, you know, which tail end you catch them. But, you know, Mizzy, obviously one of those players as well, who was an IGL in his previous roster, which was that TGG roster. He looks so much more free when he's playing in this this Antic lineup than what we'd seen previously. And obviously, you know, Jinx is that old Masterminds link up with Skull Hunter from back in the day as well. So yeah, those guys do go way back, and I feel as though Skull Hunter really understands how to utilize Jinx quite a bit. So like, I guess fragging wise, they've looked really good with Mizzy. Structure wise, they've looked a lot better with Jinx as well. But yeah, it just depends on which you know, which version we get out of the gates as well. We are also just waiting on one player too, by the way. So they're pretty much got to, you know, pull up their socks quite quickly here. So this whole time we've been waiting on just one player to log in. So hopefully they can get that sorted here. But yeah, definitely looking like if Yellow do take this first map, I do believe we'll be going to all 3. I do think, though, across the course of these 3 maps, it's going to be Antic that should be the stronger roster. Therefore, yeah, I'm siding with those guys there, because, you know, these guys have got a lot of experience. Yellow do have a lot of experience. I guess the question had been for me previously, where was the firepower coming from? This roster with Forvin in it, if he's actually been having a lot of game time, I think he sort of answers that question a little bit, because previously they'd had a lot of chefs in the kitchen. I think there was like 3 IGLs on the roster at one point in time, one of which was a coach as well. So you know, they hadn't necessarily looked their strongest. I think they had Yellow as the coach, who was playing in the roster. They had Fiend and Cheeseball also on the roster as well.
Of course. My God, yeah, too many kicks, too many chefs. Absolutely, that's like, and the chefs that are very like very firm as well would happily yell at the kitchen hand kind of thing. So definitely, yeah, that would be a strugglesome one, because Cheeseball is very much like a ruler with an iron fist. I actually did play a season with them of I think it was LPL a little while ago, and yeah, he was a very, very firm ruler. But look, I got a lot of respect for him as a result of that. Like, any IGL is a very impressive person, especially when there's not like a heap of really kind of like spring immediately to mind leaders in the region. You know, there's only sort of a bit of a handful effectively. So the ones that have kind of stayed around, because like going back, I think that's an awesome point to sort of touch upon. Like Skull Hunter and Jinx especially, like we're going 4 or 5 years back that they used to sort of like play together. I think, Nighthawk was a part of that roster, even sort of going that far. And then Recons, I believe, joined the fray with them a little bit before it sort of started to push on. But like overall, like, the dynamic that some of these players have had. So you kind of see that when Jinx has decided to come back to competitive play, it's like, sweet, okay, you've already got that immediate relationship, like, that kind of, you don't need to build through that. You don't need to learn each other personally, that kind of thing. You just got that immediate like connection straight back into the server. So because going back, I think even they were they did a short stint when they were Genuine, I do believe it was, for a little bit, where they were over in Malaysia, I believe, and they did a brief run over in China for an Extremes Lane event a while ago, which we were over at, Jim. So yeah, that was like, Jesus.
And
really
that's ages
back
ago.
the years at that point. That was 3 years ago now, basically, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. So those guys go way back, and I just think you're right in that sense that like that's the kind of environment that if you're returning to play, you really want to have everything go your way, and if you can have things tailored to you as well, even better. So I think things bode really well structurally when Skull Hunter has picked up the reins here, and they've reintegrated Jinx into this roster. So definitely looking a solid version of themselves, but. This one player, he's just taking his sweet time.
Do you reckon it's a thing of like he's just gotten back from work or something like that and logging back in? That's most likely the case. So, look, anyway, it shouldn't be too far along. I always know that there's these kind of things that do happen, but yeah, should be a good game. So hopefully we can line it up in a minute.
Absolutely. But before we do, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with the match very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whano, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform.
Welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2. We have had a momentary pause there to allow one of the players to reconfigure things, get himself back into the server and ready for action. It's given us a bit of a respite too in terms of the pre-game there, Conky, but looks like we're ready to get underway shortly. Obviously, with Antic coming up against Team Yellow, it will be Dust 2 as the first map. I feel like I've introduced Dust 2 as the first map about 1,000 times.
Quite literally running all the way back to the time where you were even once a pro player, Jim. You know, we were talking today. I think someone said we're talking about having a Liquipedia page, and it's like, have you got a HLTV page? It's like, yeah, probably. You know, getting all
thankfully, like my career was dusted before we even got to this region being covered by HLTV. But either way, we're underway.
Listen, my first game I had to bloody verse like Sterling and Hazard, so that was always a little bit challenging. But we are indeed all the way out towards B, and it's going to be that B rush. Looks like Recons is actually the man that's holding down that B site solo for the time being. Sunshines will be able to pick one up, but it is traded out accordingly. So the advantage going the way of Yellow.
This is looking good for the CT side, though, right? Like, if you've got two players alive in upper dark, that's such a great retake potential. Cookie showing us how great a position that is for the CTs.
That round was like, I blinked for like half a second, and all of a sudden 4 of the members of Antic have gone down. So I guess we've had what you could kind of... Even the replay can't keep up with it. That's how quickly it went.
Yeah.
I guess you could call that an El Clasico Dust 2 pistol round.
Absolutely. Now just this jump spot to lower dark here from Cookie. It was so quick, I didn't even get to give Rockat the shout out with the Rocket Evo 7.1 Air Surround Sound RGB gaming headset. It's the next generation of headset today. It's available now, so make sure you check that out. Just like these frags are coming through thick and fast. Guys, we took a while to get into this, and now they're just not, slowing for nothing.
Yeah, how disrespectful, man. We can't even do our sponsor reads, bro, after waiting for you guys. That's fine.
The disrespect here.
Yeah. And I'm also just picking up as well. It looks like there actually may have been that change, and this is where we might have been lining up. Mizzy is in the server, so maybe we didn't get a wild jinx. Maybe there was a bit of a swap around. Mizzy coming home from work or something along those lines. But after the opening pick at least was found and traded, Mizzy, Night Raid, now Recons, all going down. So last left on to Skull Hunter. 5-7, not exactly the weapon you want from long A rather, but he does pick up the Deagle, and he will be able to at least find one. Forvint does get the trade out though, however. So AK's recovered. Happy days for Yellow, and now an eco inbound for Antic.
Cookie's looking sharp right out of the gates here, and I think that's a scary prospect for Antic. And to your point earlier too, I think that actually brings that level of firepower that we're used to seeing out of Antic as well with Mizzy. He's really one of those players that has been stepping up in the fragging department for them in his stint here. So let's just see how things shake down. But just USPs here. The P shooter up against the rifle. Reckons is about to get a bit silly, but I don't think anyone's even in his postcode.
No one around at all. Forvin just doing the right thing, cleaning out, making it nice and easy. So Sunshine's also playing that rotator, not allowing any of these frags to go down. Super important round for that, wanting to kind of really line up the economy as nicely as possible, using it to bolster out everything a little bit. So realistically, they walk away with 5 rifles here. That is a certainly good shout. Only 3 frags found on the side of Antic so far. There we go. Nice and clean. Jerry will be able to wrap that one up nice and easily. So Team Yellow, they're walking away pretty strong here, but obviously Antic is going to be diving in. It's Night Raid to pick up that AWP. Mizzy's not going to go for the secondary. Was an AWPer obviously once upon a time in a previous life, which is where he sort of first came into my eye shot as a player. Really looking impressive in those early days. But yeah, as of now, it's all going to be proof in the pudding to see if the Yellow can continue on from here. Jerry's actually going to be barreling out straight behind that one. They're going to have to fight for this long contest again. Jim and Skull Hunter, he'll do it very, very nicely. A reflash in, and that will send Yellow packing.
Perfect CT counterplay in that regard. But look at the pressure immediately out mid. Once they lose control along, you've got Yellow just trying to take control out of mid. Recognizing there's a shortage of CT somewhere, they try to get out mid, but nicely covered by Antic. Good readjustment there. It was a difficult crossfire to make work because both CTs were so separated on such deep angles, but they maintain player advantage.
Exactly kind of what you want to see nice and early from Team Yellow at this point in time. They've at least been able to sort of put the pressure down, but Antic responding well on this first gun round. Yellow obviously have the full upgrade into the next. They've got plenty of cash that they really stacked up from those last few. So as the defense is there, it is the double setup on the B site. Now spotted out. Mizzy gets the info. Still shouldering out. They are going to send a nade in. It does tickle a little bit onto Mizzy. That smoke should give them some additional time as well. But okay, Mizzy maybe dancing with the devil a little bit there, as Sunshines will get a response onto the spray.
Yeah, the pale moonlight shining strongly through that smoke. And, well, it's only a slight player advantage. Plenty of opportunity here for the T's as well. They'll be able to isolate the numbers advantage here at B. In fact, the gate has been opened wide for them. Night Raid from that car, though. That's a key frag. That makes things very difficult now for Yellow because they've got to walk out into this crossfire.
Yeah, Forvin got that one. Maybe all of a sudden you might have made a bit of a consideration, but it looks like Jerry, okay, we'll at least find one, but Damio is there to kind of close out. So look, at the end of the day, not exactly an awful round there from Antic. The weapons can be dropped over from both Damio and Skull Hunter, and the investment will be coming in nicely, whether or not they sort of shop around a couple of weapons, make sure they've got the full utility. But irrespective, it's all going to be A-OK. Damio's picked up the AK, and yeah, Antic, obviously, they do have to dip into the pockets a fair bit to ensure that they've got everything that they need. But for now, it's Cookie picking up that AWP, and oh, that's an importantly missed shot there. But still stuck just behind the white box there will be Damio, and he's actually going to be tagged down by Sunshine, so that's some good spatial awareness again. As Skullhunter's going to try and take a very, very naughty position as well, as the timing has been found. Cheeseball, is he going to be looking towards that position? He will be, but does get spotted, and Skullhunter walks away with a freebie.
Yeah, that's a good frag to take, given how, I guess, in the early instances there, Damio was just caught with no escape plan whatsoever. He was just sort of trapped there by the orb. Then you had the players floating into a lower dark. There was an easy opener, but the one-way here attempt is Night Raid going to be checking the edge of that smoke. I suspect he will be. It's going to fade any moment here, but they've hightailed it. They want to get back through into mid and rejoin each other. I mean, they've got no territory here, Yellow. They're going to have to just try and play a numbers game. Do they go straight for, you know, the A-long here where the bomb's hanging around, or they go back to B? It doesn't really seem as though they've got a clear plan. Both of them giving up territory.
Yeah. Well, it's always that really interesting thing, Jim, and you and me have been watching it for many, many years now, is just the complete change in direction. You know, it's all of a sudden like the team gets a gun round and, you know, the strategy kind of gets thrown by a little bit. Like in at least that third round where, you know, they knew they were up against pistols, but at least they sort of took some early long control. You know, they were able to trade each other out as they, you know, made their way up that position. But now all of a sudden they've got guns. It looks like it's just, okay, guys, let's default. Let's see what we can kind of find. And Antic aren't going to be thrown by that in any way, shape or form. You know, Skullhunter obviously pushing out to that, you know, through the doors position. He's kind of been floating in and out now, even playing a really kind of nasty off angle. He's also keen for some more. Is there even a flash from Cookie to send it out? Yes, there is, but they're just going to sort of sit and park and obviously, you know, saved up, no more time. Round's done. Skullhunter does kind of give away a little bit of information, but... yeah, I don't know. Just a very kind of lackluster round from Yellow. No direction at all.
Yeah, they chewed up so much time going all the way back through T-spawn. Both players in the last instance there. And they didn't really have a lot of time to work with in the beginning. But, yeah, we see them get off to a great start. But it has petered out a little bit since then, hasn't it? Oh, the double stack meets the double stack. And Cookie, well, he had the advantage there. He was parked up for way longer. And it's just a big exchange of util towards the long bedroom. So advantage now to Yellow. They've got middle of the map here. In fact, Damon needs to be careful. If he can get away now, that'd be great. But he gets 2. Can he get 3? No. That could have been a fantastic lot of kills.
Look at Mizzy.
But Mizzy's already taken
Straight
territory.
into tunnels, yeah. This is the thing, you know, just the disrespect that's being shown by Antic right now. Very confident, very happy to take position all around the map. Skullhunter's pushed long. He's found 2 as well. Spot and Sunshine's through. So even the fact that Yellow actually did manage to find that pick, there's just really sort of been nothing for it. Like an immediate response, Damio getting a couple of really, really nice frags. And yeah, Antic really sort of peeling away. So they lose the pistol, they lose up the force, and there wasn't really much shown by Antic in those first couple of rounds after a decimating start from Yellow, but they've had nothing really to show us ever since.
Yeah, it just feels as though when it's come to gun round time, they really have lacked quite a lot. But I love the, I guess, initiative shown on the CT side. Like when they knew that the duels were being taken, you had players pushing up a duck, you had players pushing long, taking territory. That's a cracking grenade. Didn't actually land on the mark where I thought it was, but they're going to go mid to B. Skullhunter's been caught, and are they going to continue to press towards B?
Great hold. Nice little flick there from Night Raid. There should be another one not too far away. Forvin is going to get the utility up, but doesn't reposition accordingly. Does he spot the man not down towards the bottom mid? I don't think so, but it's not going to matter. Cookie's only got the pistol, so it's A-OK. And Cheeseball just going to have a little bit of a walkabout here. Should go down very, very quickly. Mizzy will clear up. So at least they've done something, you know, finding obviously that opening pick onto Skullhunter. But yeah, as of now, you know, Yellow, again, just minimal sense of direction. I sort of feel like if they are kind of that dead team walking and, you know, not really sort of thinking too much about it, that's very much where you do have to just adopt, like, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do that. I'm going to try find a pick here. Or, you know, we should take this. We should just go back to basics, really, and, you know, just try and kind of enjoy the time at hand, really. So Cookie does go for the opening entry, but will be Molotov'd off for now. There is still a little bit of space inside that smoke, but now as Night Raid also looks to take control of mid, timing doesn't quite fare him. Jerry will be now moving in towards that lower tunnels position as he falls off.
That's just a series of like weird timings there. A little bit of tick damage from the Molotov onto Damio, but there's that mid smoke. That double door smoke is such a cheeky smoke. I had to burn one there to just keep Damio alive, but early exchanges not really favouring anybody. I did throw that one way for Cookie though to get out into that long push, but I actually just think he out-timed it anyway. They do have control along this, so that's good for Yellow. They've got themselves a good base of operations here for the rest of the round. But I guess it just depends on whether or not they do catch out Skull Hunter. He's taken a legging at long too.
Now they've got the info though, so Damio can actually have a bit of a spot down towards middle. Does in the end have to fall away. Gets one, but Forv in there happy with a couple. You know, that was the man that we kind of really kept their eyes on, and Cheeseball also finally off the board, but they've repositioned completely because the bomb dropped inside that lower tunnel's position. This actually could start to get really, really worrisome as we do get to see that pick from Night Raid, but already Sunshine's out on towards B. Skull Hunter has to pick up the speed, and he's going to be absolutely cheering in towards that lower tunnel's position, which is really the only option. Looks like we are going to have a member walking back, but now he's given away that information. Will flash his way out. Does spot one on towards the site, but as the flash goes in towards the tunnel, it's going to make it very, very hard for him right now. Sunshine's on the line, gets the close, and a much better round there from Yellow. You know, that's sort of exactly what I was talking about. Sunshine says, going to try and find some space over towards the B site, gets the opening, gets the closer as well, and then basically shuts the door out on the round. So the only good thing here for Yellow is that they have at least managed to do a little bit of damage, because now Antic have had to dip their hands all the way into the depths of the pockets, and they've got no savings left. So when rent's due next week, they better hope that they find a job in between.
Yeah, let's just hope that they don't need to dip into the kitty a little bit further, because there are no kits either. So if it goes to post plant, it's just Mizzy. That's it. That's all they've got. That's a perfect flash out mid. Damio on that orb has missed his chance. And now they're going to be punished for it too. So that's an orb gone down in mid. Look at this.
Yeah, a couple of rough shots.
Yellow are doing a great job of just splitting the map right now.
Definitely need some warming up at this point in time, but of course it is that first match of the day. Again, 2 best-of-3s this evening, of course. You know, elimination station as well in both of them. Only 2 teams going over to those playoffs, which will obviously occur over the course of the next 2 weeks. And given the fine form that we've been seeing from both DGG and Vertex, got to see a couple of the boys over the weekend. You know, it's almost a thing of like, whereas one point in time you'd think it's kind of free real estate for Vertex, but like DGG have really been stepping up. And then, you know, if we do get to see good form in, you know, either of, you know, the 2 teams that qualify from these 2 games tonight, it could be a very, very exciting kind of top 4 for this season of LPL Pro. Absolutely.
And for these guys now that are playing in this match, this is where they've got to get things right. They've got to find that form. There's obviously Antic are vying to be one of those teams right now. Skull Hunter under so much pressure here. He's just trying to stay alive. He's got 7 HP, and, well, timing might actually work out for him, because Night Raid's going to arrive on the scene perfectly. They're going to sandwich his remaining 2 Ts, but Sunshine's is also there at short. And it's now just Jerry in this 1v2, a Mac 10 to his name.
Mac 10. Yeah, not exactly the weapon you want to sort of find in that position, but I guess if he can get his way down on towards this ramp and actually have a little bit of a look over towards Mizzy, but okay. Mizzy cops the thing through the wall, but the Mac 10 can only shoot through paper, unfortunately, not bricks, so we do end up seeing old man Mizzy pick up the round. So very nicely done from Antic. It was a 4v4 situation that they recovered in quite nicely. You know, the opening couple of picks on the retake were found. They do get an AWP in the hands of Recons, but not quite that secondary look. And, you know, always, it's an interesting beast. Like, it's not often that you actually see the secondary AWP really kind of come up to play. You know, I think maybe over to, you know, occasionally like Greyhound on a Mirage or something like that, you might see Sicko and Ali fire up. Really strong, but it's not always a necessity, and very costly if it doesn't work out. But speaking of costs, they've invested, and Yellow do try at least get towards that position. There was some good damage dealt by Cheeseball, but now it's completely been denied. That's the thing, you know, if the B rush doesn't occur as a full sweep, you're kind of being picked off one by one.
Yeah, they opted to try and take their long spawn, you know, and taste the rainbow out long, but Cheeseball was the only one that beat that utility out. He had no support from there on in, so the Tech 9 over that distance, she ain't what she used to be. And, well, even now, Cookie's getting aggressed. That's the level of confidence you've got in Antic. And they need a good round here to stabilise their economy. The temptation from Yellow to buy in this, knowing that they'd caused a lot of economic damage in the previous, was huge. They did just opt to go with the Deagles and the pistols to try and give themselves a fighting chance into the next. But really, if they did decide to invest further, there was that sweet temptation.
So Sunshine's really just hoping for one frag, but it will be completely denied there. Night Raid has been pretty crucial in locking down that long position, playing from car, moving up towards site whenever necessary to try and keep them away from short. But look, realistically, Jim, Yellow's not too far behind. It's not really exactly a terrible position to be in. Sure, it is a little bit of a swing round on the side of Antic. They knock Yellow down from this one. They will have to at least fend on Eco, and they should obviously win out the half from there. But if Yellow can find this one and kind of start to put the pressure down on Antic a little bit, we still could see a swing of the half. And as we spoke about, if Yellow pick up Dust 2, we should realistically go to 3 maps. I just don't really see a particular world where Yellow do manage to walk away with Vertigo. I've seen Antic take Vertigo off some really, really solid teams in the region as well in some other competitions. So anything can happen. But look, at the end of the day, I just sort of feel like the only way that if Yellow wins this one, take out Dust 2, at least take us to Ancient, then maybe there's a chance. But, both maps, Vertigo and Ancient, a little bit more kind of structurally challenging to fight up against, I guess you could say. So it's really all eggs in the basket of Dust 2 here for them, and then hoping that they can find some form, at least on one of the maps that we sort of have later on. But overall, they are showing some decent signs of life for now, but we've got to see a little bit more.
Just playing with fate too, tempting Cookie at long doors. That's a duel you don't want to lose, Mizzy. As now it just keeps one player anchored on that B site at all times. But they do find some trades, so that's actually a nice swing of the pendulum in favour of Antic. But what do Yellow do? Their forces are split. You've got the distraction being thrown here at short, but they need to make it work here. And Damio posted up on that B platform. He knows something's up behind that smoke.
Hang on, I was about to say, at least he does manage to slip away with one, but, Sunshine's really, again, can be that ray of light for the team up to his namesake. But consistency is the key, as always. Now in a very, very awkward line, he's going to have to rely on Jerry to do a whole lot for him, and Jerry now actually might have to move in towards that double position, but he's going to be taken down. Okay, cheeky little quickscope there from Night Raid. I was about to say, if Jerry did manage to find that one, maybe push through the window, walk through the door afterwards, like a thief in the night, but it was good utility to get their way back in. At least sort of a one-and-done position there from Recons, and yeah, great shot there from Night Raid with a member moving out tunnels as well in Skull Hunter. So overall, another reasonably clean retake there from Antic. They are sort of feeling kind of chill, and I am wondering to see how they're actually going to look onto this T side when we do swap over the halves, because yeah, Antic are looking really strong.
They are, and I was about to comment too how strong Forvent was actually looking. Question marks over how much game time he'd had. That's a handy pick as well. With I'm loving this battle between Night Raid and Cookie. It's head-to-head.
Yeah.
But look at this CT aggression this round on the back of that pick.
Straight on in, full control, locked up, back against the wall for Yellow. Now really all the option is to reflash their way outside long, see if they can pick up anything. But as you've sort of seen, obviously, Antic have been able to reposition on the site nicely. So full control, no stress, no strain. Great flash at least to allow member into pit there almost. They have been held off for a second. Forvent not overly keen. Maybe potentially there could have actually been a member inside that pit, but they should get that info shortly. But at the end of the day, the lean and control that Skull Hunter has right now inside the tunnels means that he just doesn't have to do anything. 4 members of the team over Antic are going to be locking down towards this A site, and it is just going to be so hard to overwhelm. Night Raid, Crosshair trained on towards that long position, and there's the first. Forvent had to take a risk, and he just had to do it there. So now seeing another shoulder shot. Night Raid does get at least thrown off the line, but now it's just going to be these remaining members like Mizzy. He's going to be there to have a peek. Nice little flash, beautiful. And there's the round done.
Beautiful. Yeah, I really do admire the way that Antic have actually moved that AWP around as well. That made it really difficult for Yellow in the closing stages there. As you could see, they walked out on that line. They had no idea that there was an AWP also trained on along. So I was just trying to watch the numbers to see where they were shifting things around, and you could tell there was a bit of trepidation from Yellow in trying to get themselves out long. That's smoke gone begging. And CT, is it going to cost them? That's the question. Sunshine's just got that scout trying to make them pay, but they really hold up deep here. Look at Yellow expecting this aggression out of the CT side. The path along is blocked by Util. The Skull Hunter might have a field day here if they do decide to try and come through.
Ooh, great flash though, but he's going to be holding it. Okay. Recon's completely blind, doesn't need vision in any way, shape or form.
You take those.
And yeah, for sure. Even Skull Hunter, managing to do that early damage, just perfect spray control, locking down the position. Bomb's actually spilled out towards the long side as well. Sunshine's going to try fight the good fight, but Looks like Damio can force him away. And this is where they start to get really, really nasty. Is that a knife? 2?
No.
It is. So, Jim, this is where our Wednesday night ends up, my man.
I think that might be it, to be fair. I think that actually might be...
Close the door?
I think that might be the door shut. Because my question mark over these teams that are always, you know, like there's pending structural changes to the team. You always have a question mark over, are they going to show any grit when the going gets tough? And usually a lot of these teams do roll over. But, I mean, it goes really against the saying that, you know, a team that has got nothing to lose is actually one of the most dangerous teams. But right now, they're being knocked over a little bit too cheaply, I think, particularly on the T side of Dust 2. It's a good opener for them, though. Actually gives them a bit of option. And if they do opt to go toward mid to B, they can isolate Mizzy, but they're not pressing the button.
Well, I think it's just the thing of, Jim, like, you know, take the pressure off a little bit if you're yellow, play a little bit more loose, and there's $1,000 on the line at the bare minimum, right? You know, you're sort of moving along, 850 for that 4th place. There's cash as a result of this victory, so definitely think it's worth a good fight. Also noting that Forvint is now at 10 kills. He has to subscribe to me on Twitch. That's a nice little result there, so thank you, Forvint. Appreciate you. 2v4. So first real sort of convincing position that we've seen from Yellow in a couple of rounds now. They are going to send their way up towards short, but they'll have to be careful. I guess no AWP does make it a little bit less scary, but Skull Hunter now playing on that position up towards the ramp. He might be able to overwhelm something. Mizzy now looking to get into the spot as well. Great shot, Forvin. Really, really opening up this round. And now Mizzy, I mean, look, he might still try go for it. Obviously, second to last round in the half. He might just want to try to do some damage.
Yeah,
the money's still not great for Yellow, yeah, but overall...
okay.
No.
They're buying anyway.
Oh.
They're not going for it.
Interesting. That's a bold decision, Cotton. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Just want to preserve those stats. You talk about HLTV pages.
Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly. My rating's awful, by the way, 0.57. As I said, had to verse like a good Avant back maybe 3 years ago now. That was with like FAM and stuff, man. My God, that was really rolling back the years.
Was that the major qualifier Avant?
No, it was seasonal. I played season of another competition and the season of LPLP as well. We almost beat Paradox. That was my main claim to fame.
I was going to say, was that the version of Avant that was vying to qualify for the major?
Yes, it was. You are correct.
It's like the Hazard Sterling, APOC.
Correct. Yeah, and it was Jaira Soju, I think.
Yes, I think Soju might have been out though.
Yeah, and that was where we had Big Mate Baal on the $sign. So
Yep. That's his coaching claim to fame.
yeah, correct. That's what we love to put the coach in quotations. I've been there as well.
It's a role. It's a more of a hype man role. Oh,
yeah.
That's not good. Bit of a disastrous run there, bit of a bink, and then a molly.
Yeah, sometimes very important in especially games like this. You know, you sort of need someone to be your hype man, I suppose, at this point in time. And Jerry's doing just that. A couple of frags with the Galil.
Bit of Galil hype.
Look, because yeah, 6-9 ain't too bad. Like on a T half, like it's not great. You know, the music's not exactly perfect, but it could give you a little bit of a buzz.
Yeah, you could tell even in this round, like Yellow were all over the fact that Antic were probably going to push in player situations like this where they had a disadvantage. They would just post it up. Mizzy was all covered in lower dark, and even now the push through double doors from Night Raid is blocked at the pass. So not a bad half for Yellow in the end. It certainly looked a little bit more ominous at that 9-4 point because, you know, an 11-4 scoreline doesn't exactly give you confidence in what was your T side on Dust 2. You expected a little bit more production than that.
Maybe just avoiding the 11-4 curse. Zonix Law.
Everyone says that, but honestly, 8-7. 8-7.
8-7? Yeah, true. Yeah. Very much it's just like, you know, you lose that pistol and all of a sudden the mental can just go out the window.
I actually think 9-6 is probably more dangerous than 11-4.
All right. We'll have to see where it goes. You know, I do feel like Antic certainly let the finger off the trigger a little bit in those last few rounds, allowing Yellow to certainly push forward. But they do get into position. Cheeseball's going to be the first one to be felled as well. That P250 of Recons. And now they are straight up onto the side. Skull Hunter looking for the plant. Recons gets another. And he's looking to do some serious damage here. 2 members up short, already super aggressive. At least the bomb goes down now, so it's going to be a 3 on the 5 for the retake.
Oh, that's a good start, though. Cookie and Forvent starting to wreak havoc here as they start to progress towards the side. That's good from Skull Hunter. Brings back to 2v2, though. USP's over distance. Should have the advantage, but Sunshine's is looking for something.
Is there a kit? Yeah, that's what I think he was looking for. Maybe a kit, maybe an opportunity, but playing these long lines can just be so challenging. So Sunshine's going to try to find something on the exit, but if he hangs around for too long, he will go down. Izzy should be able to get away from that detonation as well. So Antic, they do at least get that 10-6 position, and you know, should be rolling on nicely with some SMGs, Galils. Investing in an AK always a bit of a risk at this point in time, especially if we do see them look to force in yellow, but it looks like it's just going to be that singular HE. So very interesting. Maybe just a bit of a long push and out the mid doors. Yeah, okay. They're just trying to get this round out of the way as quickly as possible. That nade might dunk too.
Yeah, that's some good return on investment. Well, Damio's not going to be the one to push. Actually, I figured it out. The ultimate Hoodoo scoreline was 7-0. The amount of games that like you're up 7-0 and you just start losing rounds for no reason and it ends up being an 8-7 scoreline, not in your favour. I can't count the amount of games that I've seen and experienced that have gone that way.
I think that actually does go a little while back too. It would have been a season of LPLP, pretty sure, or something similar. But I think it was like Vizard versus one of the older iterations of Greyhound, and they opened up really strong. And Vizard had like the first 6 rounds. It was the CT side of Mirage. They were looking, no, T side rather of Mirage, and it was looking fantastic. And then I think Dexter's brain just went, okay, I know what they're doing. And then it was a 16-6 immediately.
Yeah.
Not a single round found.
Sometimes you just get worked out.
Yeah, correct.
Well, I swear sometimes your economy and everything just like conspires against you. Events transpire, you lose a gun that you shouldn't have lost, like someone's trying to pick something up in and around. Ends up going pear-shaped. This long rush looks like it might be going pear-shaped for one of these two teams. Bit of a stalemate here. Skullhunter has got that MAC-10, but the grouping of Antic and Upper Dark here, just waiting on the call that the long push has been successful.
And they're straight out, so it does look like they're actually going to be lining their way up towards B instead. So knowing that Yellow have kind of forced them off that position. Skullhunter having a bit of a terror right now, 17-9, looking pretty solid overall. But now Yellow, it looks like they're actually taking a little bit of a further hand in that aggression, trying to get some information off the back of it, because if they can't rotate over, you know, send a member over towards mid, it is really kind of open territory for the side of Antic if they do make their way out there. But for now, it looks like rather they are leaving mid open a little bit more, happy to kind of slot their way and leave a double up defense on B. But fighting against 5 members out the T tunnels is going to be a bit of a challenge. Sunshines, though, has got the info, so surely we're going to see a call for a rotate over now and the action all on this B site, Jim.
Yeah, that flash catching Skullhunter, but now they're all locked up here. They're yet to get out. They're yet to find an entry, but that's a nice way to get in. And now the problem is they've got all the CTs there to try and contend, and they've got to get this bomb plant down. So you know the second that one of these players is trying to put that bomb down, they're going to be collapsed on. Mizzy's got to clear out Upper Dark.
Tunnels?
Yeah.
Oh!
Done.
That's rough. Back up against the wall, I suppose. Just having to see if he can find something, get a pick, maybe get back to the site. But nope, in the end, it is going to be a nice little recovery and response from Yellow. I love that double up on site from Forvin. You know, there was a bit of defense coming in. I believe it was Sunshine's trying to sort of assist whilst they did swing out the tunnels. So overall, you know, Yellow reacted very nicely, and they've done pretty good here. But I'm only just noticing, like, I always feel bad picking it up. Cheese ball, mate. Oh, he is having an absolute rough one.
It's blue cheese, if you
yeah. Hey, some people, hey, with that said, some people like blue cheese, okay?
That's true. It's definitely...
There's something out there for everyone. Bottom fragger, beautiful. We've all been there, Jim.
Yeah, we have. It's an IGL's role to be there.
Yeah. Is that what you sort of could have said back in the day?
No, I fragged.
Sorry, guys, I'm having a bad game. I gotta leave.
I fragged.
Gotta leave you guys going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even then, I don't subscribe to the excuse that an IGL, you know, doesn't have to frag. But
You're a good man, Jim. I know you only subscribe to twitch.tv/LPL_CSGO.
man, a few subscriptions. Oh, I don't know how Night gets away with that. It always looks...
Not a bad response, though,
vexing.
with the 2 MP9 kills.
Yeah, it's actually looking decent here for Yellow. Cookie's going to play that deep off angle too as well, the headshot angle. But the problem is, he's been headshot. They're still going to get this bomb to the site, though. So that means they're going to
Come on, Cheeseball. It's your moment. Moment to shine right now. There's one. Reload if he gets around it, maybe. No, okay. But that might have been enough, Jim. 20 seconds. But the rotation is an interesting one. They're sending their way all the way up towards top mid. Might be able to get out bedroom quickly. Have to cross the bomb. No smoke. They're going to actually run boost over. Forvint does drop. Okay, there we go. So, all right. Cheeseball's second frag of the game won them the round.
Yeah.
So, impact.
That's exactly. The impact rating has just gone up. But, unfortunately, what they didn't do was leave themselves with enough time in that round. So, they do let Yellow back in here because that's a bit of an economy dumpster fire for Antic. They've poured it all in. There's nothing left for them here. And I don't know, a bit of around the world. Swift mid to B. If they get a bomb plant here, if they can pilfer one, that would be optimal for them. In fact, they're going to get out mid, and no one's going to be able to spot that until now.
Yeah, they've left mid like very, very open, and this is going to be really scary now for Sunshines. I mean, they do at least manage to find a couple more. Cookie's going to force his way through, so there's something else for it at the very least. Recons does have the rifle, but no, all done. Done and dusted. Nice and easy. Well done from Sunshines there. Did get a little bit of a call from Concern, but at least finding that pick all the way from A-Long in the form of Cookie does mean that there is some solace. So, yeah, Yellow leaving mid open is working out for them here and there. It's not exactly been perfect, but Antic haven't kind of capitalized too hard on it. Maybe now, after throwing that round kind of by the by a little bit, getting some further information as to where they've been playing. But the bold peek towards long doesn't quite pay off. They do go for something, but it is going to be Cookie flashed off the line, sent back towards site, and I think Jerry's going to be joining him as well.
Yeah, don't want to get caught out of position there. Don't need to fight that. And it does hand Antic control of long, but are they going to be trying to mirror what Yellow or what Antic were doing on that CT side, Team Yellow? Are they going to try and push up a dark, for example, for info, as we saw Mizzy doing? They've opted for a very, very passive approach on the CT side. So, Sunshine's here, just dropping that smoke. So, that answers our pre-game question as well. Like, we were a little late to the party there, but Sunshine's just picking up that B anchor role. Obviously, Strong having Forvint on the rotate as well.
Absolutely. Two very, very sharp players in a role that does require a lot of importance. And now this is a very, very scary task. Cheeseball might actually be able to slot around it, but I think he's made the wise decision. Seeing 3 members pop up there in a second, but he's playing with fire here, doesn't know it. So they are going to walk on up. There's not going to be a single flash. It's just going to be a dry swing. Flash comes in late from Night Raid. And they do trade out accordingly. Great repositioning. Cookie up on towards the site. Jerry going to be doing the same now. That bomb has remained on short, so it hasn't fallen just yet, but that's a great pick there from Night Raid. Does get responded onto accordingly. I do think Damio is aware of the prospect. Jerry down towards Elevator, but they've spotted him now. Absolutely, I have. Now Damio's going to try and get back up towards this site position. Jerry does get a little bit excited there. Damio, though, a lot of work to do, and Sunshines will pick up the remaining pieces. So, yeah, Antic, look, this half's not looking too hot for them in any way, shape, or form. And as a result of it, like, I will kind of push down on the fact again, I don't think Yellow is doing anything overly special.
No, they're not.
Antic are just kind of flailing a little bit.
Yeah, they are honestly leaving a lot of wiggle room for Team Yellow to play with. So, also too, they're not making any of these opening exchanges favourable for themselves. In fact, this will be the change of the wind here.
Oh, Vin!
DME!
There he is! Cheeky fiver.
Yeah.
Not too bad at all. I was going to say, like, the Rush B was the first convincing round that we've seen from Antic all half, but Forvin apparently has a different answer for that. That's 20 kills, 2 subs, right?
Yeah, that's double sub for sure.
10 gifted.
And it also answers our question about him being in any sort of game form, match fitness as well.
Yeah.
Certainly stepping up to that. So obviously a bolster to the firepower for Team Yellow. And they draw back levels, so there we go. Reckons all over that lower dark push, knowing that the CT aggression may be getting a little bit out of hand. Does take a little bit of damage for his troubles, but Skull Hunter actually gets caught in mid with that CT push. Sunshine's just deciding to go unassisted, catching out Antic anyway. So, bit of a stalemate now, 4v4. And I mean, Reckons is in no good health here. So what do? They've left long open here, yellow. They've smoked off short. They're trying to channel Antic towards long if they can.
They just look so much more comfortable on this CT side, yellow. That molly, oh, Jerry's actually given himself up a little bit there. Thought it might have not gone as far, but Sunshine's, he is having a ripper game as well. 23 frags now picked up after that one. Now Cheeseball, important task. Will he spot the head of Reckons? He will, but Cheese isn't exactly feeling the most confident right now, so he's going to make the smart decision. I will admit that in heading back towards the short line. Reckons! Bad timing. Vin will be able to pick him up, but Night Raid does get the trade accordingly. Cheeseball has done the bold decision play of trying to get back up towards the short position, but Night Raid's looking fully aware of it. Will he hit the headshot? No, he won't. Very, very tight line to be playing there with an AWP, and now flashing himself off, getting back towards the site. Cheeseball doesn't really have much of the time to kind of do this, Jim. He's going to have to force the narrative. Has a flash, doesn't really have much else. Another missed shot from Night Raid, being given all the opportunities.
Oh, no.
All the opportunities indeed, but does he have the time?
No.
Doesn't have it. Oh, that is rough. I just have no idea what happened there, Jim. Like, Cheeseball made the right rotational decision, but Vin picked up a little bit too early, and now it means that kind of Antic got a free round there.
Yeah, they were just a little bit too split on the retake, unfortunately, and that, you know, as you said, was due to decisions being made not to regroup it more quickly. And it's not favourable to take the same retake angles, but I mean, I think, you know, speed is the essence there. So they do hand back a slight advantage now to Antic, but let's just see whether or not Yellow can overcome this. I mean, they're kind of running pretty low on utility, and it's only 20 seconds into the round, so didn't start with fantastic utility. And Sunshine, he's going to be able to deliver here under pressure. He's only good for one, but it's that 4-vent combo they have to watch out for.
Might be enough, though, in a way. They've at least been able to get 2 for 2 on the site. And with that extra frag picked up as well by Jerry, sort of does cut off the rotator a little bit. So now 3 members trying to make their way over towards that B site. Mizzy looking for an additional weapon, does manage to find the AK. Molotov goes down towards the window as well. So they are in decent positions here, Antic, but now Mizzy looks to kind of get a little bit further forward. Very much playing anti, knows the flash will be coming in for that retake soon. Reckons, again, already with 2 kills in the round. That's going to be a third, but he is quickly traded. Now all left on to Mizzy inside the smoke, heading through the door, but he's actually gone the wrong way. Cheeseball, he's absolutely stone cold in that stick, and he does get the job done. Cookie to swing out. And there we go, another one. Cheeseball really sort of picking up in these last couple of rounds with that impact there, making it work for his team. And yeah, this game was like 95% of the way Antics win, and they've just kind of tripped over and fallen into yellow.
Yeah.
And given them the last few rounds.
Just haven't been able to put that killer blow on their opposition. Like, and this is where we actually gave Antic credit in the pregame, was their ability to sort of, you know, really separate some of these teams that are sort of sitting below them from the top teams in the region. But right now they're really struggling to, I guess, put that nail in the coffin of their opposition. So back onto Pistols, and yeah, it's just in some of these rounds, just the lack of decisiveness is catching them. If it wasn't for, you know, heroics of individuals, they'd probably be behind the 8 ball right now.
I'll talk about a statistic in a minute, because it does look like we are going to be getting all the action again. But my God, this duo, like, they've had no success on the B side in any way, shape or form, Antic, because Forvin and Sunshines are just there every single step of the way. The money has been damaged at least, and hang on. Damio, plenty of work, but rather Reckons, but he does get taken in the end. Maybe potential moment for a little bit more brilliance there, but Yeah, overall, like, Forvent and Sunshines have just been really, really locking it down. 24 and 26 kills is certainly not something to laugh at in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And as a result, you would have thought potentially, Antic might be trying to send something a little bit more towards that A site, but no real early long control. We are finally going to be able to see that now, and this time they've actually left it up. Jerry's going to be moving very, very close. Does he have the time? He does indeed. Cookie will be able to get it and a second, but it is traded. Now this is where they really need to put the foot down on the accelerator and take that pace up towards the A site. But they pumped the brakes. The bomb's been dropped, and now they're just waiting for this rotation. Like, Antic looking super scared. They should know it would only be one member on this A site.
The problem is with no more long presence being shown, there's no incentive for the CTs to try and take shortcuts on the rotation. So this is just going to be a bit of a stalemate here between Sunshines and Reckons.
Just waiting. Bomb now does at least make its way up that long position. Sunshines are going to have a bit of a walkabout.
Ooh.
Doesn't have the crosshair in quite the right position. Reckons is going to be able to pick that one up. He has really been kind of the only signs of life in the last couple of rounds for Antic. Getting a few picks here and there. Top fragger on the team to take over Skull Hunter, who I don't actually think has managed to find a P-sided kill so far. Reckons does look for one, but Cheeseball has maybe potentially done enough. Forvent has been having a fantastic game. It's going to be barreling up short. Really good damage. Now he might be able to get the spot, but no. Night Raid has been really, really sharp with that AWP, and whilst Antic are still clinging to dear life, they're certainly being made to work for it here by Yellow.
Certainly are. Now, Yellow's going to have a sticky situation here with what they buy. You're going to have a few players that are going to have to just cop a short straw. And unfortunately, one of them's Forvent, so he's just going to go down to that 5-7. They're a little bit lacking in the utility department as well, so the question is, are they going to be able to contend with some faster strategy here out of Antic? Antic looks to have upped the pace, but Sunshines has already found a way through, so this change of pace is not working for them just yet. There we go. There's the
there
trade.
we go. Yeah, I was going to say, Sunshine's just throwing away the position. He's been playing that B-side anchor alongside Forvent, but maybe, given the fact Forvent's only kind of there with that 5-7, he's just going to sort of change it up, and Sunshine's just sprints his way up short. Does ultimately get taken down, but again, the advantage goes the way back of Yellow. Long, completely open. Damio with the AWP in hand. Night Raid happy to kind of walk along with the AK here. Mizzy as well. But yeah, what I was going to touch upon, it was like, just sort of thinking back, we've got Vertigo up next. Antic, with this exact roster, like with Mizzy in the play, they 16-5'd Vertex the other day on Vertigo, but then lost the next two maps 16-4, 16-6.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of really feeling, again, that conversation, the inconsistency, and that's why it sort of sits here going, geez, if they can't pick up this Dust 2 pick, whilst they might get Vertigo, we'll really have to see where Ancient lies, but good team over the board. Night Raid does get that entry in, and Damio another, so it is back to a 2-on-2.
Swiftly traded out, though. Now Cookie's actually going to try his luck, pushing the smoke. However, Mizzy's right there. Now has a 1v1, but Forvent.
Kind of nuts.
He's kind of just reconnected into the server, and it's like he never left.
Yeah, really, really sharp. Very, very nicely closed. He has been super reliable.
Man.
Look at that replay. Cheeky one
Crisp.
tap. Very, very crispy. It isn't like traditional sports, is it, Jim? How taking months and months off, you're going to be unfit, you're not going to be really feeling it, but Counter-Strike, you might be able to come back fresh as a daisy and start doing what Forvent is doing. And do see another long contest, but geez, Damio very shaky. That should not be allowed at all. Cookie finds Damio after getting the one. Now Jerry stuck inside the hit. Does get a reload. Skull Hunter will get the trade, and now again, that should be long control open, but Antic immediately, like, there has been no mid presence coming from Yellow at all in these last few rounds. But Antic, they just look like they're just pumping the brakes every single time. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just cannot tell why they're so fearful of this Yellow side.
I mean, both these two teams really have been staying away from mid. I'll be honest too. Like that frag from Damio onto Cheeseball, that was rubbish. Like just pure rubbish. But it got a little bit messy. And now, like the problem is because neither team have gotten aggressive in the early stages of the round. In mid, it does allow situations like this to unfold. That can go either one way. Like just this unchecked territory. I mean, I thought Forvent there was actually going to be a real pain for the late round here. But as they channel into B, this line from Sunshines, he's got no help.
See the hand though, but as a result, I think it's that right-eye peek from Night Raid where he does actually manage to get the spot. So yeah, Forvin's positioning was fantastic at the start, but now he might have potentially over-rotated. Mizzy back into the tunnel, great line. Forvin not going to be looking the right way, and there we go. You know, this is potentially Antic picking up where they exactly need to, and Cookie's just going to have to hightail it out of there. Immediately save, massive swing round. Worst time to be onto an eco here because they basically have to give up 15 unless they go for the force, which, I don't know. They're going to have, what, 1,900 in the bank or 1,400, I think it will actually be. So it's going to be a really, really rough prospect, force or save, irrespective.
Yeah, not a great situation to be in if you are yellow. And now the thing is too, like, they're going to have to do something that they really haven't done a lot of earlier, and that is try and make something happen with this orb, because this passive approach on the CT side hasn't really paid dividends. Skull Hunter won't find Cookie in the end. But are they going to throw caution into the wind here and take a maybe more aggressive approach here in mid on the CT side? They're not necessarily going to have the weapons to do so, though. But if they can rally around this orb, which they will have to, then that might be their best possible chance. But look at this, Antic. They're just like, yep, it's happening. Is that fast B smoke, is it going to go over the wall? No, it kind of just sat there in upper dark.
It was a nice effort. We did see it getting lined up very, very well, but that is going to be a nice opening pick there. Recon's getting the job done. And Night Raid also to follow nicely as well. So Bomb is going to get planted, and yeah, this is just not a good retake prospect at all. We've got Jerry up nice and close, so I think potentially, if Antic do oversell this a little bit, push a little bit too far, but Recon seems to be aware, but he does go down. Second bit of damage. That's not exactly what you want to see from Antic, but they've at least thrown off the scent. Yellow have completely fallen away, completely run away from it, and Antic are going to be finding 15 here, so I'm not going to say it, Jim, because I really don't think this game deserves it in any way, shape, or form, but yeah, Antic at least will find match point, or map point rather here. Yeah,
and the thing was, with Yellow buying into this, give themselves pretty much a similar buy situation heading into the next. So it's only really Cookie that might be able to drop something. Did Cheeseball manage to pick that up? No. So no bueno. No AK there at the end. And,
yeah, well, really, really rough here.
Yeah, rough drop.
So M4 is at least there for Forvin, which obviously, again, Wise, he has been the key member. Antic, again, sort of from what I've been seeing earlier, like really, really could have closed this one so much faster, but at least now they've gotten a bit of a wiggle on, trying to kind of break the narrative here a little bit. Jerry is pushed all the way up towards top mid. Not exactly the weapon you want to be doing it with, especially not when there is a cheeky little Recons making his way down low, as Night Raid's going to be ready for it as well. Great awareness, great positioning. Cookie was watching lower dark, but I think Recon's sort of straight on that line as well. So that very much opens it up here, Jim. Yellow have got a hard lean over towards the B site. They should be able to gather a little bit of that further information here. Night Raid, who's almost on a cheeky 30 himself as well. Yeah, good positioning. They'll be able to find their way up towards A in just a minute. And realistically, unless we see some serious heroics coming out from Yellow, this should be game done.
Should be. They've left long open. So that really just swings things heavily in favour of Antic. Oh, Cookie misses that shot, and he will burn. That's full control of the A-bomb site. And I think this might be the last domino to fall.
Mizzy, I'll spot out Cheeseball. Recon's also there holding. Both the other members are rotating over. Forvin also not exactly in the best position either. There is a member CT looking to lock this one down. Damio will find him. Great shot at least there from Forvin, but he does have to reposition accordingly. Further damage dealt, but there we go. Mizzy is going to be able to close it out. And yeah, very... Oh, look, I don't want to say bad, but it was an interesting game for sure. Like, I definitely feel like there was some good moments, but both teams, it was kind of a bit of a hitting each other with a wet pool noodle affair for a little bit. So we do get to see Antic close it out, which again, I definitely think they should have been doing that a little bit earlier. But at least we did get to see some moments of brilliance from Forvin and of course Sunshines as well.
Yeah, there was, as we said in the pre-game, there was question marks over what was going to happen with the reintegration of Forvin. I actually think he sort of seamlessly slotted right into Yellow's plans and actually also provided them with another avenue of firepower, which leading into this, I guess the question mark was over where that firepower was needed. So they've been able to just bridge that gap against Antic, and this match was, I guess, a really good warm-up for all of these players. It's always that question, first game of the day, who's going to be hot out of the gates, who's going to make the most of that start. But, as far as these two teams are concerned, the cobwebs have been blown out here with a 16-14 affair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's still some more opportunity to go. Vertigo is going to be a really, really tough one for Team Yellow overall, I think. But look, at least there was some signs of life. If I was them, it would just be very much a thing of, look, guys, let's have fun with it. Let's enjoy ourselves. And maybe they'll take us to a map 3.
Well, we're going to go to map 2 after the break, which will be Vertigo. Don't go anywhere. Dust 2. We're now heading to a Vertigo map, which is going to be the pick of Antic. Now, I didn't think we were going to be in the realms of closeness that we were on map number 1.
Nah, neither did I, to be honest. Like 16-14, as I sort of said, like I don't feel like that game kind of really deserved that scoreline, really, because it was just very much a thing of like, and Yellow had a really, really nice start. Then Antic really kind of stabilized. We're looking really strong through and through. And then as we sort of got to the latter stages of the half, I saw that Yellow kind of picked up a little bit. But then the second we flipped, it was like a switch just sort of changed. And Yellow felt way more loose, way more confident on their CT side. But at the exact same time, I don't feel like they were doing anything overly special. It sort of felt like Antic were the one really not showing up to the play. And then maybe when the scoreline got a little bit closer, they were sitting down, what was it, like 13-12 or something? Okay, let's close this one out now. And they managed to sort of bring it back. Very narrow gap that they had to kind of thread the needle there to win it out 16-14. I didn't say the word overtime, Jim, and we didn't get one. So it's definitely proven in the pudding here that we only get it if we say it, all right? So I'm glad we didn't.
That's taboo. Like, that word is just taboo. It's like,
literally,
saying
just
Macbeth
don't say it
in the theatre. Like, you just don't do it, right? Like, but no, as I said, the map itself was like, a lot of those rounds weren't the traditional, like when you have matches that are that close and you've got teams that are playing this really brawling style of CS, they can get really like weird in the mid to late round. Honestly, a lot of those those rounds were coming down to like 2v2s, 3v3 sort of situations as they made their opening early exchanges. It wasn't like this 1-for-1 sort of weird trading out that you sometimes find in these sort of situations. But yeah, I'll be honest and say that this version of Yellow that's come out tonight actually looking quite dangerous. And if Antic aren't on their A game here, and I know they've had some good results on Vertigo, they could be stunned a little.
Well, how many games have you seen, Jim, where like, 2 individuals or 3 individuals can really just kind of drag their team through the mud, right? Like, it doesn't always need to be a full sting operation kind of thing where all 5 players are really, really stepping up to the plate, especially not so much on those maps like Dust 2, where there is a bit more space, a little bit more room for some puggy style. Vertigo has a bit of a mix and match of those vibes, I guess you could say. Like, I've seen games where it's just absolutely crazy, like, Rooster, for example, a really, really solid team on a map like Vertigo where they can just adopt this kind of very loose play style. But at the exact same merit, you see the top teams really duking it out, like the Encore Greyhound kind of matchup we've got going on right now. Encore actually still continue to take that from Greyhound most of the time. So two very experienced teams really duking it out sort of thing. So on paper right now, what we should be expecting to see is, again, Antic walking away with this one. Very, very solid. We've seen good evidence from them on this map over the last couple of weeks, but will it happen? Will it blend? That's the question, of course.
Just throw the 8 ball straight in a blender, see if it'll actually go the way that you think it will. You need a really good blender for that too, by the way. But yeah, I actually agree. Like, if you want to be one of these teams, as in Antic's position, that are vying for those top and pushing those top teams, you have to be really proficient on either Nuke or Vertigo. Actually, both, as far as this region's concerned. Like, there are top teams that regularly pull these maps out in these sort of best of 3 scenarios, and teams really do struggle to get anywhere in terms of results if they actually don't have these maps in their map pool. And I actually think leading on from that, this is where Yellow might struggle a little bit. If we were maybe more toward the middle of the map pool, maybe say, an Inferno came out a little bit earlier on, something like that. I actually think, from what we'd seen on Dust 2, I thought maybe, there was a follow-on effect from Dust 2 that might have bled on to Inferno. Having Antic close that map out and actually do a decent job of doing it, I think they are probably now heading onto their map pick a little bit more confident, despite the fact it was a 16-14, but the fact that they were able to just rally, get the job done in the end there, they should be walking into this map a little bit more confident. But as we saw before, the level of confidence coming out of Yellow is just this, it's like a nonchalant approach to CS. It's been when they've been looking their most dangerous. When they play loose, they play fast. It seems to upset Antic. That can work on Vertigo.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they were expecting sort of any kind of pressure there, and that's really what you can see on the start. I think it was like the last 2 or 3 rounds of Antic's CT side, rather. They kind of got abused a little bit, and I sort of thought that's when we could have been, you know, running out to that 11-4 half scoreline, but it ended up being 9-6. Yellow definitely sort of, you know, pushed at some certain positions, but yeah, overall, I think it's. I was actually just going to very quickly touch on that point about some of the maps, right? Like, do you remember back a little while ago when it was like Nuke? No one would play Nuke because it was the old Chiefs that were like really good at it. I feel like Vertigo almost kind of became the same as that. Like, as the maps kind of develop, as the meta goes through, and you know, sort of things come in and out of the map pool, teams try to find new maps to kind of adopt, and you know, you do still to this day get the occasional middle of the map pool Inferno, Dust 2, Mirage, but at least some teams, especially around this like league of players that we're dealing with right now, they're at least trying to find some sort of different positions. So I think Vertigo is really one of those ones where you can be very, very punishing, you can dominate, and that's again exactly where we need to see Antic fly. Like, it's never even a thing of like, you know, putting down a team like Yellow or anything like that. It's just like when you're a team that's kind of not pracking, not putting in the same level of effort, instead of showing up, you know, 6 p.m. each night into the server, doing your scrims and whatnot. If you're doing that and you're really sort of working hard together to try to find it, and you want to be a team that's going to be taking down some of these other giants that we have in the competition, like Vertex and DGG, like that's already like the grand final pick in my mind already. Yeah. But like, they are winnable, you know, they are beatable teams on the right day. But as we've sort of seen from other competitions, like, you know, Vertex obviously taking down some serious competition to qualify for an international event, you know, and DGG's also been putting in some really good signs ever since they've had like Ketibor as coach and picked up Haypok Dud. So yeah, Antic, like, if they can't overcome these hurdles, like, questions sort of got to be asked a little bit. But again, always going to give them the benefit of the doubt, trying to find that consistency on the fifth.
Seem to be one of those teams that, you know, like Antic, that is, that have, this group of players have sort of lost a player, you know, in that lead up, in that build up. Like, they've been on the verge of being a great roster, like whether it be Bizarre or something like that, as previous iterations, they've lost a player. But this is probably their best chance now to try and make a real go of it. Vertigo being their map pick, it is going to be a cracking map for them. Now, I do believe we are going to be, at least in this instance here, the match isn't going to go like starting blistering, of blistering speed like it was the last time. So, in this time, please make sure that you do check out the Rockout Burst Pro Air. It is the lightweight optical wireless gaming mouse, the RGB gaming mouse, and it's also available now too. And I believe it will increase your fragging power to be in that 10 range, so you too can sub to Conky.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Love it. Thank you to the players for having a little bit of a slower start till we could slot that one in there. Very, very nice of you in the as opposed to the previous B rush. But straight into mid, I do like Sunshine's position. He's been supported into there. It's actually a very, very sort of heavy lean in towards this mid area. Are they even going to clear it? They will. A little bit rough, and now every single bit of the setup has been completely kind of shut down and overwhelmed here. This time by Antic, of course, who are making their money moves, but Vint has some position. Happy to do a little bit about it, but of course, Skull Hunter will be able to get that trade out, so it's a 1v2, obviously in favor of Antic here. Are they going to be able to lock out this pistol?
Has anybody seen Forvin and peak NIP Dennis in the same room? Like,
he was the guy that got that crazy
Cash, like,
cash, right? Yeah, on B side. Yeah, that's the one.
Just like similar headshots to that, but Jerry's got to try and replicate that right now, and I just think it's a bit of a stretch. So good round from Antic, very well structured. Mid flash was a little bit late, but they'd already dismantled the mid stack by then.
Yeah, it was a good setup. Like, I think in practice, really, really nice, but Antic, you know, just going for the slow walk. They didn't try to sort of rush their way through. So we had one member of Yellow playing anti-flash, and yeah, it didn't really quite line up there. So we're just going to see the default A ramp smoke be thrown down by Cheeseball, as a couple of members of Antic are going to wander their way down towards this A ramp. Very much a typical kind of play here. But as opposed to Dust 2, the pistols on a map like Vertigo can be very, very punishing on that second round. So Antic do have to play all their cards right. They do have the old 3 Galil setup, a Mac 10 for Skull, who usually is at the helm, even in that IGL position. Damio, the one to pick up the AK. So enough to kind of get the job done, but again, they have to definitely cross their T's and dot their I's here in this round.
Yeah, a little bit more of a slower pace too. They don't want to make a mistake and overcommit numbers to a stack site, so a bit more info gathering to be done here. Just a passive, you know, B stairs. It's a great flash.
Great flash.
Forward. Charging 5-7. What can you do against that?
Not much at all. Little trickle flash. It was very, very nice to see. Jerry also does try to do a little bit of damage. Now starting to get a little bit more challenging from this kind of long line with the 5-7 Cookie. We'll see what he can do. But the rest of the team has actually already rotated over here, Jim. So there's a fair few players that are very much ready to rock and roll and try to fight this defense. And there will be some damage dealt onto Forvint. But 30 seconds. Realistically now it's just about how long can you try and defend this bomb plan. Didn't know that you could actually wallbang out one with a 5-7, but Skull Hunter's been forced away. Damio and Skull and Night Raid all very, very low now in this position. So that does leave Yellow where they can sort of start to really push back on this 4v4. All members really heading out now. Forvint down towards the side lane. Does get destroyed by Recons as a hold, but good response from Cheeseball. Cookie gets another. Skull Hunter, though, holding on. And it is the veteran in Skull Hunter to keep it as clean as possible. Antic walk away with 2. And Yellow's forced by Antics have been punished. So for now, Antic are going to walk away with likely that 3rd round. Yellow will have to wait a little while longer. But at least we do get to see Antic straight out of the gate, nice and early here on Vertigo.
Yellow getting some great value out of those pistols that they bought. Unfortunately, though, there's the rest of the investment to consider as well. So, they have to take a break from purchasing the click frenzy. But just on to 5-7 PT50 ensemble here. They can do some damage with it, but Antic nice and slow here, grouping up. You've got obviously 4 players here towards this B stairs, and then you've just got like the solo, A ramp anchor, just checking things out. But this shouldn't be as expensive for Antic as the previous. They should be walking into a relatively free site here. But all that commotion has actually caused the CTs to pour into this site. The Galil should make short work of them though.
Two kills is already a pretty big play, though, in this position. Recon's able to sort of hold on a little bit longer. It's not exactly going to be too much of a problem for the Antic side. They've still got the AKs in hand. Mac 10, really all Jerry can kind of throw his way in with. Hope to potentially take down Recons here. Night Raid also pretty up close and personal. Good damage in onto Skull Hunter, but Cookie very much playing the exit, so really hoping to just pick up a potential rifle, something like that. And I think he actually might have a very, very free Skull Hunter here. Does make it a little bit scary, but gets the job done. So if he can hold on to this weapon, that would be absolutely fantastic. Glock comes out, and we wait. It's okay. He gets it. He saves it. And Cookie might actually want to invest into that AWP as well. So it's all going to work out on Team Yellow for their first gun round.
Yeah, the AK is going to be super handy for them, but they're not going to opt for the AWP. Cookie's just going to try and take the cash as best he can, but I thought that grenade was going to do a little bit more damage in the end.
Yeah.
He just had a bit more of a custard arm than I thought he possessed. Just didn't quite find the depth that he needed, but early aggression, straight on that A ramp. No progression on the back of the utility though, so smokes are there. Cheeseball's trying to get cheeky and play around them. Doesn't want to stick around for too long though. The flash was not optimal.
It is so funny, isn't it? Like, seeing it happen from time to time, even in the absolute toppest of top tier. The old team flash in to try and get in accordingly.
Someone always gets too eager.
The comm is just, I'm blind.
Yep, cancel. Oh, there we go. Skull Hunter thought he was good for 2 here, but there's no trade potential. Or is there? Jerry just stuck around for too long.
Very nicely done. Cheeseball will just marginally miss sort of that molly over towards CT, but seems like still very much so Antic are kind of giving a lot of respect here to Team Yellow. Sunshines will be held at bay by Recons. Now Cheeseball looking to reposition accordingly. One member is down towards the side lane. That'll be Damio. But Night Raid also looking for a little bit of a swing, and he will get the ding as well. Forvint does some damage, and this damage could be really, really nice. He pulls out the USP, but Night Raid is actually going to wait around a little bit until Sunshine's peeks around. So it does go back down to that 2-on-2. Bomb recoverable will get taken. Recon's now looking to get that plant on in. And Sunshine's very much creeping in here. It was the 2 gym that we've been talking about basically all that previous map in Forvint and Sunshine's Haven't done too much just yet, but it still is very much early days now. Forvent onto the defusal, and that could just very much be it. Recon soul snapping, and the body block. Very, very nicely done from that duo. They managed to push the bullets back, and Recons can't do it all. And ultimately, was that a 4v2?
Yeah, that was a little bit less than what Antic would have wanted out of that round after having such a heavy player advantage, and particularly heading into the post plant as well. But it really does seem as though this this duo of, you know, Forvent and Sunshines, you know, the two players that are banding together to play these small sites are really looking quite dangerous in the retake. I think, you know, it's one thing to have a good site combo, but for that site combo to have the coordination in retaking the other site, that really does give an extra feather to their cap. Bit of pressure here in mid though. They've had a bit of success here, Antic, so they're going to look to try and exploit mid once again with numbers.
Nade off the top. Molotov does go down. Cheeseball should be felled, however. So it's not really going to do a whole lot. Good response as well from Recons. Forvent getting traded out. Very, very big for them. Because already, with all this position that they've actually managed to find, at least until Damio went down there, I was going to say, like, you could already start to kind of backpedal there from that position if you're Team Yellow, but now back into a 3-on-3. Very, very winnable in the position until Sunshines goes down there. Now it does start to certainly kind of lose the opportunities, and you can see immediately Cookie, Jerry, they've got one kit, but that's really it. You know, so hard to kind of make your way back in with an AWP. So as quickly as Yellow were able to strike back in the 4v2, Antic will be able to pick up their fourth round here, forcing Yellow into a save.
Not really a lot left for them, is there, if they stick around? Doesn't even look like the exits are going that way, so as far as they're concerned, Yellow want to try and hold on to these weapons. Obviously, have that AWP on Cookie, gives them a, you know, quite a few options into the next round, but what I'm liking from Antic is that change of pace, the change of direction as well, recognizing that they had a potential path through mid by a previous success, and just going straight into that. And Yellow, well, they weren't suspecting that. They weren't, you know, ready for it. So it's just these little tweaks that Antic are making along the way that's just giving them, you know, a clear advantage here. And this force buy in around from Yellow, well, Cookie's already been caught out, so the AWP's factored out entirely now.
Trying to hold on here for as long as possible. Jerry does actually burn down a little bit in the process as well.
One tick.
Yeah. Very, very big. But also Forvent, I was going to say, he did try to find his way down that B ramp in the process, as you could see from the minimap, but ultimately he has gone the wrong way. Night Raid also looking for, I think that was a molly that was actually slotted down in that gap, but won't be able to quite pick it up for now. Yeah, look, I don't know, a little bit kind of overzealous here, some of the members of Team Yellow. Jerry in position, will be able to at least lock one down. Did they get the info there? That's the question. Two members in the side lane. They are still trying to fight the good fight up towards B, but I think it might be worth for them to just hightail it out of there. They know B is free. Only two members left. Jerry is going to be punished, and that leaves it all on the Cheeseball. So at least now they've got B control, they've got the side, and they can send that bomb all the way over. So nice and easy from here. Cheeseball, not really a whole lot he can do, and it literally might just be, again, the fight to try and save. But as you can probably see, we'll expect Mizzy to go for a bit of a hunt here.
Yeah, Mizzy's got the cash to do so. For the moment, Cheeseball's just trying to hold on to that rifle. Well, might get timed here. Sees the arm of Damio. Damio's just going to try and keep him there as long as possible to allow some support to come through and make sure that Cheeseball does not get away. Oh. Doesn't quite get the transfer though, but more importantly for Antic, they remove all weapons out of play. There was an AWP on offer too, if you know, Cheeseball was able to stick around long enough and recover that from Cookie, but not to be the case. To take absolutely nothing from it. So Yellow have to go back to the drawing board. Just pistols for them, some armor this round, just trying to get everybody on the same page economically. This is tough on the CT side. So already Antic looking far better on their map pick T side.
Utility up, just trying to clear out the little cubby. They will be boosting into position as well. Looks like Vin already having a bit of a look. Did actually get that tick onto the molly as well, so info gathered. But unfortunately, when missing a couple of deagle shots, sometimes you only have a little minute to capitalize, and ultimately down that's Night Raid very much pushing forward. He actually will line up a couple here. Good damage onto Jerry as well. And once again, we see Cookie, unfortunately, a long way from home. Night Raid gets the triplet. And yeah, this is much more clean and concise Counter-Strike coming out from Antic. Yellow haven't really shown us too many times signs of brilliance, I guess you could say. And the only round that was actually won, Jim, was that 4-Vint Sunshine's 2v4. So overall, Antic have been very, very clean with it. This is obviously only an eco, so you're not really going to stress out about it too much. But whatever Antic have been doing, they've completely changed the pace of this one, and they want to close it out 2-0 nice and quick.
Yeah, they've got that T side. They control the pace. They control the spice. They control the universe. And so as far as they're concerned now, they're going to just try and maximize what they can. They will have to contend with a full buy coming out of Yellow this round, though. That money bonus really is up there with, you know, having taken the eco in the last round too. So that progression utility so far from them has been quite good. They've been able to get themselves up that ramp when needed. They've factored out Cookie's AWP quite a bit already. So, you know, already the protocols on this map are not boding well for the way that Yellow are trying to play around it. They're playing a very default way of playing Vertigo, and even now, like, Antic have gone back towards this, you know, mid-presence, heavy mid-presence. But actually, they've moved that AWP of Cookie in here along with Sunshine's too, so this could get dangerous. Is anyone...
Okay. That was really funny. Just sort of run straight out. Yeah, confident. Sunshine's shoots, but doesn't click up. So, yeah, look, poor Yellow, I don't know, they just don't seem to be kind of on the same page as each other at this point in time. But Antic have just, yeah, completely changed it up. And this sort of really is where it does line up to show that they are a super, super strong Vertigo team, exactly as I was mentioning. But you can't be a one-map wonder. You know, if you're able to take this map as dominantly off some of the best teams in the region, you got to be doing it on other maps as well and line up that information accordingly. So 7-1, literally not much to be shown from Yellow at all. They just play the poor CT economy dance, Jim, which we know so very, very well, just barely being able to buy, kind of constantly stuck into this quasi-save position. Recon's going to get taken down, and Cheeseball, he will live, but it's only by the skin of his teeth here. So Antic walk away with 7. Money isn't even good enough for a reinvestment. It'll just be some pistols, light armor, and maybe if Sunshine wants to be bold, but probably wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, just a FAMAS.
Yeah, what we're not seeing out of Yellow too is that same, you know, level of production in frags. As you know, Sunshine's here is just trying to take a bit of a different angle, and Night Raid's sort of you know, got some support this time. They're going to check that angle though. Oh, Sunshine's finds 2, so finally, you know, a player advantage going the way of Team Yellow here in the early stages. Hasn't really felt as though they've been able to get off the ground like that, but this might be their best chance.
First real opportunity. Sort of gifted to them on a silver platter by Sunshines once more. Cookie yet to be spotted out. Does get that info away, but now has to capitalize on the shot. And I think Damio's happy to just kind of walk out of there for now. He will ultimately reposition down towards the bottom of the ramp, but as they do that, Skull Hunter does equalize. Ooh. And Cookie, okay, he was looking a little bit messy there, shaky, but he does end up connecting on the shot, picks up the AK. And yeah, Jim, this really is the sort of most convincing round that we've had so far, where they've held the advantage, haven't had to fight from behind. And now as they do start to make their way out mid, they do get very, very bold there, and they really didn't need to give up that opportunity, did they? No. No need to retake
Cookie
that. Now, oh, 1v2 might be a bit too hard for him. No Kevlar.
They didn't need to go through that smoke. They had player advantage. Like, the bomb's not down. Bit of a silly mistake there, and it's really cost them. Well, a series of silly mistakes, I'd say, because 2 of them went through.
Cookie in position to potentially do something, but Skull Hunter was sitting still over there on the hump. So, yeah, this is Antic continuing their tear. Early advantage given away. And Yellow, yeah, really sort of shoot themselves in the foot there in that round. They do get the full investment, finally do get to see the AWP coming up.
Double AWP.
And 4-Vint is going to be picking up one as well. So that is a interesting sort of play that I haven't really expected to see, but he looks like he is going to be going towards... I was hoping he was going to go for the Chaos drop there, but he's just going to sit back on the side accordingly.
It's not a bad option, actually, when you know... I mean, Antic, you're going to be expecting an AWP. The progression utility has been quite effective, and, well, there's your, you know, the first showing of that AWP over at the B site. So...
At least he does get one.
Ooh.
And then legged back. Was that another
Legging.
leg from Mizzy? I think it was back and forth.
Mutual legging.
Okay. Yeah, mutual legging, exactly. With respect.
Yep.
A
Respectfully
firm
legging.
handshake, yeah, that's it. But now look, okay. I'm a believer right now in the 4-Vin AWP supremacy. He's picked up 2. Locked down his B side. He's done his job for the round so far, Jim. And now it's a 4v3 trying to lock it down with a very, very passive route on the A side.
Yeah. I'm really backing in this this B presence here, but you can just see they were ready to rotate to B if needed. That's given a lot of space here for this first layer of utility from Antic in this post plant. But Yellow, they do have a full belt of utility here to work with. This is, you know, a pretty good ensemble, but they've got to get going now as that time is starting to tick. So around, you know, 20 seconds left to work with before this bomb goes off.
I like this from Skullhunter, very, very bold as well. But 4-Vin, that's a 3. He's an absolutely stellar night tonight. And a bit of a spray transfer from Recons. Here we go. That's absolutely beautiful. But 4-Vin's going to be able to take him down, but I don't think they have time.
No.
Oh, 4-Vin, you poor soul. You poor bugger. 4 kills and a lost round. That's sort of one of those ones where you go, I can only do so much.
Unfortunately, he comes up short. He needed to be 5-Vin.
Yeah. Oh, man. That is a feels bad man moment, but
What can
look,
you do?
any kill for 4-Vin is another gifted, so
Problem.
so we can really hope for at this point.
Yeah, the problem here now too is for Yellow. They've found potentially what the secret source is, but it's likely they're not going to have the money to run it again in this half, that double AWP setup. So yeah, like even now, the rebuy in, they've sort of scraped the bottom of the barrel. Oh, Jerry. What's going on here?
Here's the flash, but doesn't quite work out. Trying to get in down towards the ramp. Like, Yellow are very much sort of giving themselves up to Antic. Like, you think about the amount of opening picks, Jim, that you've seen kind of in the extremities of the map, like getting down towards the B ramp, taking mid control, you know, pushing down A as well. Like, I've seen them take the side lane. I've seen them take kind of, you know, the A ramp position, flashing through the smoke now. And it's just not working out for them. You know, you don't need to kind of throw yourself into the aggression that often. Obviously, you do need to have some level of control, you know, someone up towards the close part of the ramp, someone in position accordingly to have a bit of a watch. But this time, mid-control has been gathered. It's been fully recovered as you can see Sunshine's already clears out the bottom of that ramp. So they know it's going to be 8. Cookie has been tagged up. That's a little bit rough, a spray through the wall there. But Sunshine's now, he's in position, does get 1, but would have hoped for potentially more as now he will be traded out by Recons. And Night Raid, also good for another. Cookie's down to 1 HP. So even though there's 2 members here, like, they've just got so much control back, Antic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Cookie's even seen anyone. He's just been bullied through that wall. Like, and so now he's got to try and assist Cheeseball from this position whilst also watching the B bomb site. I'm actually going to think now that this could be a save here. If this bomb plant goes down to Cheeseball, doesn't pick anything up.
Oh, jeez. It's really just salt in the wound at this point in time, isn't it? You know, Cookie just having to limp away all the way back over towards that site. You know, the prospect of saving is so hard as well. And just like the craziest thing is, Jim, like looking at the cash that Antic have got, you know, they really should sort of be up or in excess of that 10K mark. So clearly Yellow have been doing damage. They've been finding kills. They've been finding picks, but just not enough to convert around. You know, they get the advantage and they sort of throw it away by trying to take a little bit too much more. So maybe this is kind of going back to that narrative of where they are, maybe trying a little bit too hard for the team that they've kind of got going at the moment, not allowing the, you know, kind of dynamics to play out as well as it did on that previous map. And yeah, it's just a solid way to kind of close out from here for Antic, because at this point in time, the way it's been going, you really, really sort of hope that we don't see a scoreline as the previous, because if we do, it would mean Antic basically giving the keys over to this map.
Yeah. They would really have to capitulate from here on out to sort of upend everything that they've been doing, right? Like, they've looked like the far more structured team here. They've looked far more comfortable. They've had a game plan heading into every round. And as I said, the only real time that Yellow have been able to put a a good opening amount of kills on here have been off the back of some, double AWP setups. So I know where the AK is on Conky. But it's the 5.7s that are actually doing the damage here. Yeah, funnily enough, even in the last round, like Sunshine's took a lot of information, a lot of positioning with that push, and they still couldn't get the job done. So I just feel as though, Antic are just far more comfortable on this map. They don't really seem flustered, right? Like when you've got a player that's flanking you and you're bottled into the A ramp as they were last round, you see teams panic, but they just didn't look flustered whatsoever. They're actually able to find a sight kill and the player behind who was Sunshine. So they're just looking great in these scenarios. So even now, player advantage heading into this B-bomb site. It's just Cookie here. He's not sure if his teammate's got his back, so that's already going to create a sense of disturbance at this B-bomb site.
Shot, so it does give a little bit of an extra opportunity. Cookie, some really, really good damage here as well. Ooh. Almost lines them up. That could have been the 2 headshots there, but now the replant will go on in. Cheeseball does get sort of delayed a little bit by old mate Recons, who does actually head over the hump now, looks to take control of the site. And once again, that's potentially looking like a save, which is just really, really rough. Like, once more, Yellow, they find the opening pick, but then ultimately they try for too much more. They're trying to find those extra frags where they just don't need them. Like when you have the one advantage, double up, get the buddy system going, put yourself into positions where you can trade out as a CT defender instead of trying so hard to find all these additional picks. But, there's only so much overanalyzing that you can kind of do in this situation. It's just being proven that Antic is the stronger team right now as it stands. And exactly what we've been talking about throughout the whole course of the night. Like if Antic didn't at least have a very, very strong showing, you can kind of give it over a little bit. That does too, the map pick of Yellow. So now that we are looking in the position that we are, Antic very, very comfortable on Vertigo, looking awesome here. And, they're going to have a fierce opponent into the next stage of the competition. So they have to be ready if they are going to have any chance of getting in towards, some of the bigger parts of that cash prize.
Absolutely going to have to replicate this sort of form heading on in. But Jerry's already copped a lot of damage. They go 1 for 1. They're being met with a lot of resistance here in the A ramp, but it doesn't matter. Antic are just popping heads. Oh man, Sunshines and Forvent. This is where they're going to prove their worth. I was setting it up, man.
I was about to say something along it, yeah.
I was setting it up.
I was ready. I was ready for the handball, but unfortunately I've dropped a sit-up.
Oh, look.
Chest mark spilling out onto the ground there.
I'll be honest and say it wasn't a specky, but...
I mean, Vin, almost. Okay, no. There's some signs of life here, Jim. That's the bomb.
Yeah.
There is plenty of time. 50 seconds. Has to go for the AWP. I do like this approach, but it'll very much just be on sort of where he chooses to line himself up. Mizzy shows the line. Oh, he's good. He's very, very good, isn't he? The chest mark did turn into a specky in the end as the Mr. Vint takes away a nice cheeky little 1v3.
Yeah, look, that round is very much needed by Yellow, but at best they're going to be 11-4. So, not a convincing CT side on Vertigo. Not where you want to be for sure, but it's a start for them somewhere, right? Like they pick that AWP up, they put it in the hands of Cookie. They're actually going to try something a little bit different here. Get super aggressive. Cookie takes his shot into the B main, but all they've done here is gain some early territory. Oh man, Cookie, you are absolutely gone all in on that.
Sunshine still really has been getting some impact in. It just really just sort of feels like the rest of the team hasn't had too much kind of to support along with. That's not to say that any individuals are falling by the wayside by any means. Like, I don't feel like this game is kind of anyone's fault per se. It just seems that, like, Yellow aren't really kind of all on the same page. That's a good flash. Nice little team play in there from Jerry. And now after Cheeseball finding that pick, he will start to settle away. Mizzy's already found 2 in the round. We'll put down Skull Hunter to try and find that plant, but he will actually go down. So Mizzy is going to have to find something really, really solid here, but he just won't.
He'll go down.
Actually fall off the side of the map. Yeah, certainly down a long, long way as well.
Try to go to heaven, but he went the other way.
So that is the 2 members again, though. Sunshines now joins Forvin on 13 kills.
Yep.
Forvin, the 1v3 in the previous. Sunshine's with the 3K this time round. Sorry, 12 kills, irrespective. But yeah, it's just been these individuals kind of really stepping up for Yellow to just find at least something. Because one more round might give me like a little bit more hope, but you know, it's still very much that position where if Antic win the pistol round, they can run away with it pretty quick.
Yeah, and I think the other thing here is, you know, if Yellow do take that 4th round, it's actually going to be a bit of a momentum shift, right? Like they've struggled to put rounds together on the board, right? Like up until this point, they'd only had 1 round. Now they finally put 2 in a row together, and well, it's just a slight change here. They send players up the scaffolding then rather than straight up the ramp, and they've netted their first kill. So this again, despite the fact that, you know, Yellow have struggled a little bit, and these rounds have come on the back of some really brilliant individual play, there is a chance that they could wrestle momentum away from Antic. But I need to make a round like this work because Antic have got their eyes set on this A-bomb side.
Already got that control. We'll be able to get the plant down now. And Night Raid is looking up over in the top, so this is very much looking like it should be a 12-3 half. Unless, again, we do get to see the exciting duo there of Forvin and Sunshines, who are both still alive, but retaking with an AWP can be very challenging. They've got a single flash to work with at this point in time. It looks like Sunshines will start to send that one out. Cheeseball at least with an entry back in. There is a chance, there is a moment where they can potentially look to make this work, but they're certainly running out of time. There's Mizzy with one more. Damio to get it as well. And I don't think Sunshines has what it takes there, as there's 3 more members peering their eyes upon him. And 12-3 in the half here. Antic walking away very, very nicely. And yeah, again, much more kind of singing the tune of what we were expecting during the course of this series in general. Like, it should have always sort of been a thing of Antic kind of hitting it out the park early, but maybe they've just sort of delayed the show a little bit for what we're seeing now here into the second map of Vertigo.
Yeah, this is a question mark now over what, you know, Yellow can provide for themselves on this T side. All right, like, it's going to take a lot of structure. It's going to take a lot of really well thought out rounds because Antic are just brimming full of confidence. And as I said, like, there's no chance now of momentum being taken and carried over into the second half. Just sort of been halted a little bit. But I actually do like the way Mizzy plays this B anchor site on Vertigo. Like, he gets aggressive. He really does disrupt any sort of T-side setups, and it makes it really difficult because they chew up so much time looking for him. And yeah, he really does get in the head of his opponent as well, but they're actually really vulnerable to a mid to B here.
Mizzy's position, very much one and done, especially sort of getting down towards the railing here now as well. And it might just be a done, not even a one. Skull Hunter was there to obviously support, and he does at least find something. But obviously no Kevlar for him as well. That has sent some of the members packing here, as we do see that mid to B split that you were talking about. Cookie gets another, but now if they can actually pip off Sunshines, they're in a really awkward spot,
Yeah.
Jim. The bomb, it's down the B ramp and not really being able to do much about it. Sunshines does get a response onto it, but now he obviously has so much work to do completely solo. Cheeseball does manage to find it, but when you've got Skull Hunter just running and sprinting at you, like, what do you even do there?
With a 5-7.
So they had the right idea, but when the members went down at the B ramp, even though they got some picks inside kind of that CT space, there was just no kind of life of getting the bomb towards the site.
Yeah, yeah. It was just a flank on a flank on a flank. There was so many layers to that. Like, that's a prize-winning onion.
I was immediately thinking about that, and I was like wondering, will Jim raise the onion? We'll see. And yes, Shrek is a great movie. Thanks for asking.
Right now they're getting Shreked, unfortunately, for...
That was happening a while ago.
Yeah. Once you reach, you know, like 13, and your opponent's sort of sitting in like the low single digits, you already know that this is starting to go by the wayside, particularly now because the pistols have done a little bit of chip damage to Night Raid and Mizzy, but just not in an effective range right now unless Cookie can whip something up with this Deagle.
More of a Shrek 2 or potentially Shrek 3. See where we end up at this point in time. Certainly looking like we're making our way towards the ladder. Like, this should just be a nice easy 14.
Straight to DVD.
And for the rest of that, yeah, for the rest of the game, like, it's just forcing in from Yellow. There's not really much else. Like, you know, do you even bother with taking a save? You can just kind of hope to maybe get a bomb plant, you know, stack up the economy a little bit, force in some Galils, take a, you know, bit of a page out of the Rooster book, which is never save one time ever.
Forced by every
That's
round.
all the only...
Eco is for
Yeah.
losers.
Correct, exactly. Forced till we lose. That's the question.
Yeah, yeah. This reminds me of like some European squads that existed back in the day. What was it like? It was one of Dreamer's teams. They were called like Mortal Kombat E-Frag. Those guys, they had like no word of a lie. Never took an eco. Like they force fight every round. Anyone
And back then, forcing was a lot of a different beast as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like the money system just wasn't what it is now, right? You just don't get rewarded like that. But these guys, they took the plunge every time. And like this is the territory we're in now, right? We're in like Mortal Kombat territory.
Waiting for the next fatality. Okay, there's one of them, which means a wall bang straight on through. That's very, very brutal to be experiencing. At least Sunshine's has kind of done something, picked up at least a bit of something. Yeah, something for his troubles. But that's an M4, so I think the M4 could start to actually cause some troubles here, but Recons has something to say about that, drops Jerry. Cheeseball's got no Kevlar either, so it's really all Sunshine's game. And we're not talking Super Mario either, so it'll just be down to Cheeseball in this very, very rough 1v3. So that should be map and series point from Antic. And Jim, playoffs point. So at least it's kind of, you know, playing into that narrative of what we're expecting. You know, realistically, do you want to see a team like Yellow that's just kind of playing out the rest of the season, going for that brawl into the, you know, into the final sort of stage of the competition? Or do you want to give it to Antic, who has been, you know, playing a little bit more full on and a team that's got a lot more to kind of prove? So that's exactly where it's going. And we've got one more round to see if that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Things are getting, you know, if you're going to keep the Mortal Kombat theme, things are getting a little bit toasty for Team Yellow. But these Molotovs and this smoke, they're going to try and progress through it. Is it going to catch Antic off guard, though? They've got numbers here to try and fight, but it's a good start here. Forvent breaks through. Skullhunter, oh sorry, Night Raid was actually quite far forward there. Didn't really have the support of his teammates, so... I know. Yellow leaving their comeback a little bit too late, but this is a good start in this round.
At least that early advantage. They've been known to kind of give it away during the course of this map, however. That was previously obviously over on that CT side. Now on the T side, very, very important start. They do have one molly to clear it, but where's Jerry? Down towards the bottom of the ramp, trying to see if there will be any kind of clearance in down towards B, any aggression. You know, does anyone take the ladder? Looks like the ladder's actually been held off, though, by Sunshine, who has made his way into mid. So realistically, it's just about seeing if Antic sort of make any mistakes, you know, similar to what Yellow were trying to do. Get aggressive down towards B and towards mid, as we mentioned. But there's Forvin again. Second frag in the round, looking very, very clean with it. Now Skullhunter trying to get aggressive. I love this angle, love this line. He's pushed very far forward because now the bomb does start to kind of show itself up towards the ramp here. Mizzy has at least been able to do something, but there's Skullhunter onto the other side. I don't know if Jerry's actually ready for it. Looks like he's not quite, but he does get the frag in the end. Takes a whole lot of damage for it as a result of it. Forvint doing the heavy lifting still. And now Recon's on for a 1 versus 4. Bomb has been planted here, Jim. There's going to be a hell of a lot of work to do. And Jerry's going to swing anyway. 6 HP, not a care in the world. And Yellow, they don't take the finger off the pulse just yet.
No, they're leaving it late, as I said. But let's just see what transpires now that they've got finally a little bit of breathing room in terms of economy. You're just going to have to... Okay. Antic are just going to go that direction. There's a Mag 7 out for Night Raid, MP9 for Mizzy, and Reckons as the Famous with a few pistols. So, this is, yeah, this is the most mixed of mixed bags. This is like the low-end mixed bags as well. This is like the, you know, not even the good lollies. He's like the milk-flavoured lollies. You know, the ones that
It's
no
like
one
the-
touches, like the teeth in the milk bottles.
The, the $2 party
The
bag.
bananas. Like,
Oh, look, hey. The bananas are all right. The strawberries and cream, I'll go with.
oh, they're goated.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Even at the bottom of the barrel, some of the lollies are still pretty good. Mizzy.
Stale, these ones.
Oh, feeling a bit warm, though, here. Skullhunt has actually reprimanded the MP9 off of his cold, dead hands. Do they still go towards B, though? That's the question. It doesn't look like they are. Forvint has started to fang his way over towards this A site now, and Damio will be there. Forvint's going to be on the line immediately. He has really just been the hero and the star. Same with Sunshines. Sunshines has been, yeah, equally as good, but it just continues to be this way. Forvint, Sunshines taking trades of sort of winning out the rounds here for Team Yellow.
Yeah.
But Antic have given them one more round by going for that very motley looking force. Now they can reset the economy and have a consideration into the next.
Yeah, it was interesting too because Cookie was the one that I thought that started in really good form for Yellow all the way back on Dust 2. But yeah, since about the midway point of Dust 2, it's just sort of been the Forvint and Sunshine's show. And even now, Sunshine just gets fed 4 kills in what was a very quick
Padding the
round.
stats. It's not exactly the best feeling, is it, when you say, it's like, oh, what was the score tonight? 16-6. How many kills did you get? 21. Oh, that kind of game, eh?
Yeah, you just like, you know at some point you're standing out on your own on an island. And
Yeah.
There's no one around you. When you expect your teammates to be there.
Yeah. Well, Antic, across the board, everyone has been doing their part. Like, they are very even Stevens in the fragging department. Sunshines does actually get the jump, almost the second as well. Nice little flick across, but Skull Hunter was quick enough to get the trade out. But, you know, it's a loss of an M4, only having the FAMAS in play now. So, back to that 4-on-4. Antic still have a lot of digging they need to do in this round.
Still very much in the balance here. Night Ray needs to be careful that he doesn't hang around scaffolding here too long without support. It's a great position to be in, but like when you're on your own here, you're only going to get one and done. Has he provided enough, you know, information and time for his team to get in position? Damio. That's the bomb. So now they're going to turn their attention to him. Actually falling apart here for Yellow.
Might equalise, though, for just a second. Important miss shot there as well from Cookie. Did kind of get the jump a little bit now. There is some time to rotate over, but, you know, with Jerry already kind of making his way up the side lane, does seem like they've very much got their direction set over towards this A site. The smoke will go down. Should afford a position to get the plant in. Only sort of problem is here, though, the fact that we've got absolutely no utility, just that single smoke. No kits either, so they want to try and fight the fight, and they've done it perfectly. No time at all. Cookie just going to have to try and do something, and Mizzy is going to be able to close that one out. So Antic walk away 16-6, Jim, and that is a much better game than what we did see over on Dust 2, where they did find it 16-14. But overall, like, I still feel like that wasn't even a perfect sort of run from Antic. Like, I feel like it could have been way more clean and concise. They let a few messy rounds kind of get their way. And, yeah, the only thing that was really sort of keeping Yellow kicking was Sunshines and Forvins. So I do hope to see more from, you know, all of the players of Yellow in the future, maybe in a different roster that kind of, you know, does find a new home. You know, obviously this starts to lead into the end of the Christmas break coming up only around the corner, and maybe an opportunity for some, you know, new decisions to be made into 2023, because I do think next year is going to be a huge year for Counter-Strike. Absolutely. It's feeling like it's lining up that way. So, you know, maybe just playing out the season, finishing it up with some friends, and then seeing what's around the corner in the next year. So for now, we say goodbye to Yellow.
Yeah, we do. And, you know, that's them unfortunately out, but it does mean that Antic are progressing through. So we're going to have one more match this evening. It is coming up after the break. It is going to be Vodafone Warriors coming up against Nutty. Stick with us and we'll join you then.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whānau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket. And it's for ages 8 and up.
Welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro Season 2. If you're only just joining us, well, then you've already missed some action. We've had Antic progress through to the Stage 3, whilst unfortunately Team Yellow were eliminated, and we have one more match coming up tonight. It is, of course, Vodafone Warriors coming up against Nutty. I'm jimNeso, joined by Conky. Conky, this evening has already proven to be some pretty cutthroat action, and the next match is going to be no different whatsoever. These two teams are pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, very much like a bunch of question marks sort of to be thrown up. Like, I feel like the first series was a little bit more cut and dry in the sense that, you know, Antic always on paper should have been taking out that series given the kind of, you know, position that Team Yellow is in. Unfortunate to say goodbye to them, especially after we did see a couple of players put up some decent numbers, but Antic have slotted themselves into the prize money zone, which is always nice to see. Whereas, yeah, this series, definitely a bit of a scary one, I guess you could say. Like Nutty, I can just never sort of put my finger down on what they're kind of going to do. They can either show up, look absolutely fantastic. Some of their players individually are really, really solid. And then on the flip side, you've got Vodafone Warriors, which is a team that has a bunch of strong players, but, you know, are they ready as a unit as of yet?
Well, let's take a look at how Vodafone Warriors are lining up tonight with their 5 players. Calamari, Obson, Drox, Prodigy and Kyson pretty much unchanged as they have been for the majority of the season, providing them with a lot of stability.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think, you know, for me, Drox has been that player that I've very much been, I guess, keeping my eye on. Prodigy is sort of a player as well who also I feel like has the capacity to do so. And, you know, Kyson has sort of been lurking around in the same sort of position. So all of these players individually, I think, are very, very solid. You know, Calamari sort of, I guess, a bit more of the rock, a bit more stability on the roster, whereas Obson, you know, a household name as an AWPer who has been around for a very, very long time too. So, yeah, like I think overall, like I look at this team and I think that they can be very, very strong. But are they going to be able to kind of take it seriously enough where they really push themselves forward? But with an all-black Vodafone Warriors backing them, you'd hope so. They'll have access to a lot of resources, which is fantastic. But yeah, so an exciting prospect, I guess, since they are, you know, not a new team as entirely, but definitely sort of emerging a little bit more as of late.
Yeah, a lot of those players will sort of spend a bit of time around the bubble, particularly like Calamari. But it's interesting now to see them all just sort of, you know, throwing their resources together as well. Like Prodigy's been around for quite some time. And, you know, I think forever has been labelled as an up-and-comer, but he certainly served his time in various other teams. Let's take a look at how their opponents in Nutty are lining up this evening, because these guys are a team, as we said, they're in a very similar position, right? Like they've got you know, some players here who actually haven't got as much experience as sitting on the Vodafone Warriors roster, but that being said, they find themselves in similar positions. So, you know, Mega is probably the most experienced player on this roster in terms of, you know, serving time on other teams and, you know, being in teams in similar position. But this is probably the best roster he's been on.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I definitely think overall this roster has, you know, improved over time. I think Clover has some fantastic potential. You know, we saw Mr. Shark as being kind of one of those hot new prospects as well, throwing around like a very Alistair-esque AWPing style, you know, very up in your face, very aggressive. And then Super, he was kind of one that was, you know, the newest kid on the block, I guess, of this roster, and one of the newer players that have sort of popped in to the you know, pro-ish scene as of late. And he was hitting some seriously sharp shots, and we've seen him, you know, throw up some big numbers. And also Nutty has kind of had a couple of presences at a few local lands here around Brisbane Way too, which is fantastic. So overall, I definitely think, you know, again, similar thing on paper, 5 very good individuals, but at times, like, you know, both these sort of teams, I feel, have similar struggles about consistency and showing that team dynamic that we're really kind of hoping for to push them forward.
Yeah, when they do, like, it's flashes of brilliance as well, but you know, can't always leave it up to the individuals for those moments of brilliance. However, much like the last game, we saw some individuals stepping up. Just like the last game too, we've also picked some key individuals to take a look at here in the Biocode Lab. Player head-to-head. The key players are, of course, Prodigy and Super. You know, obviously a lot of experience on Prodigy, playing very similar roles to Super, but Super's like the new guy on the block in terms of, you know, showing us he's actually quite a decent rating. Actually, I think his HLTV rating is a little bit better than this too, to be honest. So, like, that speaks volumes of the impact he's having in this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Prodigy, like, he's always just been this really, really strange question mark because, you know, he was coming up, one of those sort of hot prospects, as we sort of spoke about, I think back when he was like 14 or 15 or something. And then unfortunately, due to a circumstance, had to take a step away from the game for a couple of years. Still kept playing on and off, but, you know, wasn't able to put that time into the competitive game. And then all of a sudden, when he was able to play again, he kind of didn't rise to, you know, exactly kind of where we felt like his skill ceiling was those 2 years prior. So he's still a fantastic player, has a lot of individual prowess, can definitely shape up. But yeah, I hope to see obviously him, you know, prove to us that his skill ceiling certainly hasn't been met. But exactly as you sort of mentioned for Super, he's a player who has still been a relatively unknown quantity for some time. And when faced against some really, really, you know, highly skilled players, he can kind of go toe-to-toe with them a little bit.
Yeah, they're going to need him to go toe-to-toe tonight with a lot of the players on this Vodafone Warriors roster. I mean, the two higher rated players actually in the roster, one of them was Obson on Vodafone Warriors, and Super was actually the highest rated player on Nutty, which is interesting because they're obviously totally different roles, right? Like,
of course.
I think, you know, both of these two teams are going to you know, have their work cut out for them when it comes to these vetoes. So, I mean, this is pretty much as middle of the map pool as you can get, if I don't mind saying so. The difference is Mirage isn't someone's pick.
Correct. I guess that's not always a bad thing. I suppose it's always a comfort zone, right? Because, you know, very much the question marks always get thrown up against Mirage. But I guess the thing is now, like, this one very much can line up to be that 3-mapper, I suppose. You know, we sort of said similar things about the previous, and if it did end up going the way of that Dust 2 run, you know, we are sort of feeling like we could be potentially seeing some similar things rather. But rather, Obsent, fantastic player on Inferno. I guess that's sort of why they've sort of run that round. I'm very interested to see. I'm not going to say proud of how critical I am of our region on how they play Inferno. It's probably because I hate the map. But anyway, I'll definitely be interested to see how they can lock it in. Of course not, right? So that's always a big question mark for me. A lot of teams, you know, confidently picking Inferno despite not having the sort of best kind of lock it down on that CT side, but time will tell. Nutty, fantastic Dust 2 team, you know, gives a lot of space to people like Mr. Shark to sort of run around and do his thing. And then Mirage, who bloody knows? That's always the El Clasico ender, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things are going to get interesting as far as this roster is concerned for Nutty, because Dust 2, you don't look at that roster and go, well, actually, they've got a really strong AWPer in their presence, whereas like you would with the, you know, Vodafone Warriors. Obviously, like Mr. Shark, he's been fantastic when he was on the rise for 8-ballers, but
Yeah.
I think his consistency lately has been probably the biggest question mark over his head. We know he's got the skill set. We know he's got the potential. And I don't actually think we've seen his skill ceiling just yet. But it just doesn't feel as though he's been given the same level of support that he needs to really take things into his own hands. However, we are ready. We're going to get into the action. We're going to get into Dust 2 here. And we'll see whether or not Mr. Shark is going to be able to get things going. I think, it's going to be Inferno for the first map. It's, as I said, I'm not used to this, level of straight down the map pool and the first pick being Inferno. I'm usually used to seeing it as the third and final map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, I think you've probably got a little bit of a rundown on some Roccat goods for me as well.
I do believe I do. So if you missed it in the first instance, we do have the Roccat 7.1 surround sound headset, and you can be hearing myself and Conky in crystal clear, high definition sound. So make sure you get your hands on the Roccat ELO 7.1, and you'll be doing just that as we get straight into Pistol here in Mega, or Majif in this instance.
Oh, that's actually great. I kind of almost rate that name a little bit higher, to be fair.
It's probably
Love it.
a better name for him, to be honest.
Yeah, correct.
A little bit of magic.
Now, I will touch on it in a second because it looks like there is going to be some aggression into the apartments, which hasn't quite been spotted out by Mage F2. They have actually slotted in. Velocity, though, is going to be able to pick up 2 quick frags, which is absolutely brilliant to see. We'll get the reload. We'll get the tuck into the cubby on towards the site. Now, Prodigy has to clear, and he will. He will absolutely rip his head off, but Mega has been completely uncleared, unchecked, conditioned at this point in time, but he does whiff a little bit. Prodigy does manage to pick up at least where it was all left off there, but now he has a 1v4 in his hands. 3 remembers remaining here as he does try to lock it down from a distance, but Super is going to pick it up nicely. So that's a nice and clean result there from Nutty as they move in as a unit, nice and cleanly to defend the A side's honor.
It was defended quite well in the end. But yeah, things got a little bit hairy there on the site. But I mean, pistol rounds kind of get like that when you've got players that are just streaming and getting in your face. But more importantly, Nutty now, they're not messing around. Like, there's a bit of a hero buy coming out from Warriors. They've got those 3 AKs and, of course, the pistols. So a bit of decent utility on players with the AK. And, sorry, the Galil on Calamari. So I do rate this rather than everybody trying to just get their themselves sorted with the buys and force in that way. Coordinating it a little bit better is going to have a bit better result too, if they can distribute that utility too.
So it is that slow creep in towards position. 3 members here, ready to rock and roll. So it should be a relatively easy hold from the top of brackets here. Should be able to just sort of look and get that pick from Mr. Shark, fall away. Kyson, though, with that hero AK, actually does manage to sort of pick up nice and early. Potentially should swing that one over to Prodigy. He absolutely will. And now they're just seeing if there's going to be any reaction down towards B. But it looks like Nutty are going to keep Stone Cold Steve Austin just for now. And this is the L Classic, I suppose, like the 2 sites, 2 members on either site, just trying to lock down the defense as best as possible. But there was a member that we did touch upon a couple times in the intro in Super. Utility will start to go down now. Clover will be able to keep himself alive as Calamari very much pushing in towards the pit position. Trying to get it. Super will be able to hold on for another. If he gets a 3rd here, could be seriously on. But this is now the real big question. Do we go for the save? There's no kit. A lot of pressure, but Mega will actually be able to get that one onto Obzin. Not too bad at all. Drox, no Kevlar, only the Deagle here. Calamari is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting from this position. It's a great flash to at least buy the extra time, but there we go. Mega, great shots here coming through. Now, Drox has to do absolutely everything. He is a sharp player, but does narrowly have the line. However, Velocity is going to swing, and that is absolutely crispy. Well done from Nutty Gaming to be able to find that one nice and clean back onto the site.
Yeah, they make that retake look so simple. Not an easy retake to make by any means. I thought that defuse was taking a little bit longer. He completed it, but a few hairy moments there. But as far as Vodafone Warriors are concerned, they got the bomb plant in. They got the damage done in that regard. But now they want the round. Like, they know that they're really thinning out the economy on Nutty Gaming. They've just got to put that killer blow in place now and try and turn things on its head a little bit. So let's just see how the protocols shake out. I actually think this, reshuffling of the alias is working out for Majef.
Just, I don't know, it sounds like a Final Fantasy character or something like that. That's what I was sort of leaning towards as we did sort of think about it. But yeah. Obzin, though, with the opening. Again, another force in. Very much playing around with the, kind of minimalistic buy that they do have, but they've recovered the weapon from Velocity as a result. Now, the main key factor is here that we still do have 2 members waiting from Nutty Gaming at the B site. They did obviously send that early investment, trying to take a little bit of extra control of Nana. Now, that's very much like Banana is my kryptonite, the position in commentating, all across Australia, New Zealand, Counter-Strike. It just seems like so many players sort of struggle with that early control. And, will this map or will this series be an exception? We'll have to find out over the coming rounds. But it's an interesting one to start off from Vodafone Warriors. They've got to pick towards A. They've got to pick towards B. They've fallen off both sides. But now, if they do contest, they've got Mr. Shark in a very awkward spot. Whoa. Mega going to get completely swung on by Obzin as well. Yeah. No smoke. Mr. Shark, great one tap as well. What a response. But at least they have managed to get the site. Drox is able to swing over. And that should be the round basically done and dusted there. Clover's got a very, very big task at hand. Yeah. And he should be just hoping to potentially save that rifle. But even so, there's not really a whole lot to invest to for Nutty Gaming into the next round either. Yeah, he's basically... Possibly Mega will have something to drop, but I mean, that's it. Like, that's pretty much Nutty's economy going down. And as we said with Warriors, they knew that was the prize that was waiting for them if they were able to put the turn the screws a little bit in this round. They were. So, bit of an interesting contest so far. Like, you've got individuals making shots, but they're not necessarily having impact for the round. So, more to your point on Banana, are you always surprised? Because, like, this is my take on B on Banana. Mm-hmm. Whichever team has the spawn, like, they're always tempted. Like, they're always tempted to engage, like, instantly. Like, if you've got a spawn for it on the CT side, somehow you're sending 3 down Banana. Like, the spawn just dictates that. You have no control, even if it's not a good idea. That's always the classic, isn't it? It's not a good idea, but I'm still going to give it a crack. And just to see exactly sort of how it pans out.
Exactly. And if you've got that long spawn, right? Like, that mid spawn. The idea is that you pelt your util down to try and support if they're going to, also put pressure on the top of Banana. But I feel like the T's, every time, they know that even if they don't have the best spawn, they have the first spawn, they still try and run the gauntlet anyway. They end up just getting pelted by utility. So it just ends up being this poison chalice for both teams. So this is a little bit better. Oh, it's not bad, actually, from Mega before he's cut to pieces.
Looking way better. That was a really, really nice sort of hold. They fought for the contest of top Nana early. Got the utility down. Mega jumping onto the half wall. Really getting into position. And Mr. Shark, he's been using this. Okay. I was going to say, completely denied there. Drox, the man I've been talking about, the man I've very firmly had my eye on. I can't exactly remember the roster that he was on previously before he did get picked up by the Vodafone Warriors. It actually might have been a previous iteration. I swear he was alongside Mr. Shark and Clover, at least at one point. But it's Prodigy to close, and it's a flash over from Drox. What a brilliant round, Jim. That was absolutely immaculately played. Look at this. Flash straight on in. Yep. Prodigy's going to wait for it for a little minute. Does get the utility down as well. There it is. Perfect. Clean. Done. Great. But Drox with that little stutter step in towards CT as well. That is absolutely excellent. And funnily enough, Jim, 2 of the members that we were talking about early on, Prodigy got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, when he did make the eventual return to Counter-Strike, which we all do. That was what I was saying before in the earlier series as well, like with Jinx coming back. It's like, you never truly quit Counter-Strike, do you, Jim? Like, how many years has it been for you now?
Look, this is probably my most sober run, to be honest. I haven't played it in quite some time. I think maybe... No,
but you're still casting it, so technically you're still hanging around,
I still get my fix, you know what I mean? Like, one way or another. Like, I live vicariously through other people now, so this is far better arrangement because I don't have to put.
Correct.
I don't have skin in the game like that.
Oh, we did. You know how they fixed MM the other day? We did the old road to global, run it back, got it. Same friends 7 years later. It's just the most insane feeling to just be like, geez, we're still playing this damn game.
I don't think any of the people I played with 7 years ago are still playing. So, actually, to be fair, some guys that I do play with and have played with, they go way back further than 7 years. These are like 1.6s they're playing.
I'll tell you who I lost to the other night. It was like Spikes, Matt CD,
Oh, God.
Dizzy with a broken arm. Like, they're all still around. You know, everyone says, oh, you know, got the kids, got the wife, got the house.
Yep.
But, you know, still find that beautiful 9 p.m. sweet spot. Oh, queue up? Absolutely.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Counter-Strike quit me well before I quit it.
Don't worry. We were talking about HLTV ratings earlier. I don't think 0.57 is very good, even though I have one. Probably better off without one. As Mr. Shark actually cops the leg there from the boost.
Obson's quick. Obson's quick on that stick.
Well, it has a bloody Titan hollow as well. Just noticing that.
Yeah,
That's an expensive piece of pie from Mr. Shark.
Oh. It's always that trade-off exchange of utility, right? Like the problem is now for Nutty, they've only got flashes left. Like they have no slowing utility whatsoever. There's still a minute left to play in this round, so you better hope they're going to be flashing themselves to retake, Apple. I don't know how many people actually still call it Apple.
First time I'm hearing it in a while. It's like going to America or Europe and calling it diggity.
Yeah, quad.
Short. All right. A lot of pressure on the super. No real damage, no real contest. Clover, though, very nice up on the balcony. But okay, Prodigy, keep on showing up. You're making it look bloody good whilst you're doing it, because that three-man stack over towards B, the heavier lean where they did feel like the pressure point was, means that they very much do have to limp back into this one. And Jim, the money that they have is not exactly PogChamp, as the kids say.
No.
So no kit, no Kevlar for Mr. Shark. And they are still very much tempting fate here. It's a very, very bold decision to continue this fight, but it looks like maybe they're just trying to choke them off at this point. Looks like they will start to fall away now. But that bomb detonation radius is absolutely massive in recent times now on Inferno. So Velocity better get running, and so should probably the members of Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah. Or I think they're actually going to be caught in sight here. You can't really save in that corner of the pit anymore either. I mean, it is planted at the back of sight. So they do manage to escape with their health. But I mean, if that bomb is planted anywhere else on the closer side of that site, here's an old one, on the shadow side of that site, then they're going to be in trouble. They actually used to call it Shadow, like that Diggity side. It was called Shadow, and the other side was called Jungle.
Yeah, rightio, because there was the plants that were kind of over the wall, right?
It was like a little roof installment of plants.
Well, it's just like, I never even played really much of 1.6, but I still call top mid palm tree of Dust 2. You just get it cemented into you from playing with certain people as
that's a source
Mr.
call.
Shark. That is a source. Yeah, geez, of course. But overall, does mean that we do get another sort of exchange of HP as Prodigy. Jesus, he is absolutely on one right now, which, again, was what we were all hoping for back having played with this man for a long, long time now.
Yeah, it looks like he's really turned up in the early stages of this series, and to be honest, his multi-fragging is actually what's dragging Warriors back into quite a few of these rounds after losing some opening exchanges. So already he's struck first, but okay, interesting take here from Nutty. They're going to try and reaggress on the bracket. They're going to be caught.
Nicely done from Drox. Very, very good response. I don't mind that there from Nutty, you know, trying to take a little bit of extra control as opposed to allowing Vodafone Warriors to come to them. But it's again another round where they're not really losing much here. It was obviously, you know, a gentle kind of half save thing. They'll probably, you know, maybe want to try and do some further damage. But the economy is already starting to stack up for the Vodafone Warriors nicely. Now, we sort of touched upon how in the previous series, it was nothing against Yellow. It was just more, who do you think is going to step up in the playoffs a little bit better? That's a jumping shot from Mega. For me, it was always, Antic is definitely a team that can, have some upset potential against Vertex, DGG, that kind of thing. And I guess the similar sort of story can be touched upon here in Nutty Gaming and Vodafone Warriors. Like, who do you sort of think steps up to Vertex, DGG, Antic a little bit better? And my thing as of late has sort of been Nutty again, individually, I think a lot of fantastically sharp players, but what I've found, and I could be wrong, is just they're quite regularly a bunch of players who will find themselves in like Face It Pugs as a 5 as opposed to scrims. And, when you obviously start to really, really hamper down, sure, you become super sharp, but when you're pugging all the time, you take really, really stupid risks because quite regularly you're playing against people that are much worse than you.
With no structure.
If obviously you're taking a little bit more seriously, exactly right, you take a bit more of that structure on board, you're playing against better opponents, of course that's ultimately going to make you better. So kind of pugging it out a little bit more makes you take some silly risks and doesn't really allow you to fall into that kind of structural play. So that's where I've found Nutty sitting lately, whereas I know Vodafone Warriors, they're going to be much happier to sort of be sitting inside, and talking about risks, jumping through the bottom mid-smoke velocity. But it pays off in this time. Now a 2v5, and the bomb's very, very split up. Obson's got a lot of work to do.
So much work to do from this position. And, Calamari's only just sort of getting around to the back of apartments now, so they're going to reconvene. They've got a good chance if they actually go toward this A site with Clover playing around the pit, but the angle he's chosen now means that he's sort of really hard to clear because he'll be able to get around this smoke. The chance of trading him with a player that's coming up Diggity is very, very difficult, very, very slim. And now he's got Super here, so this is not looking good for Warriors whatsoever.
Utility coming out, giving away the info, Super. Very easy. Nice and well-rounded round, I suppose. The rotation was already there, but it appears that Nutty was certainly way more out the gates in that previous round. Much more confidence, happy to take the position down towards bottom of mid and get their way into the apartments as well. I did notice that early on trade that came out. I do believe it was actually from Super, where Prodigy got the opening pick. He's actually had a couple of wall bangs through that apartments position, so won't be able to continue to do that for now. But early on, Vodafone Warriors, they picked up 5. Certainly not something to laugh at, as Velocity has naded himself, and it's paid off, Cotton.
Yeah, look, honestly, in fact, he only took 2 damage there, and 2 damage definitely
Sigma male move.
Definitely came from himself. Lone wolf style.
Nade yourself so nobody can nade you.
Yeah. You don't get naded if you nade yourself first.
Yeah.
I dictate the terms. It's gone a little bit stale here. And it's both these two teams just burning through so much utility in Banana. Like, already, the smokes was like at least 2 to 3 smokes being set off in Banana. Both sets of Molotovs from players have been set off. And so now, the problem here for Nutty is they haven't been holding their utility into the mid and late round, and they're getting caught out, particularly if they're having to retake. And Warriors have definitely done a great job of baiting that all out. But they need to be careful too, because at least for their sake, they do have 2 smokes. Only Nutty have 1 Molotov. And I actually see a HE chilling out. Unless they've got one of those, like, resource pools that are sitting at the back of this B site. This could get a little bit hair-shaped. Pear-shaped? Hair-shaped. We'll go with that.
Hair-shaped, yeah. Hair could be any shape.
Could be.
So
a little bit of a curly one.
Leave it as is. Correct. Girls get the girls. Velocity does try to give a little bit of a rogue spray through, and doesn't quite work out for him. But it is going to be an interesting retake here. So Nutty are giving it the time. They're waiting for Clover to come back over. They've got 2 flashes, Jim, so at least it's something to kind of fight their way in, whereas there is not exactly the same thing to be said as Calamari. Okay, the man to defend his team's honor. 6 rounds now secured. That was a very, very clean sort of position. Not really trading out at all, Nutty. They send 1 member through the construction position. Yeah, but they're so far behind. Like, that position there was a little bit better, but by the time they'd already let 1 member go down, they're at a disadvantage. They know where their members are, where if they slowed it down a slight second, they might have been able to get into a much more solid position there. So the retake, not exactly super clean there from Nutty, the attempt, but they've got enough cash to get the buy in. Looks like the weapons will be dropped over AWP for Mr. Shark, so it's going to be A-OK. And a tactical pause to come out from Nutty, which I think is a good time to do so, right? You know, they're on the brink of a reset. Vodafone Warriors very much have momentum and cash in the bank. So all should be well for them in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, and obviously taking that tactical to sort things out, the finer details, and get the shuffle of weaponry going. But he's looking great for Warriors. It just feels as though, you know, Nutty are really scraping the bottom of the barrel, trying to put their buys together. And, oh, Mr. Shark taking a big risk here. Not going to be punished for it. But there was no potential win there. Now, that's a risky one. And he gets traded.
Does spot the timing, though. Like, Prodigy, you know, still kind of repeating himself in some of his movesets, and it does appear that they are very much onto that now, Super. But, again, you know, swinging into that position, you know, leaving yourself opened up to second mid is always a scary beast. But this double AWP paying off so far. Velocity getting the opener. Mr. Shark can happily sort of anchor that diggity position now, watching towards top mid. And they have cut off a couple of the arms of Exodia so far for the Vodafone Warriors as they do wrap their way around. Now, I don't like this structural or setup at all because Velocity's got no way of getting out. He's one and done. Like, I don't mind the position in any way, shape, or form, but the fact that they've already been flashed off the line, he's missed his shot, smokes down CT. We've already got a member in CT, and that's the round done. Like, Nutty immediately lost themselves that round. I don't know who thought that was a good idea.
Yeah.
Because now, even tempting fate at this retake is a bad sort of spot, but I guess what else do you do? Like, yeah, I don't know. This is the thing with this Nutty Gaming roster. Like, as much as I want them to succeed and as much as I want them to do well, they just don't all appear to be on the same page. And that's where I very much batten down onto this pug mindset of, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, you do this, you go here. Like, it doesn't seem to be 5 members as a team as opposed to 5 individuals sort of doing their own thing.
Yeah, I think even then, to be honest, stylistically, like the way they played that setup too, I think that just leads to an individual choice in the B site. Like, you would always go coffins if you're that AWPer. You at least have that escape plan, and then be able to regroup, whole construction, and that's your your base camp for the retake. But yeah, you back yourself into a corner figuratively and literally. You've really got to hit that first shot. Otherwise, it happens exactly as it unfolded there for Nutty, with Velocity missing that shot. So, what do they have now?
Very much that thing of, like, you take the risks against, you know, people that you know you're better than, but that kind of play doesn't work when you've got a team that's going to be, you know, flashing their way in. Exactly what we've just seen here. Another attempt at the boost. Obson knows that they've been doing that. You've got 2 members that are forced here. Clover, Velocity, they both bought something in. Shark, Super, Mega, all have saved. Now you've got just this one Deagle on an island in the middle of the B site right now, trying to flash sort of their way in a little bit. But, you know, right now, Vodafone Warriors, they're just waiting for the rest of their team to kind of join the party. That smoke is going to go down. Mega does spot one, but, you know, now they know exactly where he is. Narrow gap in the smoke, but he's going to be sent packing by this utility. And, again, it's just another kind of clinical round here coming out from Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, there's a smoke and a flash on Clover, but there's no kit to... Yes, they're here on the site, but, like, Mega's got, you know, a Deagle, and Super's got no interest in this round. So, like, nothing happening here. Maybe some exits on offer for Nutty if they can catch anybody off guard. But again, they're just grouped way too tightly here for Mega to be able to get away with anything other than maybe just an individual kill. He won't get a gun, that's for sure.
Okie dokie. Not too much to lose there. You know, at least, again, between these 2 weapons being saved over, they're going to have a really, really solid buy for Nutty Gaming. But already winning out the half here, Jim, is very much a statement.
Yeah.
You know, this obviously did be the map pick, or was rather the map pick of Vodafone Warriors. But as we all know, every single team in the region basically has rough fundamentals on Inferno, on Dust 2, on Mirage. Dust 2, I suppose, does start to become one of those maps that's a little bit more of a swing, and Inferno purely on the basis that, like, it's probably played a little bit more than Dust 2, but it also can be much more challenging to play, especially on that CT side, which is what we're witnessing right now. Vodafone Warriors aren't doing anything over the top. They're just playing as a unit. They're putting themselves into positions to trade. They're not aggressing solo. They're buddying up. And it's just nice, clean, concise T-sided Counter-Strike. So hopefully they'll be able to continue to do the same as they switch over to the CT side.
It is always a game of two halves here. Oh, perfect flash timing there.
Look at that.
That is perfect. Now, Super. This is why he's so highly rated, though. These multi-frag rounds, when seemingly, you know, like the entries are falling the way of Warriors, he's been able to just steady the ship.
Yeah, big individual performances. Quite often, a bit of irregularity. Velocity does get the off-angle catch, and now that they've got the bomb dropped, you know, all eyes kind of on the prize here. So it should be a very, very difficult round to win for Kyson. Pretty much impossible here at this point in time. Does have the flash. Does he want to use it? No. Just going to walk straight into the crosshair of Mr. Shark. And well-needed round there from Nutty Gaming. But again, individual performance, Super, you know, even blinded half for 2 of those kills. So really had to sort of step up and allowing the rotation to come over from Nutty, because I just saw Mega. He was sitting at the back of the site. Maybe he was watching towards Library. I didn't quite pick up on it, but irrespective, another good round and another important one that Nutty need to hopefully continue some momentum behind this. It looks like they've got a little bit of a cash coffer now, but Mr. Shark, again, you know, he's been spotted out already by going for this aggression, but he does get away, so it's going to be A-okay.
Yeah. His little fishing rod was sticking out.
Yeah.
But
what he catching?
low quality bait is what it was. Bit of a stalemate now. This time it's actually Warriors that have gone through just a little bit of utility. But they do have control of Banana. That's a big win for them. And in fact, they're starting to push Nutty back into the site. So a lot of information being shielded and hidden from Nutty, who will have to likely react here. And that's why they've dropped that player into the arch, to try and give them at least some rotation back to B should they need it. We've also got a player in the B arch. And in fact, Mega's making that call to go back towards A. So he's sitting deep in CT. This could be a little troublesome actually now for Nutty, should they hit this B site, which looks to be the case.
So at least there's something here now. HE could be very, very big. That one's going to hurt. Absolutely. Look at the dunk. And Mega, a very, very rogue shot as well. Velocity should be able to line up another. Good damage, but maybe got a little bit too big for his boots there. Again, this thing of trying to make these individual plays. You had the damage. You had the advantage. All you needed to do is sit back, wait for the rotate, reassess, reposition. You've got utility coming in the hands of Super and Mr. Shark. Clover's got the HE as well. And now Obson's been able to pick up another. Nutty really, really struggling to show that they're kind of got that team dynamic going on here. Obson narrowly missing that shot as they do both move into the construction position now. CT lockdown, Obson straight onto that line. They will get the flashbang over the top. Will it connect? No. Obson hits another, and he should be able to close here as well. So nicely done from the side of Vodafone Warriors once more. But again, Jim, I can't help but feel that, you know, Nutty are just making it so hard for themselves on these retakes, trying to, you know, make plays when you don't exactly need to.
Well, that's the thing, right? You perfectly right in saying that there was no need to make that play. You had player advantage. You had control of construction. You were ready for the retake. You had players there.
Plenty of util damage as well early.
Yep. And so all you needed to do from there on was trade on out. But you can't do that when you run into the site 3v1. So, yeah, just some individual mistakes, actually, starting to cost Nutty here. And they're already on the back foot on their CT side of Inferno. So, good line here from Super, but the Shadow is going to give him away. And so they're going to keep cracking onto this A bomb site. And that's actually not a bad move, given that both CT players are trapped at the top of Banana with the smokes and the Molotovs only just now starting to clear.
Great shot. Mr. Shark needs to open up with a couple more of those, though, and he will get a second. Does get traded, but Clover in a fantastic position. Much, much better lockdown from Nutty Gaming. Like, these are the rounds where they kind of show those moments of brilliance to us and exactly what they can kind of do as a unit when they're all kind of on the same page. Mega also repositioning onto the site as well. Doesn't need to overextend, but at least he has joined the fray. He knows that Velocity is moving up towards mid, and Clover is going to close. So that is the round that you really should be seeing out of Nutty. Excellent stuff. Mr. Shark, shotgun AWPing at a close distance. That's what I sort of mean. You know, I do very much relate him to a player like Alistair, who is not exactly feeling any level of discomfort at close range.
Yeah, he definitely combined quite well for that A-side defense, right? Like both players, the two remaining players in 4v2 pick up 2 kills each, and suddenly, you know, what was looking like a very strong A take from Warriors just dissipates entirely. So Calamari tries to beat out Util. Super, again, proving his worth. And his solo performance here is definitely keeping Nutty in the mix in these last few rounds. But, I mean, you kind of factor out Prodigy here because you don't got the Tech 9. He might be able to pick up something at top mid if that smoke clears, or sorry, if that Molotov clears and allows him to get through. But Warriors right now, they don't want him to move whatsoever. They're trying to let these two players go through CT, clear things out. Nutty are very well aware of this. They've even pushed a player down mid too. So this is a really interesting mid-round. It's almost as though, you know, the CTs and Ts have swapped positions a little bit.
Yeah. But again, it's another, you know, piece of evidence that Nutty do very much kind of have an awareness as to what they're doing. We do see that rotation to come back around. Interesting sort of flashes that they're throwing out now. I guess they're kind of just getting baited in by that utility from the Vodafone Warriors. They've sat completely still, whereas Nutty have been the ones that have been making the rotations, making the kind of play around. Vodafone Warriors have very much been controlling the pace of this round, even at the disadvantage. Now they should very well be able to find their position up towards the site, but that's a great shot, great flick. Again, Mr. Shark, so bloody sharp, and now it's all left on to Kyson. Does manage to jump up and get one done, but he will be taken by the Shark. And the waters will be looking a little bit murky on this side now that Nutty did manage to at least find the last few. Much cleaner Counter-Strike, much more looking a little bit more well-drilled. But I got to admit that is a very, very solid half from the start for Vodafone Warriors here. The only scary thing is that I guess just playing against a aggressive team like Nutty with the USPs can be pretty bloody daunting. They've got the utility. They've gone for the HE in the hands of Obzin. But really just sort of depends on where Nutty are going to end up. Drox is just spotted towards mid. Going to find a few, so it's not going to be an all-out balls-to-the-wall rush. And Prodigy's actually going to find the opener. So Nutty looking a little bit split out at the opening of this pistol round here as Kyson's got the Julies lined up. We've seen what they can do from the top Nana position.
Prodigy just keeps on picking. Like, he hasn't been punished for picking mid like that. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. The Julies chime in. And so Super's left to pick up the pieces. So he's been great in some of these rounds, but now we're asking just a simple 4v1 out of him.
Very easy. Please, sir, ace the round for us. Where's that bomb? You know, just it was another thing. Like, no real sense of direction in that round. It was just kind of, let's take a couple fights, see what we can find. No utility purchased up to my knowledge as well, from what I can see.
It reminds me of a strat that we had in our teams, which is literally called the sloppy strat.
Yeah.
And it was run up mid, run up banana, run down banana, run back up mid. Like, it was just keep running up and down each of those entry points and
see what you can find.
Yeah, just hope you can pick up a kill. And it actually worked a lot. More than I'd like to admit. But that was like a, you know, the Diet Coke version of it, right? Like, it wasn't, it wasn't full strength. It was sort of a half commitment to each.
You're talking the Pepsi bottle in a Coca-Cola glass kind of thing. We were seeing just a little bit weird, a little bit wacky, yeah. Now, it reminds me of what is it, the snake on Overpass? Like, down con, up con, through long, back down con to B or something.
Just around the
But
world.
even that, like, yeah, these, like, puggy strats, you know, you're still doing it as a 5.
Yep.
I guess that's the thing. Like,
Angry
sure,
mob.
it doesn't really make much sense, but yeah, you're an angry mob with a bunch of Glocks. Like,
yeah,
that's a scary beast.
Exactly. You don't mess with 5 players that are strapped running up banana, right? Like,
exactly. Correct.
Glocks really do have that tag ability. So, like, you get, you know, touched by a Glock, you're not moving too quickly after that. They do have some MP9s here. Well, with Carson and Drox trying to farm as much of that money as possible, but that's a nice little boost to make sure that Obson's able to get one before he's done. But Nutty Gaming just taking that full eco. They want to try and invest as much as they can in the next. Just this Deagle here from Mega. It's the only thing purchased into the round.
Has a bit of a look. But for now, it is very much just picking up the pieces, wiping the floor. No members going down at all. Perfect second round to come out there from Vodafone Warriors. Obviously not having to contest up against any forced weapons. No bomb plant means that Nutty into this 18th. They're just going to be looking to pick up all the AKs that they need. Won't be an AWP up for the Shark just yet. Does like to pick it up occasionally on that T side. But time will tell. You know, quite often Inferno, not exactly the map for the T side at AWP unless you are very, very confident in your abilities. And, you know, don't exactly shy away from a close-range duel. But this is the kind of, you know, Nana control that we're talking about. You know, it's only Drox and Kyson. They managed to grab absolutely everything. They've actually sent even the Molly back towards the member at the top of Nana, which is Drox. Kyson tucked into the cubby position. So even with their limited range weaponry, their limited utility, they've still been able to kind of send their way down nicely and at least find that control of the map. But it does look like a window flash is lined up. They will be able to send them in there, but I do think they are at least in a good enough position here, Kyson, where he should be able to get out rent-free. Another smoke as well. Look at this. They've invested so much, and then they end up just going straight through the smoke. Calamari's here as well. Everything being done right here for Vodafone Warriors. They have put themselves into a perfect position. But now they need to be quick and ready for that rotate back over towards this A site, Jim, because again, they don't exactly have the weapons to hold the distance here on this A site. No. Prodigy hiding in the pit, but Obson, okay. Good damage, but the dinks go back and forth. Only factor is that they are both very low, but it is still a 2v2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, and the weaponry from Vodafone Warriors actually isn't really a factor with such low HP in play. So they're just going to roll on in with what they can. Maybe try and pick up some utility along the way, but they're going to stick together and hope that they can trade things out here. But this crossfire from Nutty is relatively decent. In fact, Mr. Shark has tried to take that fight, and Super now has to play around this site, so he gets drawn into a fight that he cannot win, particularly with low HP. And Warriors actually navigate their way through that round. They pick up some upgrades as well, so the bonus round, it works out for Warriors. They make it work. And look how healthy that economy is now. You got players that are, apart from Kyson, everybody else has got a rebuy in the tank, plus more.
I think it's just great team dynamic, great synergy. It's a really, really nice and clean retake to come out there from Vodafone Warriors, you know, wrapping around the Diggity side, going together, kind of again, hand in hand, you know, and then swinging towards Moto together. Now we go back to that default.
Yeah.
Waiting down bottom of Nana, waiting in the apartments. Obson, here's the footsteps from Clover as he does start to walk his way into that apartment position.
The buy coming out of Nutty here too was, like, don't get me wrong, weaponry-wise, fine, but they've got pretty much no utility to work with here. Oh,
ooh.
Clover hard clearing that angle.
Man, that's the Perth ping swing king right there. 70 ping of your finest from Mr. Clover.
Oh, Drox thought he'd entered a gold mine, but Mega's done a great job of opening up. So this is a round where, like, they had absolutely, you know, no utility really to work with. I think they had 2 smokes, 2 flashes, that's it, across everybody, Nutty, and they still make that work by taking the engagements and catching their opposition with utility out.
Bit of a brute force moment, but, you know, one that certainly makes things look good. But if Kyson saves this, rather Calamari, right, I was looking at Kyson's money. Calamari, he holds this, you know, that should put him up sort of around that 7K mark. 2 weapons can be dropped over.
Yep.
You know, Drox can look to get an AWP into the hands of Obson, however it kind of plays out. So they're still sitting pretty, whereas not exactly the same could be said for Nutty, at least for now. But, you know, they win this one, they pick up the next. It's a swing round, reset the economy of Vodafone Warriors. So things will be looking quite good if Nutty can start to stabilize from here.
Very important that they keep 3 alive there, which they did.
Yeah. It's not the same CT-sided map as it once was. Is it, Jim?
No, I mean, yeah, you could make the arguments that the M4A1S meta makes this, a difficult map, particularly with the, smoke utility being key and the seemingly endless opportunities the CTs are afforded without punishment. But I'll be honest and say that the economy really does conspire against the CT side, particularly those that, do not manage it well in the early stages of a half.
Yeah, it really is that financial game, isn't it? Like, such a challenge.
It's not a map you can play with very minimal utility on the CT side.
Very heavy. And it's like such a save-heavy map as well. You're sort of at a 3v3 even, and it's sometimes consider immediately like, geez, this is going to be a hard retake. Might have to just wait until that next round. So you're just constantly fighting this really endless tug of war, which is why it's so important to take that CT-sided control as Drox. How are you alive? Excellent counter utility from his team. Is like, you look, Mega now, very, very low velocity, the same boat. But they are going to continue. So 3 men over towards that B site from Vodafone Warriors has really started to help them out for now. They've got plenty of utility to at least work with for the rest of it. But yeah, another good start where it was a little bit lucky. I'll give him that. But overall, another solid round where they can just kind of hold on for the time being. There is a little bit of information being sent up mid though, Jim, which has started to pull the rotation away from Calamari.
Yeah, and it's actually a small window of opportunity too here for Super to maybe even slip the net a little bit. If he can get himself into the archway here or, just find some timing. He might find himself in CT spawn, and looks to be that's the case. Calamari does find him out. So that window of opportunity slammed shut. Should be a nice clean-up here for the M4s with Mega on low HP. Mr. Shark's got a lot of work to do, but they're out of utility, and he's got the bomb on his back.
This is the position. It's like a literal mirror match of what we saw in that previous, right? You see the different approach here from Vodafone Warriors, or just waiting inside construction, waiting for the rotation to come in from CT. A single flash in the hands of Obson, plenty of kits, so there's enough to kind of get their way back in. But they're even going to wait, even hold a little bit longer for that one member to make its way up Banana. And now that flash is going to be lined up by Obson straight over the top. Doesn't really do a whole lot, but at least they're going to be able to get that trade. So whilst Mega does manage to get one, and so does Shark, they find the site. There's 3 alive, and it's A-OK for the Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, that's the power of just trading out with numbers advantage, right? Like just a bit of patience, the discipline, nobody trying to make an individual hero play and throwing away what slight advantage they did have. It was just patient. It was well coordinated and well timed. So they do roll on here. And thanks to that bomb plant, there's a buy coming through here for Nutty. Interested to see what they do with Mr. Shark with that T-side AWP on Inferno. It is the worst side of any map to try and AWP on. Up there with T-side nuke.
Oh, jeez. Almost put the AWP away at that point, really. Yeah. Inferno does have some opportunities, some longer lines that can be found, but, again, it really is just sort of trying to line up with the contest against the opposing AWP. Can put so much pressure on. You miss that single shot. That's why, again, you really only see sort of like your Alistairs like to pick it up. Sterling will typically opt for a rifle instead. But as it stands, Obson has been smoked off the line. He will fall back to the site. There's 4 members here from Vodafone Warriors, Jim, so they seem to have a pretty decent read on it so far.
The problem here for the, there's a boatload of utility that just went down with Super. So there's just a flash now in play. Unless they can recover that smoke from his body, this is all they've got to work with. And they're now being aggressed. The counter utility comes through and Kyson mops up. So yeah, not a lot of utility to work with for Nutty. And this might be the end of the road for their money too. And a really critical point. They might have to take a slight eco, give up that match point. Unless Mr. Shark can throw an absolute Hail Mary here in a 5v1. Which, given his time and lack of bomb, not even the wildest imagination Could see this round being won.
Straight into spawn. I'm happy to kind of give this one away. As again, Vodafone Warriors very, very split up across the side of the A position, keeping a firm eye on the bomb. But I've got to admit, Jim, this has actually been a very, very refreshing map of Counter-Strike from the Vodafone Warriors. Like, it's going the way that all the hours that we've spent casting this game and watching this game and being a part of it, it's like looking like it's going the way that it should, you know? Vodafone Warriors map pick, a little bit more of a synergized roster, looking comfortable going into the playoffs potentially here. And Nutty, a little bit more loose, a little bit more puggy, and it's going the way of Vodafone Warriors. So it's kind of like a nicer game than, you know, what we were, witnessing on that Dust 2 carnage between Team Yellow and Antic previously. So I'm enjoying myself here.
Just a little vibe check from you.
Yeah.
Oh, that is dirty.
Speaking of vibe checks, his vibe has been denied.
Yeah. It's been vibe check. He's been rattled.
Yeah. Rough position. And yeah, Prodigy just continues to show that he's still got it. Now Velocity also in a very, very low position. I do believe he got legged up by Obzen earlier. So they are making their way. So this is actually, yeah, a similar sort of position. I suppose now your spot where we're seeing Kyson sit a little bit safer. Drox is still there. He's actually going to sit back and look to join the support. Kyson moving into a much more forward position as well. Can get the smoke down on the side. It's a little one-way. So good repositioning from the CTs, leaving it now on only Clover and Mega. They should be able to find plenty of time. The flash allowing them some additional positioning. And now it's actually dropping the bomb in a very, very precarious position. Mega just so far away. He's picked up the orb. Not exactly the weapon you want to be doing. You want to be on your site with your teammate, my friend. And Vodafone Warriors pick up match point here, or map point rather.
Yeah. And it's looked, honestly, like it was just a long way coming for them because they've been able to grind their way through a lot of these rounds. There's been so many moments there where, you know, Nutty have had an opportunity to get themselves back in or whatnot, but that window of opportunity is just quickly being shut. It's disappeared, whatnot. So Vodafone Warriors definitely looking very good here on map number 1. And I think it's just a case now of Nutty Gaming. How can they try and fight back into this? Can they get a few rounds on the board here? Maybe wrestle back some confidence and momentum heading into map number 2. I don't know whether or not they will be able to, you know, take this into the forbidden word. I'm extremely doubtful.
Really is just like a Harry Potter run at that point. The round score that must not be named. Obzen.
Like the Voldemort of CS.
Yeah. Does miss a crucial shot, but it should be all right for now. Are they going to walk around this corner dry? No, they're going to get the smoke down. Kyson will be able to get a very, very important Molotov in as well. So 45 seconds left, Jim. There's not exactly a whole lot of time for Nutty to be working with, especially not from here. Again, another fantastic read from the Vodafone Warriors. Unfortunately, Kyson does give up the GOAT a little bit. And now the rotation starts to come in. This is a good pull. I like this a lot from Nutty Gaming this time round. Drox, he's playing it much more passive. He is going to allow for the time for the teammates to rotate around. He's watching straight in towards CT. Velocity, looking to wrap into library if it is possible. Prodigy, though, does spot him. So, again, you know, that's another potential opportunity that has been given up. How do they look to play this? Drox is waiting very, very patiently. Calamari already all the way up towards Nana. Is he going to be ready? Did you see the gun barrel? He absolutely did, but only just. How has Calamari got away with 1.5 here? All left on to Prodigy, who's actually gone down Nana as well. He's going to be able to pick up Super. So it's going to be all left onto the IGL. He's even jumped over the half wall. I don't think Prodigy's going to be ready for it, but he is! In the end, though, Mega does manage to find and close. Envelope sealed and dealed. And I was about to say, unfortunately, I mean, Drox may have to get a drop over for him. That timing, oh my God, that little cheeky duck away. Yeah. I was going to say, you know, Prodigy jumped the half wall. Mega managed to just find the right moment.
I'm surprised he didn't, like, duck into it, you know what I mean? Like, most players in that position will just dig in with a crouch spray and end up winning the round, but Prodigy didn't. But they do have more money left in the tank, so job doesn't get any easier here for Nutty. That's not going to help either. Obson getting really
No.
aggressive.
I was going to say that's a certified 2D play if we want to go all the way back there. Going for the aggressive pick down towards Nana. You know, you usually wait for the molly, get the smoke down so you can peek just off the car line. And he does manage to make it work. So Drox has actually been smoked off. And this cheeky little spray down from Prodigy might give him into a bit of a false sense of security. But unfortunately, he can't quite see far enough. And now are they going to peek up towards the library area? Looks like Super is going to show his gun barrel just only a small amount. The rest of the team is going to start to wrap their way around, but the Molotovs will keep them at bay. A minute left on the clock, so not exactly the most amount of time, but that's what we spoke about earlier. Drox only had 3450, so he did have to invest into an MP9 and some further utility. Not exactly the weapon you want to have inside the pit here. Could have potentially swapped up with Prodigy, but you know, a little bit awkward to do there after Drox was boosted up on the hut roof.
The smokes are going to fade, and it's just going to be a bit of an awkward standoff here. I don't know how they're going to be able to dismantle this crossfire unless Drox really shows us the complete lack of power in the MP9.
Oh, a little bit unfortunate there for Obson, straight into the crosshair of Mega, but now Drox might be able to lock one down. That could be enough, potentially. 15 seconds. Where's the rotation? Coming up from Kyson now, but the bomb will be planted nice and safe. Looks like Drox will wait for his teammate, but he is low. And now there's absolutely no utility. Nada across the board for both these teams. That nade, though, went in. It was the last piece of utility. Drox goes down. A little bit of a spray from Kyson, but obviously the old M4 doesn't exactly have the most bullets in it right now. Mega does peek, does give the info. Now all they need to do is just wait ever so patiently. Mega playing with fire here. Kyson, I'm sure he's aware. I'm sure he knows now. He absolutely does. And now the last line, the last little bit, there it is. That is enough, and that will be the close. Vodafone Warriors will walk away with the map here, Jim, 16-8. And yeah, look, Nutty, I got to admit, man, that they certainly had some moments of brilliance. They show us that they are certainly a team, you know, that can be there when they're all on the same page. But unfortunately, it just doesn't happen regularly enough. And now we got Dust 2 around the corner. Yeah, we do have Dust 2 around the corner. But it was definitely a great performance from, Vodafone Warriors in the initial stages. But Nutty, I just felt as though, yeah, you're right. They just lacked maybe some early decisions in the half. Really felt just a little bit off the point that we normally see from them. As we said in the pre-game, it just depends on which version of which team you're going to get. We know they have fantastic team play, but for whatever reason it was, it just they felt as though they needed to make individual plays in some of those rounds where they just weren't working, and they may have been better off and had not thrown away player advantages. That definitely left them lacking in the later stages of the half. But I think, heading on to the next middle of the map pool map, which is Dust 2, we're going to be in for some fantastic action. We're going to be back with that after the break. Don't go anywhere. Dust 2 is up next.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Kia ora whanau, that guy's Energy here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Tahamaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Tahamaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
Hello and welcome back to the Biocode Lab CSGO Pro League Season 2. We are into map number 2 of our matchup tonight between Vodafone Warriors and Nutty Gaming. Conky, we have seen all the action unfold on the first map of Inferno, but now we head on over to one of what feels like the oldest arenas currently in the rotation on Dust 2. But look, map number 1 showed the strength of Vodafone Warriors. However, this is now Nutty's pick. And do you feel as though their fortunes might be a little bit different on this map?
I do actually think so. Like, it's always kind of on the back of your mind, right? Like, you know, even when a team shows really, really good signs, the 5-minute map break can sometimes be the change, you know, that they sort of need, right? And like, I guess a map like Dust 2 does kind of prompt a little bit more space, right? You can take upper tunnels, you can sort of push your way up top mid now, especially with the doors change, and obviously the, you know, AWP straight off spawn doesn't exactly work like it used to. And also, you know, looking to try and take some long control as well. So as CTs, loose aggression really can benefit. So, you know, going back to the narrative that we've kind of been painting in the fact that Nutty seems to be kind of doing what they want to do individually, that may actually lean into their strength a little bit more on a map like Dust 2. So giving advantage to those long lines, maybe they pick up that double AWP like we did sort of touch upon. But overall, like I was saying to the guys in the break, like, it's a game where you look at it on paper and you go, okay, like Vodafone Warriors, more structured, Nutty a little bit more loose. Inferno, Nutty should not do super well. And that's exactly what happened. And I was like, oh my God, like the script actually worked out for once. It was nice.
Yeah, it's like we were, you know, not in control of writing it this time. But
yeah,
we're not going to wait too long to get into Dust 2. I believe the map is ready, so we're going to roll over into that. But I think you're right in saying that, you know, the map itself, I think, is going to lend itself to the play style of Nutty, but whether or not, you know, Vodafone Warriors are going to be able to be prepared, be ready for these individual plays, and it seemed like they were on Inferno, and they were just able to punish them round after round after round. So, yeah, I think a change of strategy here from Nutty, if they're going to rely on individual plays, is going to be the key for them, but they do have the T side first, so the CT side being picked by Warriors.
Yeah, they do certainly, you know, seem to have that kind of a little bit more of a kind of strong move together, Vodafone Warriors. So, yeah, I'm interested to see if their pacing will change up from map to map here, or if they can show some level of consistency. As I mentioned, like, you know, whilst Dust 2 is kind of that Inferno cross Mirage, like, it is a little bit of an outlier in a way. Like, you see it all the time. It is very much middle of the map pool, but some teams do not like Dust 2, right? Like, they're not going to sort of lean into that pick. They might potentially ban it out. So how it's ended up here, you know, both teams are clearly going to feel comfortable. And Mr. Shark is going to start off very, very nicely. A little shaky from Callum Murray, but does get the job done. Drock's also there for another. So it's a straight up 3-for-3 split.
Yep.
They do manage to get a couple of opening picks, and now as that bomb does go over towards B, we do at least get to see a member rock up, which is Drox, and Clover is going to run back, and he's not happy with that, because look how split they are, Jim. We've got one member on the A site, one member top mid, and now the bomb's going through spawn, and there's 35 seconds left. What is going on in Nutty Gaming's camp, bro?
What is actually happening here? Like,
what is this?
oh, now Super's...
The worst part is they might win the round still.
I know, I was going to say, Super's actually done a world of good. Steady the ship here.
Oh, no.
And he's done it again.
Oh, pain.
There's no kit on offer here for Drox either, so he's just going to have to get in and do it the old-fashioned way. And they've got a good idea of where he's coming from, so with that player now, P250, heading towards the pit, the job gets a little bit more difficult.
Does have a smoke, but that would be a 10-second stick on the defuse, so very, very challenging. But they do actually choose to walk on up. I would have thought, you know, they would have favoured that pit position, but now they're up very, very aggressive here. However, time is ticking. It's not going to matter. They do end up finding the round, but yeah, look, Super kind of pulled off some superhero moves, really, to be able to secure that round for Nutty. Like, again, a thing of it should have never worked out, but it did, so who cares? It was right.
Yeah, I think you're right in saying that it was some heroics from Super, and it never really felt right that they won that round, I'll be honest. Like, looking at how that broke down into the mid-round, you had 2 CTs in mid. Oh.
What? He didn't even shoot at him originally.
Nah. Prodigy has found frags like that time and time again so far in his series. So, those are the kind of frags that are are really dangerous in a round like this too. Like they've got a scout buy plus 3 deeks. Like, what custom map is this?
Yeah. Scouts and knives, baby.
All we need is
Yeah,
like
it is
low
a
grab.
daunting one. Oh, jeez. Could you imagine? The only good thing is now at least we've got 3 members. Velocity is starting to make his way up with the rest of his team, but they need to keep on moving. Have they heard the footsteps? It sounds like they have inside the bedroom. Mr. Shark will tuck on in, but this is definitely an angle they should be clearing every day of the week. Drox will get the info, but the walls are paper thin here. So it's a good response, a good recovery, and it very much works off the dynamic of Nutty kind of, you know, sitting together. They send 3 members up long as a unit. They leave 1 in the bedroom, just maximum chilling, waiting for the reposition to come along. So that's a happy result. Certainly a solid one to play around.
Yeah, just solid fundamentals. And on rounds like this, particularly, you know, when you've got a huge advantage, you don't want to be picked and pulled apart. Oh, it felt like Obson had his back turned there for just that moment.
Here's Sharp. So really not a whole lot to take in or out of this round. Just the extra cash for Obson to start considering the AWP in round number 4.
They do have options with these scouts, though. That might be something for them to try and work around here, particularly, you know, round mid and long, maybe even in the B tunnels too. So wouldn't be surprised to see them try and work these scouts around. I actually don't know if Nutty would have the info that there are 2 scouts in play either. So just some pistols, some P250s this time, the low budget options. Timing's not going to work out for them either.
It is crazy just purely how a map can you know, change it up a whole lot. So rotating through towards that CT position now, all the way up towards top mid. And they are just going to see what they can find here. There's going to be sort of some slow taps away. Good damage from Drox. And that recovery of the AK actually might be a pretty important thing to take through into the next round. But effectively what I was touching on is just the fact that Nutty, they're happy to move as a unit. Like literally all it means is just switching from Inferno to Dust 2. And that T side has been paying off for them so far. But, you know, the real telltale will come through into that next round where the first gun buy, or first full gun buy comes in. But Prodigy's found another, so that could be potentially another weapon up short. No, it's just the MAC-10. That's all right.
Yeah, nothing really on offer for them. And even then, Drox, super frustrating line to sort of play against. He just turfs that AK. Hopefully they do regain it. And I don't think they did, actually. But would have been nice for them to take an extra into this round. But regardless, the buy comes through. So this is where
further damage to the economy, though, as well, which is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it's not, you know, world-changing, but it will have an effect in later rounds. So this is just Velocity trying to beat everybody to the punch. And, oh,
wow,
back turn
played. That was really, really nice. I like that from Velocity. Completely blind, but he has his lines on his flash. Sends Prodigy all the way back. And self-carries his way out long. Like, now the rest of the team can join the fray. We've got 1 member sitting in tunnels, holding for the rotate. And Nutty have already got so much space on the map in the first 20 seconds. Yeah.
Lower dark play coming through here from Warriors, though. So that might be just an attempt to regain some territory. But they're actually just going to leave Mega to his own devices here at B. So that could be really dangerous. Could really come back to bite them. Particularly if he gets to open up on those players in spawn. Chance to play with the rotation as well.
Recovery, at least from Drox. Also, Kyson ready for that cheeky Mega, who does walk out the B position as they do try to take the site. Now a line held by Obson. Ooh. It's awkward, though. It's a very hard shot to hit. Calamari, good response, good recovery. Now Velocity does look a little bit hesitant to get on towards that site, but he does hit the shot. They are trading, even though it is a little bit delayed. Now, are they going to be ready for Kyson? Surely. Does hit the shot, though. This starts to get a little bit worrying, but Velocity should have enough confidence to go for the swing. He will, but where and when is the question, and it's at the opportune time. So Nutty walking away 4-0 as it starts. And yeah, Vodafone Warriors really starting to feel that pressure of how damning it can be to kind of space yourselves out on that CT side defense.
Yeah, and now they're also starting to feel the pinch in terms of money too. Drox buys in with that scout because he had the best amount of money. But yeah, the spacing's really weird on the side of Vodafone Warriors at the moment. Like, they really are being stretched very thin. And that happens when you lose a pick early on in the piece. So Nutty doing a really good job of just capitalising on that. Obson just tries to jiggle. But in the end, he folds half of his HP. And free rate of B.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Looks like they should just be able to take B nice and easy. Cruising around on towards the site. Drox, yeah, realistically not really too much he can offer. Tyson's got some Kevlar, so does Callum Murray, but Mega is going to be locking it down. Oh, it's okay. Super's there. Mega does go down as a little bit of punishment. That's got to feel bad, but yeah, it's okay. Doesn't really matter too much in these kind of circumstances.
Look, if you miss...
Callum Murray has pushed it down a little bit more, but...
If you miss your first 12 shots, you've got to be punished.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the old experience of someone's got their back turned to you, spray the whole clip, and it just doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, blame the hitboxes, move on.
Exactly, correct. No one saw that. We'll push pause.
The problem now for these guys is everything is broadcasted.
Yeah, exactly.
And the observers don't miss much at all. So
nah, I think, yeah, Toby's gotten pretty bloody good over the last little while. So if you've made a mistake, you better believe you're on camera.
You believe we've seen it. Oh.
Okay, so that's where it starts to get a little bit too bold. Mega has done that completely solo. Did a similar sort of flash play that Velocity did throw out recently. But there has been a readjustment. However, it needs to continue. If they're going up short, they've got to join Clover. They've got to try and get into this position. But Vodafone Warriors, there is 4 of them here over towards this A site, Jim. Spread around short, but they have so much spacing all around the map on that A side. And plenty of control. So it seems like Nutty, for now, they pump the brakes. They're watching in towards mid. They're checking lower dark. No one's there. And it does appear that Calamari has at least started to peel away a little bit. But Obson, he's going to hold that line with the AWP. Should hit a second here. He will. Very, very mean and keen on that side. And now the rest of Nutty, they've actually started to hightail it out of there. And at this point in time, there's so little areas, so few areas on the map, rather, that they can kind of, you know, re-push into. And they're actually going to send themselves packing up towards top mid.
Yeah. Save from here on out, right? Like, they tried to hit short, but without any flash utility, that is a difficult task, particularly against an AWP like Obson as well. They're the sort of opportunities that he loves. They're like his bread and butter. So if you're going to feed him like that, you know he's already going to come back for seconds, thirds, and fourths. Like, it's a bit of a buffet for an AWPer like that. So Nutty, they're just going to save out these weapons. The money's good enough to be buying into the next. So you already know that they're going to come back fully stocked. But it's a great round for Vodafone Warriors to win. It actually allows them to build them a bit of an economy too. Like, you can already see here that they're out of utility, so once that utility refresh is done, they can actually start to build some decent bank.
Yeah, no needing to reinvest into the Kevlar. Everyone's got kits, so they should still sort of have that 2K mark. Means they've got another buy, obviously, in the back pocket afterwards. Yeah, absolutely laughing here for Vodafone Warriors. A couple more would really sort of start to line themselves up, but, you know, that was a... isolated round so far in this map. Nutty has very much put the pressure down. Love that reflash. A little bit later, and that'll send Mr. Shark packing as well. So only a little bit of utility damage, but at least they've managed to kind of deal with that pesky long aggression that they've been struggling with the last few rounds.
Yeah, they've just made these small tweaks, right? Like, they're just small tweaks, and it might just be settling things down till, you know, the utility can do its job, or just waiting things out a little bit more. So patience being rewarded. And Obson, gonna fire that one in. Just tickles Nutty. Doesn't necessarily do as much damage as it should. But that velocity, it's almost like challenged him, spurred him into action. And Kyson, I don't know if you're going to be happy if you're Calamari there, but if he gets a second, I think you can probably forgive it.
Plenty of utility in towards this mid area. It's going to get a little bit awkward if it's only Drox to save this B site all on his lonesome. However, they are giving the opportunity back up a little bit here, Nutty, as they are going to be all aggressing out of that B position. Door smoke's ready, and they do start to send it all out. Drox has got a great angle here, but they need a flash. They need something. Opening pick will be found and short. There's enough, but I think Drox got a little bit too excited just there, and so did Kyson. All Vodafone Warriors sort of showing a little bit of what Nutty was doing in the previous, because now it's basically an impenetrable fortress at this point in time, the old B site. Too hard. Put it in the pile to work on tomorrow, it would seem, as they run away for the save. But yeah, look, I think, I understand exactly that position from Drox there. If he got another frag, he would have been happy, kind of felt like he did his job. And then Kyson, I think that even could have been a potential miscom there, Jim, right? Drox goes up, Kyson says, wait, I'm coming, I'll join you, because if it was a 2-3 position, at least they might have been able to do a little bit more distracting. But by the time Kyson got through that smoke, Drox is already dead. So, yeah, maybe just a little miscom there on the side of Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, I also think too, like the line Drox chose didn't actually help him out for the wide peak. So as soon as they sort of overstepped his line, he had to choose another one. So, yeah, initially they get juked a little bit in that round, Vodafone Warriors. So thankfully they save out enough to be able to give themselves a fighting chance in this round. But with the money as it is, Prodigy and Obson are the only two that have got something decent here. But Calamari's going to be tested. Doesn't quite finish off Velocity. But Prodigy arrives in time. He's been silenced almost instantaneously. This is looking pretty hairy, but Calamari can stay alive here.
Ooh. A couple of narrowly missed shots there, but still a good innings. Obson also gets the Molotov down, so it is starting to stabilize. Like, this doesn't feel as open of a game as it is right now. Like Nutty, are a while ahead, but as the economy does start to stabilize, like a little bit from Vodafone, like if they find this one unscathed, like if Obson gets this pick here, but was that a drop pistol? Big brain. Very, very nicely done from Super there to get his way across. But unfortunately, he will be quelled, so that's it. But hey, look, it worked. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So the reinvestment here is nice and easy. Obson can drop one over for Calamari. Prodigy's got heaps of cash. Back to that position where they've got 2K in the bag, Jim, for the reinvestment. So they're going to be okay. Whereas you look over the side of Nutty, not as okay as it could be, right? Velocity, Mega. I think they're actually just going to sort of play around this one. That's the hero. Well, it was. It certainly was. Now they're going to force in. So it was going to be the hero warp. Play around maybe the rifle there of Super. But Clover, Mega, and Velocity have all chosen to fight on in with it. So tactical pause to come in from Vodafone Warriors. Good time to do it. Bit of a conversation. But until then, Nutty still very much, sort of hold on to the steer of the ship.
Safe to say that the first map has pretty much been erased by Nutty right now, like with this performance so far. But they need to get on with doing jobs. Mr. Shark, does a lot of damage to Obson, just catching him on that leg, but just drives Obson back into the site. Is he going to go? His line actually might have worked too, but now with one in the pit, makes it very difficult to hold from where they are. It's a good trade coming out from Mega. Need to be careful. They don't want to lose more in this situation.
Another good response.
Yeah.
Obson's still very low, but, look, having the correct weapon in hand. The AWP still only has to hit the one shot, but they are going to swing on in, and Velocity, making amends with that Mac 10. At least able to push forward into a nice position. It's going to be the AWP recovered, and that's Mr. Shark also getting sent, or sending rather, the CT into an awkward position in Prodigy. They are going to start to make their way up. Another missed shot there from Velocity. Getting up short's going to be super important here because that'll very much sort of determine the pace of when Prodigy can get out from that position. Drox is going to be tagged up, but they've got the info. Now Prodigy in towards CT, jump spots, finds Mega, but they do have that one in the pit. Does that be the Shark AWP? It will be. They've got the smoke down, and now this is really, really awkward. Mr. Shark has to hit the shot, has to connect, and I don't think it's planted for him. It's not going to really work out. He just has to go for it, assume he's got a hope. Yeah, sorry, boys. When it's just the AWP left down towards long, even if the bomb is planted for you, it can be an eternal struggle. Yeah. So Vodafone Warriors, they have managed to equalize here now, and that should very well be a time where Nutty choose for an eco.
Yeah, time to go back to the drawing board for them. Unfortunate for Mr. Shark because that bomb was, I actually believe it was planted on his side of the box. It's just, again, you've just got to pick your angle, right? And you can only fire off so many shots with the AWP. So if you make two wrong choices, you don't really know where that bomb is through the smoke. You're going to have a difficult time. Plus now, you know, like, you can pretty much defuse from, I don't know, at least 2 to 3 feet away from the bomb, right? Like, you don't have to be on it. So, tactical comes out from Vodafone Warriors after winning that round, right? Like, they only had 2 surviving members, so their money's still not really building to a level that they want it to. It's important that they get through this round. Oh, that's a good start. I was going to say it's important they get through this round without taking losses via that AWP or even the AK of Super, but off to a good start.
Very good damage. Good aggression. You know, still happy to kind of make some mid-round plays as a CT. Vodafone Warriors are very much stabilized into these last couple of rounds. Looking way more comfortable. You know, Nutty definitely had the pressure on. But it was subsequent, you know, as a pickup over the pistol round and the latter few rounds as well. You know, they tried to make that force in, didn't quite work out. So automatically they kind of forego 3 rounds. Nutty had some momentum behind them as well. But now Vodafone Warriors have started to respond reasonably nicely. And now whether or not Clover is actually going to be able to get this spot onto Drox. Flash in, goes a bit deep. But they're going to hear that scope, so that's basically should be the call from Kyson. Drox don't peek. He's got an AWP. He's just going to show the gun barrel a little bit and make them work for it. So Kyson actually goes for the swing on in. I like that a lot. And Clover does get one, but it will be traded out accordingly. So yeah, this is a way, way better position for the Vodafone Warriors now. They've got the AWP. They only have to reinvest on one member, which is going to be for Drox. And everyone else has got decent kind of cash position again. So Nutty are going to have to go in for that full reinvestment. Mr. Shark goes for the glass cannon AWP, which is a bit of a bold play. But look, again, Dust 2, long lines.
Not
could
as
work out for him.
as the Mac 10 on velocity. I like this. I like this, though, from Hobson.
Oh, he got out too. Made up just enough time.
They're always going to lead that charge. Bold boost in through mid. But yeah, you're right. Like, glass cannon. Pretty big risk. Not going to be a pivotal round for them, but it is going to, I guess, send them into a soft eco on the next round if they do not find success in this one. Vodafone Warriors they actually are playing 2 players mid at the moment, so if Nutty do choose to go through mid, and looks to be the case, the bomb leading the way out first. Doesn't get caught with the utility out.
Oh, this could be big from Kyson. But in the end, the smoke will keep them at bay. That Molotov's actually fantastic as well. I think it goes deep enough to make it really, really awkward.
They've got to stay there in that smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Hot under the collar. Just have to play patience now. Calamari, though, very bold. Will be responded on towards, but Kyson actually does manage to get out. A cheeky little underarm of a flash, which will send them kind of back for another minute. But now it starts to be that thing where they've got to set their sights towards the tunnel. Supar is there. Now the information has been gathered. Kyson's already on for a very, very big round here, and he's going to reposition over towards that car. Flash goes out quickly. Kyson gets his third. Will he get the fourth? I think he could be on for the ace here, Jim. Ooh. No, it is stolen. Fried Drox, but it's okay because 4 is still a pretty solid number in this position. Healing's up to 13-5, and now the scoreline is 5-6. Vodafone Warriors have closed the gap massively here because there's another position. 3 guns alive, good money, AWP still in play. They don't have to reinvest too much.
Drox and Kyson must have been feeling like the meat in the sandwich there, right? Like there's heavy presence shown
yeah.
in mid. There's already aggression coming out up at dark there. They know that they got to lock that site down, so they chose to fight in the site, and it works for them. Change of pace here on the back of a good long spawn. That's Prodigy. How does he get out of there? I feel like Prodigy has had a blistering inferno. Had a few good shots here on Warriors, but like he's just copped some of the worst luck early on.
Yeah, it hasn't been his map so far, Duster, I will admit to. But I was going to say there, the support there from Calamari on towards that long position, you know, to be able to find the turn, find the right timing. Both him and Prodigy do manage to get a couple kills towards that long position. But of course, it is only, you know, just the gentler weaponry. Great shot there from Super. Only member with Kevlar, though, so as he gets a little bit lower, they are going to make their way over towards this B position. They've got no utility. They've just got to go for it. And Drox has actually peeled away, which, look, I kind of do like. At least he's gone sort of out the doors, but now he's back into the site. God, Drox, you're making my heart bleed at this point in time. But it's a pistol round, so it's okay. He's going to stat the pads a little bit, pad the stats.
Yeah, and Prodigy cops it.
Yeah. Again, poor guy.
Doors get charged, and like Prodigy doesn't have a lot of HP here, just gets decked, and then that's it.
He wasn't even there. It's like the punch was meant for someone else, and then he's poor Drox has ducked.
Just gets
Prodigy's gotten
punched in the dark.
Absolutely cleared. Oh man. Okay, Kyson's into lower tunnels this time round. Nobody home for now, but that is a very, very ballsy play with the AWP. Obson going to be on the line. Great shot from Mr. Shark. He is quick. So Obson was taken low in an earlier exchange, but now they're actually going to be ready for Kyson into this position. He spots a couple. There we go. That's the Shark down, and the water is going to be again murky. Calamari hits one, but now it is going to be a very, very big task on the Kyson. And how's the utility got to look? Oh, they almost line up for the collateral there, but now as he goes into lower tunnels, Clover will find, Clover will spot, but Calamari picks up. This is probably one of the most action-packed rounds of the evening so far.
Yeah.
Everything's going crazy. Look at Prodigy in towards lower tunnels. Calamari just basically has to try and buy the time now. Surely they're going to know. Surely the position is going to be good enough as they're stuck around Heaton for now. Mega is here, but Clover gets the spot, gets the information, but now they've got to have this really weird do-si-do. Who hits the shot? Who will connect? It will be Prodigy, but now they're both very low. Great flash, great peek out. Prodigy finally gets his piece of the pie. And Vodafone Warriors, Jim, they take the lead somehow. Like, Nutty's start was solid. And all of a sudden, yeah, that was a really, really nice round, though. Plenty of contests, plenty of good trades. And I've got to tip my cap to Calamari, who very much kind of kept his cool in amongst the chaos.
Very big resurgence from Vodafone Warriors there, right? Like, they've been able to just now start to surge away. It's just the loss bonus that's keeping Nutty Gaming going, plus the back of that bomb plant too. So they're trying everything here. Like they're trying to change of pace. They're trying putting pressure on mid. They're trying to split B. Also trying to get themselves out short. But like Obson there's aggressed. They're getting cut to pieces as they try and get out mid. So I don't know. It really feels as though Warriors are just in the ascendancy with the tweaks that they've made, dealing with this aggression a lot better. And even Nutty were finding success getting out long. I feel as though Warriors are far more happy now to just like not contest it and give it up if that's the case. And concentrate their efforts more towards mid and upper dark. But they're trying to play with Obson here. Might be able to catch him out. That's not good. So there's a way back in here for Nutty.
Yeah, a couple of ways back in at this point in time, as they do manage to bring it back to a 3-on-3. But they are in decent positions to at least make something work. They do get flooded back in towards the short position, and I think that actually could sort of lead to backs up against the wall, but they do manage to find the right timing. Excellent stuff. Tyson has a lot to do in this round here as Super will respond. Probably the cleanest round we've seen from Nutty in quite a little bit. You know, they get the disadvantaged position where they turn the tides. 3 versus 4. And funnily enough, that actually does put the Vodafone Warriors economy into a bit of a worse predicament than I was expecting. They will be able to get a full buy across the board. Everyone's been able to drop over nicely. So it's okay, but you think of the position that they actually did manage to kind of get themselves back into. It did definitely fall apart into that final round.
No, precisely.
So Kyson trying to get some mid control. Last round of the half, Jim. And after a very dominant start on both ends, how's Kyson alive for one? We still are yet to determine who will actually walk away with a lead in the half as Prodigy gets a second.
Yeah, a lot of players having to forego armor, and even then, not necessarily getting a full buy. There's like one kit in play. They might be able to recover one off the body of Kyson, but that was where the other kit was. So keep an eye on that as they start to try and work their way into this A bomb site. All the eggs are here, Mitch. A is the basket.
Patience is a virtue here for Callum Murray. Over walks along, could get the smoke timing. It's actually super to collect, but Prodigy will drop the bomb, and he'll also get another. So very nicely done there from Prodigy. A great recovery, a great resurgence from the Vodafone Warriors here, who are looking to, not only make their way through to the playoffs, but also look to eliminate Nutty Gaming in a 2-0 fashion, potentially at this point in time. But of course, there is still plenty more game to go. And Dust 2, in the recent times, Jim, I'm not sure if it sort of has felt the same way for you, but I cannot work out, depending on the teams, depending on the matches that we have at hand, if it's T-sided or CT-sided. And these rounds are exactly why, because Mr. Shark's in lowers with the Julies. Obson's going to be able to respond. Don't overextend here, Nutty. Could not exactly be the best play, but at least it's worked out for now. They did respond inside mid, and with that bomb dropped, they've got the info. The soccer ball doesn't need to be kicked for now. Prodigy has a very, very tough task at hand here. Has to reposition. The long lines just make it so awkward here, and Super's going to be able to close. So Mr. Shark did well to get the early picks. Obson almost recovered, but overall, Nutty Gaming get the pistol, and that sort of puts the pressure back on the Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, it really does. It just sort of throws the, the potato, the hot potato, back into the hands of Warriors. But just some pistols coming out for them, so they're going to try and overwhelm B site. Actually might be able to catch a bit of a timing here too. So there's only one player on the side. Mega, he's got the famous flash timing. Perfect. They should be able to get this bomb plant in. They should be locked out here. Nutty don't need to make these individual plays that have cost them in some other maps, but this is actually looking a little bit dangerous, but that is a key frag. They have control of Upper Dark, so this is where the grip gets tightened on Warriors in this B side.
Yeah, very, very hard round to be found. Velocity just sort of clearing up. Kyson does at least manage to get one here, but as Super marches over, it's all going to be left on the Callum Murray. So unfortunately, this round does very much go by the by. It'll at least line them up for a decent buy, obviously in a couple rounds' time, but it didn't exactly go the way that they were kind of planning. That's the thing, if you don't get a couple of picks with that forced buy to at least kind of give yourself the advantage with the pistols, and even sort of Steven's retake where Nutty were nice and patient and waited for that one to go on in, makes it super, super challenging. And now we are going to see just some gentle pistols be brought in. I mean, it does actually make it a little bit better for the Vodafone Warriors, I guess. After getting that plant, they can continue to try and scrape against the economy, because Super, Mr. Shark, Velocity, they've all invested into those M4s now. And Super, he has gone really, really quick in the lowers. He's given up his information, but he's still pushing. He's still fighting. They're still kicking. And it's going a little bit more of an interesting way. Prodigy's made his way out the tunnels. He's now got an M4, Jim. Oh, Jesus.
No, he's only got a Famis.
It's a Famis. Never mind. It's okay. But
short-changed.
Yeah. I thought potentially one more member was alive for Vodafone Warriors just then, so I think I got a little bit too excited for what I should have, but...
Oh, there we go.
There's the M4. There it is.
Still got to reload it.
Yep.
Could do some damage to the economy here. Chances of winning the round. And there we go. He's just like, yep, take that. Might as well throw that away as well, Doesn't quite make it.
Now these rounds is basically just like how long can Nutty sort of stand still for, but in the end, no bomb plant, no nothing. They just go for the quick rush, but they've still done a little bit of damage. It's been A-okay for now. And over to the other side, still really dipping deep into that pocket. Mega, is he taking it towards mid? Okay, picking up the AWP over Mr. Shark. We'll see how it pays off. Information gathered. Obzen and Mega have had a bit of a spot to each other, but not much more to speak about for the first opening bit.
It's a bit of a stalemate, isn't it? As far as openers are concerned, but it's interesting that you have Mega posting up with that AWP. Typically not the player you want on the green stick.
Yeah, and that's kind of point proven, I guess.
Yeah, he just didn't really know where to look in that regard. Just took his eye off the prize at the wrong moment. So middle of the map being given up now to Warriors. Grenade just a bit premature. So like Nut here just convinced that like mid is being charged out by Warriors. They're reflashing it. The smokes haven't even come out yet, and they're trying to reflash and retake it. So Warriors are very cognizant of this fact. Look at how much utility has been burnt through on Nutty. So if they do go into a retake scenario, they're not going to be too well equipped. But 3 of them have Tech 9 sidearms.
They do indeed. Obzen doesn't need it. Continues the strong form with the AWP. Velocity did manage to get the catch onto Kyson earlier. It does look like they still are setting their sights over towards that B position, but that's actually pulled Velocity over from the rotate rather. I was going to say the retake, but the rotate is pulled. Obzen gets his 3rd, and he is absolutely a happy camper. Super, Clover, definitely in a position where they will be looking for a save. But Obzen basically, did that whole round himself. They managed to, catch the rotate, as I mentioned. Happy days, able to kind of make Nutty kind of second-guess themselves. Just a little bit of gentle utility over towards A, called for the rotate. So very, very well done by the Warriors, and they'll be able to happily sort of sit themselves up for a 9th round here, Jim.
Yeah, he wrestle of momentum back maybe for Warriors. These 2 weapons saved out, though. Very key, very key. Because the money's good enough, as you said, to rebuy into this. So Warriors, though, more importantly, they get themselves finally a slight change in momentum in their favour. Economy's looking good for them too. Yeah, it was always going to be difficult for Nutty, given how their util situation was leading into that round. And this is, I guess this has continued over from Inferno, right? Like we see high utility burn from Nutty. Whether that's CT, whether that's T, these guys dump a lot of utility in the mid, by the mid round. Like early round for them is all about utility exchange and trying to get themselves into position, but it does leave them coming up a little bit short in the retake or the side exec, whatever it might be. So Super, he's a lone ranger here at this site, and he's just been decked by Drox. No rotation thus far out of Nutty, but with that smoke, should be the cross made difficult. That's great utility from Nutty. Return serve. Look at that.
A little bit of work in. Oh. Hold on to the collar.
Yeah.
4 HP. It's enough. Refocus on the plant. And no HE. This... Oh, okay. No. They've got utility. Should be okay. Give it a crack. They know at least Drox and Prodigy are low, I'm sure. Already kind of forcing their way up towards that short position. Very, very long line held by Kyson here. Just sort of seeing if there is anyone kind of spotting their way around. But surely they've received the call now. He'll start to make his way very quickly up towards short. It is sitting on the side. Kyson's going to have to rotate over very, very quickly here, Jim. Obzen, though, Drox finds another Mr. Shark. Going for the Kukli style, but he won't be able to do it. But he does hold on for long enough. But it is going to be traded in the end as Prodigy does get the shot, does get the close. And unfortunately for Nutty, that's very much the tail end of their economy days. Vodafone Warriors, they'll walk away with 10. And they'll tie up the scoreline again. So we are definitely at a closer game. It has been a more entertaining game. Whereas Nutty have looked like, much more of a sort of solid team as a unit. But Vodafone Warriors are still very much kind of keeping it consistent, keeping their form up. And we'll have to see if they can continue kicking. Yeah,
the problem for Nutty now is the fact that they're on that CT side, right? Like, that honestly is their biggest problem. Because, like, economy-wise... if they start to really fall behind here, they put themselves in very difficult positions. It's hard to get yourself going, particularly when you're behind the 8 ball in the second half on the CT side. The money never seems to go your way in some of these critical rounds, and you're so susceptible to being broken at the worst possible moments. So they got a tough road ahead of them if they do let Warriors get ahead by a significant margin. Now, I always criticise the smoke on the cross on these sort of anti-eco rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Pop flash through that and you're
Begging
done.
for it. Yeah. Absolutely begging for it at that point.
Definitely throw a deeper smoke than that. Uh-oh, they're going to be flanked here.
Oh, jeez. The pressure is certainly starting to amount. There's another dink.
No.
No. Uh-oh. At this point, what do you even do? Do you rotate? Do you try and take the bomb towards the B side, or do you just let Super be a hero? Jim.
Oh, no.
That's what we call a never should have ever happened ever round, but that's what makes Counter-Strike exciting, I guess.
I just don't like... I don't like the thought of that smoke being put in place, right? Like on that sort of round. Yeah, okay, you need the smoke, but there's a deeper smoke that you can throw that sits right, pretty much center of Super screen, right? Like it sits there for the cross, and then you can just focus on fighting in the side. You don't have to worry about anyone on that cross. Pepper yourself with flashes. I feel as though, yeah, that close smoke gives you such a disadvantage on a round that's anti-eco, where they would have had a decent read on the economy of Nutty. So in the end, they get cleaned up by pistols. So that's got to be a little bit deflating for Warriors, and actually, it gives Nutty a real clear run back into this game because they've been able to repurchase back in. Mr. Shark got that orb. The money's actually not looking too bad for them, but Warriors, if they don't get themselves around on the board here, haven't done themselves too many favours.
It's a really good time for an opportunity to get that kind of momentum going again, Vodafone Warriors, but it's A-okay. They've made the right decision. They've called for the tack pause. They know they've messed up. Because realistically, like if you let a round like that make you miserable, make you tilted, you basically just shut the door on the game immediately, right? It's too late in the game, too late in the series. And this map is effectively the difference of $1,000 for the Warriors.
Yeah.
You got to be, gunning for that one. Nutty, if they are eliminated, they will be going home today, effectively, where it will be, Vodafone Warriors looking to join off the back of this map if they are successful. DGG, Vertex, and as we saw earlier, a cheeky little antic. But Clover's done some damage here, Jim, so it is still very much a 5v5, and he's going to be able to get that opening pick. Vodafone Warriors looking very, very split up now. Maybe the pause hasn't exactly done what they've needed. Kyson does manage to pick up one more, but now they are very much separated. I think they want to try get their way in towards mid. Okay, that should be B-side open. They should have that information immediately, but Obson's looking cautious. Obson is looking like something is not exactly going right. What are they trying to do here, Jim? 30 seconds. You would have thought they would have tried to at least peel off this position, but at least they are rotating in. Maybe they are trying to do it slow, the old fakeroo. But again, 20 seconds. Like, they've really left it up. Mr. Shark shotgun all close range. Now, Obson does manage to pick up one, but Super gets it through the smoke. They had the right idea. They had the right decision, but Vodafone basically, again, dropped the chess mark.
Yeah, they didn't, honestly. They didn't make that decision quick enough. That's what cost them, right? Like, they had Nutty's rotations eating out of the palm of their hand. Like, Obson opens that up nicely, and they get themselves a way back into that round. But it's a hesitation that cost them. Like, obviously, there's a factor of the unknown, which is what's going on at that B bomb site. But at that point, right, like, you've just got to know that you're, at worst, taking a 1v2 in that site.
You just have to make a decision, as you said, right? Like, irrespective of what it is, at that point in time, you've got 2 picks on the rotate. You should know that there's a heavy lean over towards A already. Irrespective, either sell it a little bit quieter and go A, or just bloody go B. You just have to make a call.
Yeah.
But look, it is what it is. Not going to stress on it too much because, as we say, if we hold on to the thought for too long, It'll all go belly up for the side of the Vodafone Warriors. But Nutty, they've managed to not only set themselves up to a nice little lead here, 13-10. The Warriors are a little bit far behind, especially to the Nutty economy position. Because if the Warriors do manage to pick up the 11th, Nutty have got another bye in the back pocket.
Oh, that's just it. That's what they've got in the back pocket. It's the real danger here now. Clover needs to back off that line. And they do. They get out of there scot-free. But control's given away to Warriors. So that's the first piece of the puzzle for the long control. Now, I do have Velocity just tearing around in lower dark at the moment to contend with. So he's got a world of information that there's no presence being shown towards short. There's no presence towards mid. There's a high likelihood that after clearing upper dark there, that there's a lot of action going to unfold at A. And you can see the rotations come right through there. Mr. Sharks just holding down short. And or Warriors, yeah, even more so now. Like, that's just confirmation it's going to be A.
Yep.
Great work from Velocity.
Easy done. They go for the quick play out towards long, just leaving that one lurker. Velocity's picked it up. Much more happy to sort of move in. Vodafone Warriors, I feel like this is now the first time outside of, a brief period at the start of this map that they haven't controlled the pace of the game. And Nutty have started to very much lean it into their favor. Supar's picked up another, not having the double smoke on for the cross here, Jim. It's not deep enough. It's not far enough. And now they're stuck at a very, very awkward line. They're actually going to run boost one over, and they have been successful in doing so, but there is a member over towards Gandalf here, which will be Clover. They've given him a little bit more space, and now all they've got to look to do is not overextend here. So as they move their way up CT, Drox is having a little bit of a look here. Does he spot the boost? If he does, that could be massive, but he doesn't quite. He gets the info, though. There must have been a call. Must have been some level of information here from Drox, as now they do manage to make their way up towards the site here, Jim. But now it's back to that 3-on-3. There has been some further damage dealt. Callum Murray holding on to the cross, holding on to the position. Now Obson very firmly onto that long position. Shotgun hawk from Mr. Shark, and that is a 3 versus 5 here, Jim. Vodafone Warriors, they lose the advantage, but they keep their medal, and they are holding strong.
Yeah, Callum Murray just locking things down from Goose, right? Like, under immense pressure. You had Obson who had to make that shot. Mega knew exactly where he was. He posted up. And so, just the right frags in the key moments there, proving to be the difference for Warriors. And now, give themselves a little bit more to work with. With the heavy concentration from Nutty and taking control of long. They recognise that, that was sort of their undoing a little bit. Giving away control like that. But Warriors are a little bit more spread out now. They're not allowing, Nutty to get away with big information plays. They've got control of upper dark. They've got control of mid. So more of an even spread. So they do flash themselves out mid. And if they do catch out Clover, they pretty much have free reign of the middle of the map. So can try and split the defense even further. They give themselves some options, but Nutty now look to be pretty much set in their holding positions. You've got a deep CT player there. I mean, they should be smoked off. Everything sort of points toward a mid to B right now, but Callum Murray can go short and really start to pull with the rotations a little bit. That might have given them a bit more to work with, but they're just going to send it.
They will have to send it as best as possible because Nutty do have a very nice spot on towards the site, but it's going to be traded, and that should very well be a save call immediately. This late in the game, 3 alive, Supar walking down mid, Obson's punished. Very bold from Supar there, because both these members now have to be careful, because even exiting CT is going to be hard here. They've spotted the info. Like, Nutty 2 seconds ago, when they had 3 alive, that was a salvageable position where they could continue on, at least hold on to their lead for a little while longer. But this one now, saving 1 for Mars is no bueno, as you sort of mentioned before, Jim. It ain't good. These weapons aren't sort of going to be enough to support. But as I say that, I will give myself a little more, kind of thinking the fact that Vodafone Warriors did lose to 4 USPs and a Deagle before. So we'll let them kind of settle on that for now.
It's the unknown. That's the scary part here for these teams.
Yeah.
And
In every realistic world, this should be a Vodafone Warriors 13th. And Nutty then can sort of reassess upon round 27.
Yeah.
But
we've been fooled before.
That's never a guarantee, exactly.
We've been fooled before.
Only casters we are.
I tell you what, don't they like showing us that anything's possible?
Very inspirational.
Yeah.
You can lose a round too if you try hard enough.
Anything's possible. Okay. Timing not working out. Velocity's going to try and step as well. So it's really just that Mr. Shark gets obliterated. So like what they did have, they don't. Clover's now got the M4. Are they going to be able to stop anything happening towards this B side? It's like a pretty strong stack here. Velocity finds one. And Calamari's just protecting what he can with his AK at the moment. But okay, Clover's going to look to try and create a little bit of a ruckus here at B. That smoke timing couldn't have been more perfect though.
And damage could also be good. And I think Velocity's going for a little bit of a hunt here. Kyson will hold on to the AWP to at least take it through for Robson. But I'm wondering how this one's going to go. Clover does kind of peek his way through, but yeah, Velocity, all he's been able to recover or salvage is the FAMAS. Is not exactly what you want in this next round, so he is going to go down, and that does make it dicey. So what this means, Jim, no AWP for Mr. Shark, little to no utility, and just M4s across the board. That's it. Like, this is not a good position to be in for Nutty.
No, and
they've very much kind of given that one up.
They've drained the economy too, right? Like,
yeah,
look at it from that perspective as well, right? Like, they're going to have to give up, or potentially up to match point, if they do not win this round. They're not going to be able to buy into
trade. Yes, interesting. Drox got out, got quick, was sharp, but fortunately had no teammates coming out with him after that smoke went down. Mid to B split again, maybe.
Might even be, one of the better options, but without a presence in upper dark, right? Like, it's just feels a little bit futile. All they're looking to do here now is see whether or not they can gain any interest out of Nutty. With that mid to B smoke, you almost guarantee, right? Like, this is what they've tried to do with that mid to B smoke. They've tried to tempt one of the CTs to rotate into CT spawn, and now they're going to go back up to short and put pressure on A. So, hoping that this A site is weakened, but there's a pretty big split between Nutty at the moment, and that is the
Super as well. Like, he is so far gone. He's actually pushed through tunnels right now, like through bedroom rather. I mean, that's a good position to be in, but at the end of the round, so late into the position, you can't be all the way out there because now you're going up long, completely solo. Velocity's fought his way in. This is not even a kind of round, again, to go for. Like, it could have potentially been a save. The second Super was far away. You'd already started to, pack her up effectively because they've got short lockdown. Nega's not in a position to kind of fight back too hard. He's actually gone down now as well. And now you're only walking away from the round with one AK, and it's going to be absolutely nada into the next. Good damage, I suppose, there from Super a little bit, but now you genuinely have nothing.
Yeah.
And it should, again, very well be a 15th round here for Vodafone Warriors. Like, oh man, Jim, I just can't get my head around it's just these little tiny bits of decision making from Nutty. Whatever it is, it seems like they're just not on the same page, I guess is the only kind of way to put about it, because it doesn't appear to be any one individual that is making, that is letting the team down, I guess you could kind of question, but it definitely seems like they're not kind of communicating effectively between each other. Yeah,
and I think the other thing too is like, Warriors, they kind of got what they wanted out of that round as well, which was they tried to bait someone into CT, hoping they would weaken the A bomb site. And as far as they're concerned, that's actually super. I feel as though he's just dragging this team kicking and screaming through so many rounds.
They just have to go now, at least. Drox is up mid, okay. They're going to go for this here, obviously, Nutty Gaming. So I do think Vodafone Warriors have to be very, very careful. They can lose as many guns as they want. That's fine. They've got money. They just need to win the round. So they have to be very, very cautious because this position, very bold. I don't like it. I do not like it at all, Drox. At least Kyson has found something. He's been able to get the additional smoke down, but no. No, man. No, stop it. Why? Look, I'm happy because that was actually quite nicely played from Nutty, but from a fundamental CS position, how, man?
That shouldn't happen. That really shouldn't happen.
Never.
And a 10-second defuse.
Yeah. Good
All
shots
right.
from Super. Excellent individual play, as you mentioned, 23 and 14. Velocity's also had a bloody good game as well. We've got to pick up on that for sure. Lot of deaths, but that's because he's just been sort of trying to put himself into that aggressive positioning. But now Nutty have a really, really solid buy. You know, that should have been a guaranteed match and series point for Vodafone Warriors, allowing them sort of to fight back with a couple of overtimes. But now Clover's all the way top mid. He should have absolute positional advantage here. How's he managed this? They're not looking. Oh, he's got one. They should know now, but he can just chill.
Okay.
Okay, trade.
No
Not
chill.
too bad.
No chill. His chill's being cancelled.
Yeah. The vibe's off. Threw off his groove.
Absolutely. Now, Velocity's done this a few times. Once bitten, twice shy. Drox is all over that.
It's actually started to pull him away from the long position now. They
Yeah.
still do have the bomb in hand. The rotation has started to pull away. Molly into lowers. Oh, Drox, this is a bold decision to make solo. I mean, he's trying to make a little bit of a play, trying to capitalize accordingly because it is really just going to be on how they play the rest of it. But he is very much high and dry. He goes down to Mega here. They can start to make this rotation. Information spotted. It's gathered. And they've missed the flash. Oh, this is not looking good at all. Super's already going to be lined up into position. He's going to hold on to the crosshair. And now they know where Mega is. But it's a 2 versus 2. If they can get this one pick, maybe there's something. Maybe there's an opportunity. But Mega's done it.
Mega. What a play.
Oh, geez. What a play. Great hold. Great position. And again, another sort of, you know, really, really odd decision to be made. Like, Drox didn't have enough control to justify the full rotation. If he had have got a pick, but it seemed like he was just sort of waiting there, seeing if anyone was rotating around, but it just didn't quite happen. So,
yeah. And that's the thing, too. Like, they actually threw these, you know, long smokes and then bailed. Oh, okay. And, yeah, that's... I think they had a player still posted up on A that just radioed all that info and allowed them to fully commit to this B site. But this is not looking good for Warriors. As I say that, though, they've recovered quite nicely. They've got a good idea of where Mr. Shark is. But Mr. Shark allows the bomb to get away. And I feel as though the low HP here on Drox could be their undoing. Mr. Shark is very quick to make his decision and rotate through.
just have to play the 2v1. Absolute basic fundamental Counter-Strike here. Do not allow a 1v1 for Mr. Shark. He's gone into lower tunnels. They have to be ready for it. Bomb is going to be planted. They've got no utility to work with here. Whereas the Shark, you know, he can sniff out blood many, many moons away. Drox, fantastic position on the other side of Heaton. And Calamari also tucked in. So I'm liking this. They just have to be very, very cautious that there's no misstep. Calamari should get the spot. They have the info, know exactly where the Shark is. And there we go. It will be overtime. It doesn't exactly feel like the game has sort of deserved it. But hey, it has been entertaining, Jim. I will give it that. There's been some bright moments from both these teams. And it's been an equal matchup of sort of making minor mistakes that the enemy team has capitalized on. It hasn't been any one team that has kind of been the team that's lucked out here. Both teams have found themselves in the position equally. And now they both need to really, really scrap it in overtime here to ensure that they get the victory.
Well, in a similar vein, right, like there has been a lot of individual plays. The difference now for Nutty is they're not forcing them, right? Like they're not trying to force these individual plays. Like that round that brought Nutty onto 15 was you know, super. Just, it wasn't a forced play. Like, they literally ran at him. And the individuals have been stepping up. Like, as we saw in Inferno, it wasn't the case. I felt as though they were throwing their lives away needlessly. But yeah, both these two teams definitely had their moments here. And now as we head into OT, this is an always interesting and testing time. Kyson, oh, he's flanked the flank, but he's been undone. And yeah, it's always interesting because it's, for me, a question of how these two teams will manage the, MR3 10K scenario in terms of money. Like, a lot of the CT teams run a little dry in OT here. It's almost like they forget that they've only got 10K.
Just makes it so awkward now. They're fighting this really, really challenging fight. Supar's run out of bullets though, Jim. That's that silenced M4 that doesn't always quite drag its way across, but 30 seconds. Now they have to pick up on the timing. Ooh, who was that? That was a very, very bold decision to make that play. Mega now going to boost up on towards the site now, but they have to get going. 15 seconds, 3 members here.
Great.
It's almost going to be not enough time for the plant as well. Clover, great pick. This is guaranteed round for Nutty Gaming. And Obson is just going to be... actually gets a Glock kill, just for good order.
In OT.
But in OT, yeah, correct. But Nutty, get the lead, get the opening. And that is going to be another pause called in. Not sure who it is from just as of yet. But irrespective, that is a little bit of an interesting sort of position. Nutty have just gone balls to the wall, straight up, pushing all the way up towards top mid to try and take that control as best as they could. And as a result... we don't really get to see sort of any pressure thrown back from Vodafone Warriors. They, again, in the previous map on Inferno, they seem to be way more confident and they seem to be way more in control. But whatever Nutty has been doing, which I don't feel like is much different to the previous map, has kind of put the sweat on Vodafone Warriors a little bit. They certainly don't feel as comfortable on Dust 2 as they did previously.
Yeah, I would agree in that it just clearly isn't a comfortable map for them. So... as far as what we're seeing from them, that's perfect from Mr. Shark. Just patience winning out that one. They break that stack at the wrong moment. Yeah, I don't know. Nutty, they really are determined to force us to that third map. But for Warriors now, I mean, very content to just hold positions, right? Like, they're expecting CT aggression in some of these channels like mid and B, and there's no presence shown anywhere. It's, Prodigy right now is in like the fight of his life to try and get control of bedroom, but it's only now we're starting to see any movement out of Nutty across any of these other sites. Like, the difference is Nutty are actually very content to just sit back and allow Warriors to come to them, whereas on Inferno, you felt as though they were the ones trying to force the issue and make plays on that CC side.
Just no real presence in these last couple of rounds. Vodafone Warriors seeming to kind of start the mental switch off, I guess you could say. Molly on towards the site, or Goose rather. Now the site. That'll sort of put the sweat onto Clover a little bit. Good utility being sent over now as Goose will be flushed out. But Super, Mega, they're all here, and that's going to be a clean 5 alive, Jim. Absolutely no stress felt by the side of Nutty Gaming at all. And I got to admit, this is the first time that I'm almost kind of like leaning towards in this one that they are deserving of this map win. Vodafone Warriors have made too many mistakes, I feel, that have kind of cost them some really important rounds. Like back at, I think it was round 27 now or something. It was a done deal. Game was closed, basically. We weren't anywhere near overtime. It was going to be Vodafone Warriors with a 16-13, 16-14, something along those lines. And that tune has just completely been severed, Maybe just butchered at karaoke or something like that. But now we're very much singing the tune of Nutty.
Oh, man. They're not even checking lines like that now late in the game. Super's punishing them round after round after round. He's punishing them.
30 kills, Jim.
Oh, man. He just looks so much better. as this game has gone on. I think he's been the lifeblood of Nutty in this match so far. Even on Inferno, when the rest of the team weren't doing so well, he was putting in numbers. Now Drox, what can he do from here? He's got a 3v1 on his hands. The bomb's on his possession. He's a long way from home, and he's on about 2 bars of battery.
That was me on the plane on the way home the other morning. YouTube downloads seem to suck up the battery way more than Netflix.
Oh, man. Don't get me started on phone battery. Pixel 3. It's just like...
Oh,
dead
Jesus.
water.
Yeah. That's that upgrade pressure. Drox. We've seen a crazy 1v3. He almost disconnected. What? He looked at him for a second, but then he almost made it look pretty, but unfortunately not enough bullets. If he had just enough, one more shot in the magazine, that could have been potentially a really, really nice round. But yeah, look now, again, 3 map points for Nutty. At this point in time, we should almost definitely be making our way over to Mirage, and this is where the tilt sets in for Vodafone Warriors. And I know that Nutty Gaming has probably played about 3,000 hours of Mirage alone together in Pugs. So that's a scary prospect.
Yeah. Bit of a playground for them. Bit of a staple if that's your thing, the old pickup game. So, can Warriors steady that ship here and avoid going to Mirage? They do need a round, and another round, and another round to take. But it all starts here. On that line, he needs to be careful. He just gets Molotovs off at the last possible second because of the Molotov. Oh no! Oh man, he's just been caught out again. This has happened a few times actually for Warriors. They've been caught with utility out. Aggression from Nutty really working out for them on Dust 2.
Over. Very, very close. Not traded. Oh, that's unlucky. That's unfortunate. But what we will call that is effectively game done, Jim. And I think that is a very, very well-earned game in the end from Nutty Gaming. I cannot question it at all. They were looking a little bit lackluster on Inferno, you know, sort of not looking like they were all on the same page. But even so, I don't feel like they massively synergized. They definitely look way more comfortable, rather, on Dust 2. And Vodafone Warriors looked the complete opposite. They had some moments of brilliance. They had some really good stability, especially as we sort of moved towards the end of the map. But then just fell apart, like completely and utterly fell apart. And if we're going to see that from Vodafone Warriors into Mirage, I don't really know how I sort of feel about them going into that final map.
Yeah, you always feel as though the close map losses where you've got a team that's in front by a decent margin and had some great opportunities to close things out. They lose that map. You always feel they run out of steam on that third and final map, which will be up after the break. Don't go anywhere. Mirage is coming up next.
Whoa, Neo, you're not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whano, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makoto to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makoto. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. They're actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
not playing like a noob anymore.
How is that possible?
You gotta be using hacks, dude.
Nah, dude. I got the Odyssey Neo G9.
Sweet, bro, you can finally start leveling up.
Let's keep it going, man.
This is gonna kill me.
Whano, that guy's NJ here, and I am here at the Sky Tower in Taimaki Makaurau to check out the new Sky Slide, which is just opened. Let's go check it out. This is their brand new virtual reality experience based up on their main observation deck. It's a crazy ride, offering 360-degree views of Auckland at up to 100 kilometers per hour. The motion platform imitates the 3D rendered open-air slides, twists and turns above the skies of Taimaki Makaurau. Counting down. Punch it. Let me at him. Hey! Free air. Whoa! Whoever's done the render for this has done like an incredible job. Whoa! It's also really comfortable, like the motion platform's super nice. It's actually really selling all of these like different twists and turns. Another free fall, whoa! Whoa! We're heading home, boys, we're heading home. Whew. So it's $40 for the experience, which includes viewing platform access, or it's just $15 on top of your tower ticket, and it's for ages 8 and up.
getting momentum back after a loss like that. They did seem to stabilize a little bit. You know, they had that one round where they lost to Super, and then they took the pause. They started off strong, but then they couldn't make any decisions. And it's very much trickled in over time, where Mirage can be a very, very hard game to sort of push in. So overall, anyway, anything can happen on Mirage. It is a very, very regularly played map here in Oceanic Counter-Strike, and I literally will throw my prediction out the window and just let it happen.
Just let it happen. That's how we're going to go on Mirage here. And as a result of the knife round, we had Nutty winning that knife round. They're going to take CT. So they put themselves, I guess, in the box seat there to run rampant with some of the, momentum from what was, as you said, a pretty scrappy Dust too. But they managed to turn the tide in their favour. And so now sitting on that CT side, they really have a chance to sort of sprint out and drop a number on their opposition. But straight into this A execute from Warriors, and fairly bold play with just one single smoke coming out towards jungle and mid connector.
Straight on in. Prodigy, Drox, immediately taking that control as you mentioned. And a very challenging retake from this position here, Jim. It's two members in CT, one stuck in connector. I am liking this flank that's come through very, very quickly from Mr. Shark, but it does seem like they're already aware of it. Calamari very much having the watch there. And look, set of Julies isn't exactly what you want to be taking in for the retake here, but Clover's been able to pick up one. That does bring it back to the 4v4. Second frag from Prodigy in the round. Clover already up on the site. They're yet to find him. That's the weapon I said wasn't that great. Actually finding the work. He's planted for them. Calamari.
Uh-oh.
Find the defuse. Oh, he's got it. Is that time? It's okay.
Time.
All right. Whew. We're sweating a little bit there again. They keep the composure enough to at least shoot the right player there, but look, Nutty Gaming certainly forced their way completely back into it. Clover with 3, but 4 actually in total, but not enough time. Clover has been impressive throughout the course of this series as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, Vodafone Warriors get through that round with the skin of their teeth, and Nutty aren't going to force back into it.
Yeah, definitely been the new additions to this Nutty roster that have been really showing their strength in a lot of these rounds so far, but not to be had in that round. They were denied a round victory, but with Warriors now just going into this A exec, could be a bit of a playground for some of these pistols, but they're only now starting to get onto this site, and they're all forced back behind these smokes.
Completely sent packing. Not really a whole lot that they're going to be able to do. Just hope for some kind of exit damage. Mackey's always going to make it hard. They just absolutely rinse through the unarmored players. So the opening pick will be found by Prodigy. Some further damage done onto Mega. There is that flank in again from Mr. Shark. I do believe... No, it's actually Super this time round. But that's the one thing that Nutty, I guess, have got to be aware of. Like, if you do that every single round, eventually they are going to be ready for it. So that's a super important thing, I suppose, to keep in mind for the Vodafone Warriors. Super hasn't been spotted, but there's not really a whole lot he can do. He's going to be heard out now from the player inside Palace, but they can just leave him. He's not going to get any exits there at all. Looks like they are actually going to be able to find him in the form of Prodigy. A happy little 3K for him there, and all 5 alive for the Vodafone Warriors. So outside of those 4 frags found by Clover, they only obviously had the previous as well. So overall, it's a really solid position to be in here for the Vodafone Warriors, but Nutty Game is going to be able to fight back in.
Yeah, it's nice and clean, the way you want them to go in the early stages here, but Mr. Shark doesn't find the timing through the smoke there, but at least from Warriors, we're seeing a patience from them, allowing the utility to do their thing before stepping through them. Drox nearly gets caught out, 5 HP. He's got to try and make something work. If he finds anything here, he's done a great job, but Clover and Velocity are cleaning up, and they finally fought their way into this site. Bomb gets dropped in and around, but there's no cover on anyone coming out of those doors.
I was about to say, actually, quite a wise decision to get off that plant for a second, but Kyson does in the end get dropped. A little bit of a fadeaway shot there from Obson. No Kevlar helmet there for Super. And Mr. Shark, again, buying into this early days with the AWP, no armor is always a very, very risky decision. So what's Calamari going to do? Is he actually going to... Okay. Rotating back in towards the apartments. They knew he was short. Could have potentially maybe made the window jump and get into the market position. That might have made them guess a little bit more, but that's what Mega's sort of looking towards. So they're definitely aware of it. Going silent isn't always going to completely kind of throw off your opponent. And if Mega gets that jump spot, he'll get the information straight away. But Mr. Shark, just watching the flank. They are all over this round here, Nutty Gaming. Absolutely at the advantage. Spots out Callum Murray, and that should be the round done and dusted from here.
Yeah. Mega just repositioning himself. He's got that ball back. Okay, Callum Murray makes it
he actually
expensive,
does get a bit of damage, yeah.
but not a round win in the end. So got very, very tough for them on the entry into the site, didn't it? They made it very difficult, Nutty. And they find their first round, albeit a very expensive one. 4 players going down in their first gun round keeps things a little thin on the economy side of things. And Warriors know this. Their money is always going to be spent in that sort of situation, regardless of whether or not they had enough to make a buy. So this is a really dangerous round for Nutty. They have to lock down and double down on round 1. And Warriors, well, they do have a decent belting utility, but they're looking to go in a little dry here. Nearly get caught out by that AWP. Oh, Mega caught out in the middle of nowhere. Velocity, wow. Super manages to find one through the smoke, but
how's this working out?
All that fortunate.
They do manage to at least find it. It's a good flash back in to kind of send them away a little bit. Mr. Shark has been dinked up in the process as well, so going down very, very low, but I think Clover's spotted out. Drops! Ooh, a little bit scary, but Clover's picked up 2 here, Jim. Kyson, now a long way from home. It is planted for him, I do believe, but now there's just going to be utility flying absolutely everywhere. Molotov in towards the A ramp, and Super was the first to spot. So that's 4 alive for Nutty Gaming. Plenty of time to get that defuse through. And overall, Nutty, complete and utter response. And for Vodafone Warriors, they're not going to have enough buy to go into this next round. So despite the fact that they picked up the pistol in the second, they haven't been able to recover in the last couple. And overall, Nutty have been really kind of lining themselves up for a good recovery into this map so far. And honest to God, like, oh, I just cannot help but shake this feeling that Nutty are going to take out this series. Like,
it's like
it
the
just
reverse
is really
sweep.
going that way. Yeah, yeah.
That's the thing too, right? Like, really important for them, really composed in that retake. They keep 4 alive, but this is a bit of a wild round already. Like, they've lost control of this A bomb site. That smoke just doesn't quite find its mark.
The hero AK.
Yeah. They actually regained it. They just flood onto this site and were able to take it out of the hands of Mega.
Calamari's picked up another. Must be the caster curse, Jim. I swear to God, it really does exist. Good flash. Kyson picks up another. Super all on his lonesome. You know how a simple half by A site rush with little to no utility can work out. Super will be able to at least find one for his troubles, but that's 3 alive and 2 AKs to boot as well. So the money's going to look really, really tasty. Nutty is going to have another buy, but this is a potential swing round here with the reset of the economy.
Yes.
So,
despite the fact that Super's going to be able to buy 2 players here quite comfortably as well, because like he doesn't even have to refresh his utility. He's already got the kit as well. So yeah, it's a dangerous round regardless though for Nutty. It's unfortunate now that yeah, it feels as though they've really been quite convincing in these last 2 rounds, but well, those 2 rounds they won, sorry, but it just felt as though it's that city economic woe that they're experiencing. I don't think Vodafone Warriors have done anything particularly special either. Neither of these 2 teams are very mid-heavy in the way that they play. And I think this round is actually the first real transition towards being a little bit more mid-centric, taking control there, working their way up connector, pushing players back up short too. So Nutty have been playing players. They're happy to give up control of the A-bomb site and back in their retake as long as they keep the numbers alive. And it's worked for them a few times. So I wonder here, like, obviously Mega's very far forward, but if they do take control of this bomb site, oh, perfect from Super.
Again. Yeah, always him, isn't it? Who's really kind of the one to put the knife down whenever it's needed, because they had such a heavy lean over towards that B site. You know, with only the pistol for Mega, realistically, it was kind of, you know, Vodafone Warriors' round to lose. But Mega now spotted, and that's all 3 kills in half a second.
Yeah.
So there you go. Nutty, clean as anything, it would appear, but it all starts off the back of, again, a really, really solid start there from Super. He has really been the standout player for me, by far. Like, Crispy puts himself into good positions, does a whole lot of good damage, and the wheels are definitely starting to fall off the bus for Vodafone Warriors. It's Prodigy, 9-4. Rest of the team, nowhere in sight, really. Early days, so you can't over-criticize, but T-side of Mirage can be a little bit of an interesting beast. However, their money's been completely reset. Again, 1,500 for Obson, has to force in. Drox has already done so. So they've made the decision to go for the tactical pause.
Don't
just
mind
to
that.
have a bit of a conversation. But yeah, it seems like something they've definitely been happy to do, but has it kept them cool, calm, and collected? That's yet to be sort of discovered.
Yeah, I don't mind the fact that, like, these guys are actually, both of these two teams really are utilising more of their tactical pauses. Nutty more so now than maybe some of you know, their earlier phases. They didn't really utilise the tactical pauses as much as, you know, they had available to them. But Vodafone Warriors definitely one of those teams that do like to talk things over. And it looks as though that, you know, discussion has led to a change of pace here. A little bit more of an explosive contact play onto the site. In fact, that catches Mr. Shark off. That's sharp from Drox. Oh. Here we go. This round really has exploded on the back of that contact. The bomb is yet to go down, but you know, they've made great headway here. They know where Clover is. He gets out of here, like, something criminal's going on.
Drox in with 3, picking up the AWP now. And yeah, just rounds going the ways that they shouldn't, sort of really, it feels like at this point in time. Neither team kind of has any real steer of the ship. It's just been chaos, utter chaos. And I guess that's what really starts to happen at the really later stages of the evenings, isn't it, Jim? You know, as we move into, what is it, coming on 12 for yourself, coming on almost 2 for the Kiwi crew. It definitely is a chaotic beast to be at Mirage at this time of the day. Your inner pug mental starts to come out, the inner tilt. But irrespective, Vodafone Warriors have recovered. Obson has the AWP sent over his way. And, you know, now we are looking into a position where 8th round comes in. Lead still held. Economic reset looking really, really likely for Nutty. But the cash ain't that much better for Vodafone Warriors either. So they can cool their jets and set their focus.
Just, again, a little bit more med heavy on the presence here. Just shying away from that contact play, but you can see, like, Nutty have already made that sort of adjustment. They've you know, Mega's just pushed himself into apartments, got a wealth of info. That's allowed Mr. Shark to also get very aggressive, just turtle up around Palace. But that makes for super long rotate here towards this B bomb site, and so Super, he's pretty close here. They got 2 CTs on the site. And so with Vodafone Warriors now encroaching up through short, they need to make these entries work.
Some decent damage thrown out by Obson, but there's still so much more work that him and Kyson need to do. That could be a big nade onto Super. If it dunks him, it will do it. Look how far away the rest of the rotations are. This was a 2-on-5, Jim. They managed to bring it all the way back, but as they get that plant down, still plenty of work left to do. We've already seen 1 cross, and it is going to be a nice line. That's a really, really good fight to be looking to take here from Mega, but Obson actually gets off the line. Now he watches towards short, unsure where they're going to be coming from. Both from market. Flash goes over. They should surely be ready now. Information gathered. Obson's found another. And you know what this is, Jim? Wait, never mind. Hang on. I'm not going to call it. I almost did. Almost ruined it. Yeah. It was almost a 2v5, and then that happened.
Yeah. It's close, but I mean, Mega's just
Oh,
there.
hang on.
Time.
Yeah, got it.
Is that last phase?
Yeah. Is that the round where Vodafone Warriors like smash the desk kind of thing and say I'm going to bed or what?
To be honest, it's not the kind of round that inspires you. It's very much the opposite. But
They
have
just
to
dug
retain.
so hard. You know, they almost had it there and then just slipped it right at the very end.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. We'll put it that way. I'm just going to leave it at that. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that's a good response. And they've called for another pause again as well. So clearly they're trying to make it work as best as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely, one of those rounds where you're like, guys, we did everything right in the lead up. And, sorry, they did everything right in the post plant. It's the lead up that sort of let them down. You feel as though, they just had one more player available to them. Someone doesn't die in unfortunate circumstances. Mega, again, super aggressive towards this A ramp. The flashes over the top there. It's a waterfall out of Palace, but in all honesty, running a little dry.
Up in connector, so at least there is some sort of positioning, but Calamari's been spotted. He's been pipped again. Oh. This guy is nuts. Someone sign him. Super, the god. And Prodigy immediately spot out it as well. Mr. Shark finds him from CT. Yeah, that could actually start to be, one of the very first nails in the coffin to this series, I think, Jim.
I think Super's the one there with the hammer too.
Yeah, it's a big bloody hammer as well.
It's a mallet.
Yeah.
The amount of times throughout this series we've seen him hit like a quick transfer onto a second player.
Yeah.
Is insane.
He's got just good positioning too, good awareness. It seems like it's not just, straight up aim. He, seems to have good fundamentals as well. And now he's going to put himself into a position nicely. It's not even like an overextension there. He gets his shot, he tucks back into the corner, he knows the team's sort of all around. He doesn't need to hunt for those eco frags because he's going to be able to do it in the more important rounds. But does pick up 2 for his troubles anyway. 12 and 6 now, so... But it feels like it's more than that, but it's been impact the whole way through.
That's it, exactly.
So I guess that's where it can lead up.
They're not those, those padded rounds either, really. Like, they are impact frags. You're dead set on that one. But as far as, being able to now convert that into a map win and a series win, the rest of Nutty, I feel as though if they can find that same level of consistency that Super has been providing throughout this entire series, they probably wouldn't have lost so heavily on Inferno, for starters. Dust 2 might have been closed a little bit earlier. Who knows? Definitely feel as though it's Warriors series to lose, though.
It has been the whole way through. Like, as we saw in Inferno, we know that playing a CT Inferno, especially as you start to move up towards the kind of, maybe we'll call it tier 2 in Oceania, top of the tier 2, when you really want to start looking to contest, because I would put both these teams sort of just outside the top 8. But if you want to start contesting in that top 8, let alone, we've just seen obviously, Greyhound qualify for the major, up against some seriously fierce competition. If you want to be getting up towards there, you really need to be able to exert some serious quality Counter-Strike. Obson, though, does get an opener, at least drops. We'll put a pin in that conversation for a second. Super, though, again, fantastic positioning, doesn't overextend, looking to get a second, but it will be traded. So they have at least managed to punish, but Mr. Shark and Mega, the last time we saw this 2v2, Mega was able to actually close it, and he pushes out completely solo, but no sort of position from the side of the Vodafone Warriors to shut him down. We already see Mr. Shark on the line. I think Mega's actually going to spot that one. He's been given the information. Calamari, if he wanders forward, there could have been an opportunity there, but now he's going to fake the plant. They're going to actually push out together, and it's going to work out for them. Mr. Shark picks that one up. But, yeah, overall, I was quickly sort of touching. It's like,
you've got to have a really, really solid fundamental CT side on Inferno. Vodafone Warriors proved that they did. They looked really, really good. But then we moved on to the maps that are a little bit more loose, are a little bit more open in now, obviously, Mirage and Dust 2, rather. And yeah, Dust 2, Vodafone Warriors, as much as Nutty had some great moments, they lost themselves that game 100% of the way. And Vodafone Warriors now on Mirage, it's not exactly the same. Like, Nutty are looking a little bit more in form, for sure. But they've just been slipping every single step of the way, these Warriors.
Yeah. And the thing that bodes really well for Nutty as well is they've been keeping these sorts of rounds relatively clean. They only had that one sort of slip up with the AK, changing hands in the A-bomb site, Mega getting overrun. But they've tidied this up so much. And so, if they can get themselves out to an 11-4 half, and honestly, it's starting to really look that way, they will be in the box seat, because then they go onto that T side. And you know that they're not going to suffer the economic woes of a second half CT side.
Absolutely. Winning out the half here, 8-4, giving themselves a potential for an 11-4. Very, very scary if you're the Vodafone Warriors. And I remind you all watching along at home who may have just joined us, even though it is quite late in the evening, if you've missed out on all the action, we did actually see, of course, a victory that was somewhat expected. Antic 2-0 over the side of Team Yellow. And now we're into the third map of course, Vodafone Warriors versus Nutty, where Vodafone Warriors had a disgustingly strong start on Inferno, 16-7, only to lose in overtime. I believe it was 19-15. So a little bit of an interesting one here as Nutty leading the charge very, very heavily. But Vodafone Warriors have at least recovered. If it's like a 9-6, 8-7 half, I'll give it another crack. I'll put some more faith into the Warriors side. But as we sort of said, right, if they can't beat Nutty cleanly, how are they going to stack up against Vertex and DGG?
Yeah, that's the question for me. Is this isn't like, their final boss, put it that way.
No,
far from their final
absolutely not. And Velocity's just done that.
Okay. It's going to be, I was going to say, that grenade really would have put the hurt on them had they stayed in their position. But Calamari's up connector here, and so it's this flank that you've got to worry about, Clover. It's Clover and Super, the two new players, the heavy hitters. Great trigger discipline here from Clover. Oh, and now they approximately know where Calamari is. In fact, he's shown himself to be in mid-connector now. If he can win this round, it's a massive, massive one for Warriors to win. They need the round.
However, a 3v5 to find themselves into this 1v1 position, and Clover's done it. Yep, that's the second nail in the coffin. Cannot be losing around like that. All the control, opening 2 picks found, and then to have a... No luck needed for that Clover, really.
Absolutely not.
He was able to position himself really, really nicely. Fantastically played. And Nutty Gaming really start to lead out even further. This has got to be surely another pause for the Vodafone Warriors.
Yeah, the problem is they use all their pauses in this first half, right? They don't get to give themselves any pause for thought in the second half. But you're right, it is a Vodafone Warriors tactical pause. So definitely burning through them at a rate of knots. So that's that last one.
That's the one. I've never, it's actually almost weird. I feel like they're taking too many pauses at this point in time. How many series have you cast, Jim, where both teams, really could benefit from a pause, but neither will,
way
neither
too
will
many.
take it at all?
Yeah,
I still remember that. That was one of the best. That was one of the best, bro. Thinking back to when, it was I think it was an old Mavericks roster, Haz, Klebs, Acer, those guys. We'll talk about that in a sec. But straight out, a bit of a pace changer, but it's Super. If he can get 2 here, that would be absolutely massive. What a flash! What a 1 bullet shot! That's incredible! He's managed to pull that off. So crispy. Now a 3v3. Super might have just saved the day. They are actually looking to peek on him, but it's just too early. Oh, man. Obson 1v3.
And he's done.
Oh.
10-4. Nice try.
Mr. Shark, like, just dug in there, right? Like, that flash was inch perfect. He's just dug in and sent them packing with that deagle. It was only one kill. Like, I know it in the context of things, but what it does is it maintains power of position on stairs. So, yeah, man, nothing going right here for the Vodafone Warriors.
Not at all. And they are going to adopt a similar strat, but already do we see Nutty straight up mid. You know, like, you can't even blame them for having this level of confidence in any way, shape, or form. They've earned it to be able to push in these positions. You know, definitely happy to have it. Kyson does get the trade out, does bring it to a 2-on-3. The bomb is still making its way up towards this A-ramp position, though, and Kyson, there's not really a whole lot he can find. It's a very, very awkward one. Gap in the smoke, it's not enough, and now Obsent. A whole lot of work to do, Jim, in the 11-4 half. So I will quickly go back to my story. Like, that old roster, I still remember it. It was like a thing of, can we just take a pause? Can we have a break? Like, we need to talk about something. And then I think it was Ecul who just goes, bro, there's nothing wrong. We just need to shoot him.
Well, I mean, like...
Was he wrong? Potentially not.
I've heard some absolute banger, you know, advice pieces come out through all the years, right? Like, one of the ones that sticks through my mind is Nutty take a tactical heading into the pistol. One of my all-time favourite pieces of advice. It's like some Shang Tsung like level of like Zen. I know it's a Mortal Kombat character, but like for me, he always portrayed like this mastermind level of you know, approach.
Of course.
But it was, if everybody just gets one kill each, we will win the round.
Not wrong. Absolutely not wrong. We start to always go back to that time. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember it was talking about Fallen. It's like, if you think we are good, we can win now. The score was 15-5.
Yeah.
Did you guys win? No, 16-5.
Yeah, just
Iconic moment, really.
double tactical though from Nutty. So I'm expecting some like top shelf plays coming out of this round, to be honest. Let's just see whether or not that actually, you know, does end up being the case. Fast approach out through connector. You've got that player that's lurking on the A ramp late for Nutty, so he's just been eliminated. Now they're getting cut to pieces as they try and get themselves through the blender in mid connector.
Certainly is a tough position to be in. Bomb dropped, so they will have to recollect. Oh my God, he's good.
Stop it!
That is one thing. If I can take anything away from today, I'll take away that Super is pretty good at Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
That's my one lesson learned for the evening. You learn something new every single day. But look, I was already somewhat aware of that prospect. We did talk about it in the Biocode Labs head-to-head. Velocity, that is a tilter. Goodbye, Kyson.
Yeah.
And now they are just so bloody split.
How?
Hobson's been pipped.
They were 4v3.
Yep.
And now it's 3v1.
Yep. Because that's the unpredictability, right? Nutty don't play like traditional Counter-Strike. They play whatever the hell they want to kind of do at the time. They've got some strategy. There is a leader in Mega, but they just play however the hell they want depending on the day. And you can absolutely see the Vodafone Warriors are not feeling okay about it. They're feeling the pressure. They're feeling the stress. You can tell that they're tilted. It's late night. They're tired. They had a super strong start. And ever since middle way through Dust 2, Jim, you saw them start to crack.
Yeah, started to drop off, didn't they? And it feels as though it's more than just a drop off. It's a bit of a crash.
Oh, yeah.
It's starting to look maybe more like a train wreck. But right now
Can't
we
look away.
Can't look away.
Can't look away.
Tell you what, though, I mean, yeah, Super's putting in a bit of a shift. And Clover is too, to be fair. But I don't know, it's just the way in which Super's been able to fashion some of his kills. incredible impact. And, well, I mean, if Tyson can get anything here on this site, he's done his job, but that's so difficult from his position. No support either. Velocity's going to come through. It's a bit of a point-and-click adventure for him.
Last man standing in Obzen. And that's also another fun one to experience. So Mega's going to be leaping and bounding across. And as it sort of runs into the latter parts, I cannot ever say that I was expecting this. But at the exact same time, I have been on the receiving end of this Nutty Gaming 5-stack in a face at Pug at 2 a.m. And it sucks to verse. And that's exactly what Vodafone Warriors are experiencing right now.
Yeah,
so I share their sentiment. That's it. Nutty will probably queue up straight after. Boys, that last game was fresh. May as well keep going. Yeah.
Nothing like a 3-map series to get them warmed up.
Yeah, that's it. Let's play an official to warm up for our 3,000 elo grind.
Bit of pressure here on this A-bomb site, but Vodafone Warriors just sitting back on ticket. They do have some counter util of their own, but lack of kits here means that round is always going to be on a bit more of a timer. That's a great
Good
smoke from Tyson.
Yeah, very nicely done. At least kind of gives them an opportunity back into this one. Clover to sort of sit away. Does actually manage to make work of Drox. What's Prodigy looking at? Oh my,
man.
help me, God.
That's so sharp from Clover, though.
Must have been something that took the attention of Prodigy away. Obzen with the orb. Deer in the headlights at that point in time, Jim.
Yeah,
2 more rounds away and a full eco.
You can really tell Warriors have dropped off immensely, right? Like, they're not even finding rounds where they'd normally be able to find them. They're taking duels in mid-window with Deagles. It just feels as though this is like, you know, some of the final dominoes to fall for them. And he's just been pincered in this A-bomb site. It's super frustrating to go down that way. And so this is all just playing into what is, as we said, got to be a frustrating experience here for Warriors, because at a midway point through Dust 2, they were on a roll.
And now it's match, series, elimination, qualification point, which is, again, something that I don't think many people would have been expecting if you look up at this series in this fashion. Nutty Gaming was always an option. You know, we talked about how it was a coin flip, really, as a series. You could never really guarantee exactly what you were sort of expecting to see. But now we're here. And whilst there has been an opening, Mr. Shark, Mega, they have responded. And Calamari has also managed to do something in the process. Mr. Shark's been able to pick up another one as well. And as it sort of stands, it's a 2v2 with, yeah, competition on the line.
Yeah, super important that Mr. Shark keeps control of CT ramp here. And Super's just going to have to fight him off in the site. And if you want a player to do it, it's him. But he's just taking a little bit of damage, so he's going to have to back off that grenade. Perfectly bowled.
Does make it hurt. Mr. Shark now 1v2. It does seem like a bit of an impossible round to win here. They are swinging together. You know exactly where he is. Well played. Finally, an opportunity for the side of the Vodafone Warriors to get back onto the board and at least sort of throw some fists, but it is going to be a very, very tough uphill battle, rather, but it's a step in the right direction. 10 more rounds is all they need, Jim. It's just easy, isn't it, really?
Yes. That's it. Like, it's just so easy.
Just shoot them, bro.
Shoot them, bro. Just click. Let's see whether or not this is going to be done and dusted here. Change of pace, though, from Nutty. This is confidence. And it's all bottled up towards this B-bomb site.
They're already already out as well. Clover. Oh, Jesus. All right.
Okay.
Game done. And I'm happy that Clover's doing it in this fashion. Got him with the Glock. Maybe a bit overzealous there, though, Jim. I got to admit, right? To go that aggressive is a bit of a push. But overall, it is going to be a 3v2. And walking on in, Super gets the catch. And that'll be done. Game finished. Game completed. 16-5 in favor of Nutty Gaming. And I got to say, yeah, congratulations. And the realistic expectation that I sort of had going into this was that irrespective whoever was going to win, it's like it needed to be a convincing kind of matter. And now I'm not really sort of sure with what we're going to be seeing. But definitely Nutty deserved and earned that spot. And anything can happen in that top four, which has now been secured and seeded.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, like, this isn't the final boss for these teams that qualified tonight either. Like, they're having to go up against some rosters like DGG and Vertex that are in some cracking form. And, you know, that for me, even in itself as a grand final prospect, which it, you know, I believe based on what I've seen, is probably going to be the grand final unless we see, like, you know, a Nutty that came out firing, like even just we saw on Mirage here, might be a bit of a cat among the pigeons. But we're going to take a look at the bracket after tonight's matches to see how things are shaking out here for Stage 3. And so, yeah, as we saw earlier, we had that upper bracket. We had all these teams sent through to the lower bracket here. That's how they everybody arrived here. Antic, of course, getting up over Team Yellow 2-0. Yellow, though, showing that they had a little bit more grit in them. Unfortunately for that roster, that is where their journey ends. And, well, even here in this second match here, Conky, Warriors and Nutty, probably not the result that I expected, but a well-earned victory for Nutty.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, like, that's all I can really sort of batten down on. Like, I definitely think that Nutty had some fun with it. Vodafone Warriors just lost their mental, like, 100%. Like, how we've gone from the opening map, you know, being so strongly played, but then it's just clear that, you know, Nutty had way more resilience, way more confidence, and way more satisfaction coming through that one. So there is absolutely no question that Nutty was the better two teams, a better of the two teams as we look to wrap up the series here. And they've more than earned their position into the playoffs here. Absolutely.
Now, you know, these two teams, they have to go on, as we said, to better their results and try and take on this next, you know, the final bosses, as I'd say, it would be, you know, Vertex and DGG. So got a lot of work ahead of them if they're going to be able to get themselves into the grand final. But yeah, I think that might be the conclusion of this evening's matches. Either way, we've qualified two more teams to the third and final stage. But of course, tonight we would like to thank, of course, the title sponsor, Biocode Lab. And don't forget, you can get 20% off in the Biocode Lab store with that code at the checkout, that LPL20. And if you're not too sure, you can hit Biocode Lab in the Twitch chat as well to check that out. But make sure you get your hands on those. I know Conky's rocking the shaker here, and I'm sure he's got... that's why you've been so sharp throughout this evening as well.
I've felt pretty decent. Yeah, exactly. Not overly late of a night. It's a nice sort of position to go into. But no, look, it is good stuff. So I'll definitely recommend checking it out.
And if you want to hear him in crystal clear high definition, you can also check out Roccat as well. They've got that 7.1 headset, I know, which is fantastic, as well as, I believe, a great series of mice and keyboards that you can get your hands on too. So we always recommend the highest quality peripherals and making sure that you support the sponsors that support us. And I believe there's also Samsung as well. Either way, I've been James jimNeso Cowan. Joining me for this evening's action was Mitch Conky Konkanen. We will thank you for watching tonight, and we will love to see you here next time with the next round, Stage 3, coming up very shortly. Stay tuned to socials to find out when those matches will be played.